Does he not like it? Slowly Naruto came up forward and he stood in front of her. He looked at her with his azure eyes with a soft gaze. Beautiful, he whispered as he looked at Kasumi. She was blushing at the way he said it. Arigato Naru. Kasumi said and saw that Naruto was holding out his arm. Kasumi understood and locked hers around it. She leaned on his right arm as both then slowly walked out of the Uchiha clan compound. Where are we going? Kasumi asked. You'll see, Naruto said. Soon enough, the teenage couple were walking through the main town and nearly everyone's eyes were fixated upon the two. Some of the women were outright yelling, "Kawaii," at the sight, and some of the men were actually showing a thumbs up to Naruto. Then there were the people who didn't like Kasumi. Of course they didn't dare say anything in front of Naruto. He also noticed some teenage girls muttering sad nothings and some other boys he recognized from the academy. All of them looked so pissed now. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw teammate along with their sensei Kurenai Yuhi. Normally, he'd go and greet them, but today it was their day, so no interruptions. Especially with Kiba there, who'd no doubt blow a gasket at them. Kasumi-chan, Kiba whined at seeing the couple walk hand in hand. Even from a distance he could tell how lovingly they were gazing at each other. Slowly he felt all his chances going away. You really shouldn't be that sad, Kiba-san," Hinata said as she saw her friend Kasumi walk with Naruto. They looked adorable in her eyes. She was happy that Naruto had finally reconnected with Kasumi. We all know that Kasumi-chan liked Naruto-san a lot. Hinata's stuttering had decreased a lot thanks to Kurenai. What did she do? Well, let's just say that Hinata had frequent talks with a certain purple-haired, dango-loving Kunoichi. I agree, Kiba-san, Shino spoke up for the first time in this entire fanfic. You never really had a chance to begin with. Stop it, Shino, Kiba said with a whine as anime tears fell from his face. I shouldn't give up, right, Kurenai-sensei? I don't know, Kiba, the red-eyed beautiful sensei of Team 8 said. When people truly fall in love, nothing really gets in the way. What about USS-sensei? Hinata asked a bit timidly. Yeah, Kiba said, that Asuma guy keeps asking you out but you keep refusing him. I have my reasons for that, Kiba. Kurenai said, maybe one day I'll tell you guys. Kurenai said as she released a sigh. There was a perfectly good reason as to why she was referred to as the Ice Queen of Konoha. She had not accepted a single date request from any man in Konoha. Only two people other than Kurenai knew why. One was Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other was Anko Mitarashi. Team 8 walked away. None of them ever noticed the crow that was sitting in a building near them observing them. The crow then flew away. Good night, Sumi-chan. A final kiss for the night occurred as their lips found each other for some time. Then they drifted off together into the realms of dreams as Kasumi's arms wrapped around his waist, and Naruto's arms were around her back and neck. Most people go on with their lives hoping to find something like this. These two had found love in a world that showed no mercy. Naruto and Kasumi's house, Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sato. The sun had finally broken into the house. The general warmth of the solar star had made its presence known throughout the room. Two people were lying in the king-sized bed that took its rightful place in the center of the room. Their bodies were covered by the plain white sheets that gave them shelter from the cold of the night which had made them huddle together. The two teens were connected not only with their bodies but their hearts as well. Naruto Uchiha was sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. He was holding the love of his life closely against his chest, right where she belongs. Her back was facing him as she too slept in the beautiful bliss unconsciousness. Slowly, out of instinct she turned around. Now she found the crook of his neck and her arms wrapped themselves around his waist. Naruto too had a smile on his face as he felt the shift in the bed and brought her closer to his frame. His sleep was gone. He opened his eyes to the sight he will always cherish forever. Beautiful tresses of sun-kissed, blonde hair with royal crimson shades present in them were spread out all over his upper arms. His arms themselves were on her back and the back of her neck. He looked at her and saw the most peaceful and content smile on her face. Only Naruto knew how much that smile meant to him. Last night was something he wouldn't forget in a long time. It was his first date. He felt much lighter as he looked down at her heart-shaped face. Then he noticed her naturally pink lips that he loved. Slowly, he lowered his head and gently pecked her lips with his own. He did not expect Kasumi to kiss him back. Kasumi Uzumaki had opened her eyes and saw Naruto look at her with a smile. She beamed up looking at his face. The deep azure color of the iris in his eyes were as piercing as ever. She put her hands against his chest and slowly rubbed it. He smiled seeing her little action of affection. "Ohio Naru," Kasumi said as she slowly kissed the lips of her boyfriend in a deep entranced kiss. As they separated, Naruto was still smiling and traced her cheeks with his fingers as she purred. He loved it when she did that. "Ohio Sumi," Naruto said as he pulled her closer. Naruto said as the smile on his face refused to leave his frame. Such was the heartfelt moment whenever they were near. He thanked Kami for giving him such a person in his life, especially after he had lost his last immediate family. "Do you want to get up now?" "Mo," she pouted cutely. "Do you want to get rid of me Naru?" she asked with her eyes becoming widened. This was her puppy eyes. No one could ever refuse that. "I never want to be away from you Sumi," Naruto said as he captured her lips once more in a heated kiss. Soon enough, Kasumi's mouth opened and gave Naruto to enter her mouth. Tongues wrestled in dominance, heat spread throughout their bodies and heartbeats increased to the point one could hear them if they were silent enough. As they exchanged their loves as the tongues caressed each other, Naruto had unknowingly put his hand on her chest. His hand fell on the right mound of Kasumi's developing C-cup breast. Out of sheer instinct he squeezed it a bit and a loud moan came from Kasumi. Her voice only served to rile him up more. A sensation he had never felt before. Every nerve in his body was screaming at him to continue what he was doing. To touch her more, to hear her moan and to taste her. However, as soon as they had come they had also left. Naruto felt a jolt of shock in his body. It felt like someone had hit his body with a Raiden jutsu. He stopped and saw that Kasumi was blushing heavily while her breathing had become heavy. Her chest was heaving up and down a bit. And slowly it decreased. "I'm sorry," Naruto said as he got up from his lying position and sat up. He went to the edge of the bed's side from his view. He sighed. He knew this would happen sooner or later, but not this soon. The plan he had devised had worked. What Naruto did was place a genjutsu on himself. Anytime his body would cross the natural limit of his restraint, the genjutsu would activate and precise, short jolts of electricity would course throughout his entire body. Thus he made sure that he wouldn't be able to continue his carnal glory. This may seem extreme to some people, but he knew how precious and fragile Kasumi was. To him, seeing tears on her eyes would be compared to large waterfalls raining down from the sky that would shatter everything in contact. He would not have his selfish and carnal desires to take advantage of her. Only when she wanted. She was the world to him and he'd be damned if he chose himself over her. The genjutsu had worked and he would have to place another one on himself again. "Naru," Kasumi whimpered out as she saw him whisk away from her. She would be lying if she said she didn't enjoy him touching her body intimately. More than one occasion she had thought of such perverse thoughts. Yet, at the same time she was a bit afraid. Not just because of how it might be painful for her, but there was also the incident which led to her coming here and living in his house. Mizuki had previously tried to rape her. She knew how and what exactly happened in the sack, how a girl changes after her first time. But her near first time was a near attempted rape. She still remembers the filthy hands of that traitor Chunin. The Chunin whose blood was on her hands, her fingers were once lined with the fluid that circulated from his heart. Even in death, that worthless pile of human garbage messed with her life. She sighed a bit and felt that heat between her legs decrease a bit. Whenever Naruto touched her, all her senses nearly went crazy. But today was different. She had never felt such an arousal before. And then it ended just as quickly as it had come. She scooted over to him and put her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly from behind. "It's okay Naru, I really am," Naruto said as he held her hands that were currently over his chest. He had tried to avoid this, but his raging teenage hormones were getting more out of hand lately. Genjutsu was the only option he had left. "You want to get some breakfast Sumi?" "Sure," she said as she loosened her grip a bit. She decided to make the mood a bit lighter. "Will we have ramen?" Naruto chuckled lightly. He knew she did that on purpose. It was so that he wouldn't feel down anymore. Just the mere action of what she had done had made him feel a bit better. "Sumi, I love you," he said as she smiled widely. Small little words that made her heart jump every time he said them. "But I will never have ramen for breakfast," he said with a deadpan expression, and Kasumi immediately face faulted. She was tricked again. This was one of the many times he had done this to her. One minute he was kind, considering and generally warm. The next minute, he would suddenly change into slave driver. Though, Kasumi was only thinking about his slave-driving methods of training. Seriously, who leaves a fresh out of the academy genin in the Forest of Death? Somewhere in Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death, Konohagakure no Sato. A purple-haired woman was enjoying a stick of dango. Then out of the sheer oddity of nature she sneezed. A sneeze that echoed throughout the whole forest. But the real tragedy came when the stick that pierced through the remaining 3 dango fell from her hand. Slowly, gravity acted on it. Plummeting downwards toward the earth, the kunoichi tried to reach for it, but soon enough the ground had made its appearance. The stick of dango fell on the ground as its remains scattered on the ground. She clawed the remains of the food as she held it up. Tears fell down her face. "Why, Kami, why?" she cried as she felt her heart being stabbed. "We had a deal. I kill the hubby pedo and you give me unlimited dango works. Is this punishment for all those years of sadism?" Hours later at Training Ground 7, Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto and Kasumi had finished their breakfast a long time ago and met up with their team. As usual, they had received missions that were made for ordinary civilians and not shinobis. The mere frustration of painting a fence could not be described with mere words. Especially, if it wasn't your own fence. After that they had continued on some team exercises and the rest of the team had begun water walking. Kasumi had learned it and both she along with Naruto asked Kakashi if they could have the day off since they really wanted to brush up their skills on fuinjutsu. All those scrolls shouldn't just be lying there under a well-protected seal. Kakashi thought about it for some time and was clearly messing with them when he was deep in thought as to how he could mess with them. Kakashi hummed in entrancing thought as he put a hand on his chin. His other hand had that all too familiar book, only this time it had a blue cover. Ika Ika Violence. Naruto merely glanced at the book. He was sure that this was the book that Kakashi had exchanged with Zabuza the demon. Naruto would lie if he said the stuff wasn't pretty deep. Naruto did read it before. Only Ika Ika Paradise once. And that was before Kasumi had moved in. The mere color of that book had reminded him of her and he thought it would be a good book considering that the author of the book was Jiraiya the Toad Sage, one of the Densetsu Sannin. Now imagine his surprise as the once romantic story turned out to be a full-blown, erotic smut. Honestly, the stuff that Jiraiya wrote could make even Itachi Uchiha blush up a storm. The details, the plot and everything else was just so clear. So clear that one could easily see the main character, Jiraiya, who was clearly not named after Jiraiya, and Tsunaya, who was clearly not named after Tsunade the female Sannin, engaging in heavy sexual activities. Naruto was in a sense glad that he had read it once before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to come to deal with the fact that he did harbor feeling for Kasumi. Now another thought crossed his mind. How did I have time to read Ika Ika Violence during my training years? He wasn't sure of it himself. At least he burned the book with a Kaden jutsu. If Kasumi had seen him with that book, he shuddered to think what she would do to him for reading stuff like that. He was pretty sure that some kunoichi considered it a personal mission when it came to destroying those books. Well, at least Kurenai Yuhi did. He remembered that clearly she had burned down an entire section of that rack that contained those divine books of smut and sex. Maybe you can go, Kakashi said as both genin had massive sweat drops on their heads. He then dived his nose into the binded book of smut again. So is that a yes or a no, sensei? Kasumi asked. By the log, she wanted to destroy that book. Did you say something? Kakashi said as he looked up from his book. The genin weren't even looking at him anymore. Both of them were rather talking with Sakura. Kakashi felt like someone had stabbed his heart with a rusty kunai. How could they ignore my signature jutsu? Kakashi had a major sweat drop on his head, but in reality he was crying in a manner so anguish even the Valley of the End seemed like a much more peaceful place considering the landmark's history. Wait, you're serious? Sakura asked with a newfound strength in her voice. Aha, Kasumi said as if it was the most casual thing in the world. She had that foxy grin on her face. I don't really see why you're really surprised by this, Sakura. Naruto said. He too had a light smile on his face. You are our teammate. It's only natural that some of your training should be done with us. Naruto was still a bit disappointed that he would have to share his training time with someone else other than Kasumi. Usually at the end of their training sessions they would engage in some sweat-drenched make-out sessions and normally he would be the one to carry her to the house in a bridal style. Not that he minded, he rather enjoyed that and always pictured older version of themselves doing that at one point in their lives. It seems that he did inherit some of that foolish matchmaking habits of his mother and aunt, in all but blood. The reason he agreed was because some of those sessions would get their hormones raging, and training Sakura seemed like a good way to distract from such thoughts and activities. Arigato Kasumi, Sakura said as she smiled. She looked at Sasuke, who merely scowled at her joy. Sakura Haruno was many things. She came from a civilian family. Her father was a chunin who had to retire because of a certain injury that had injured his leg to a great extent. He could never channel chakra into his right leg ever again, thus his hopes of becoming an elite Junin were snatched away from him. His wife Mebuki Haruno was on the civilian council. She too was one of the haters of the Kyuubi brat. Over time, her hatred had diminished and came to a conclusion that perhaps they were wrong about the child. Of course, not everyone on that thrice-damned council agreed with her. Sakura herself had turned a new leaf after seeing the vast improvement Kasumi had made ever since retaking the genin exams. Sakura was also determined to advance by leaps and bounds, just like the hyperactive, orange-wearing Kunoichi. Good thing for her, as her chakra control was unrivaled among her peers. Even Naruto had admitted to Kasumi that Sakura's chakra control was perfect considering they were merely genin, but the greatest downside was that her chakra reserves were very small. However, Naruto had then mentioned to Kasumi that hard work can always trump natural talent. Kasumi was a living example of that theory. Thus, they agreed that Sakura Haruno would be trained and be a better Kunoichi. She had decreased some of her fangirl tendencies but still had a long way to go, as a few moments ago she had looked to Sasuke Uchiha for approval. Kasumi was excited that Sakura would be training with them. True, they did not get along well back at the academy, but that was because she was blinded by the idea of looking for Sasuke's approval. The mission with Zabuza had changed her one-directional mind and showed that merely depending on others will not do. Naruto had agreed because not only did he want his teammate to become a better Kunoichi, but also because of his own selfish reasons. He knew that the Chunin exams would be coming soon enough. They were held twice a year, and he knew for a fact that the last Chunin exams had happened already and the new one was arriving soon. He shrewdly agreed so that their team had a better chance of reaching the finals. The sooner he became a Chunin the better. Don't worry about it, Sakura, Kasumi said as she noticed the scowl on the duck-butt-haired Uchiha's face. No way was she going to let this chance get away. Who knows, you may become even as strong as Tem over there, TT Ibeo. Naruto sighed. He knew why she said this. Sasuke was becoming more antisocial by the day. Ever since he awakened the Sharingan, his pride had boomed up even more. Honestly, how is it that two brothers from the same family be so different? Itachi was calm, collected and calculative. Never showed his emotions, controlled them to the extent that no one could ever understand as to how his mind exactly worked. Sasuke was talented, there was no doubt about that. His potential as the head clan of the Uchiha clan was also commendable. However, his arrogance and drive for revenge would one day be his downfall if he wasn't careful enough. Naruto was glad that his brothers weren't like that. Both of them were good people. Shisui had died probably for the sake of the village that he grew up in. Obito had died in the Third Great Ninja War to bring victory in the decisive battle. Yes, no brother of Naruto was a genocidal, mass-murdering psychopath bent on destroying the world or controlling everyone on it. Somewhere in a mountain, northern outskirts of Otogakure, a man wearing an orange mask stood alone in the dark, unforgiving cave filled with darkness. He wore a black cloak patterned with red clouds that covered his entire body from the neck down all the way to his heels. He had spiky, raven hair, and orange swirl-shaped mask had a single eye hole on it. He stood there as his lone crimson eye with 3 tomo surrounded the black dot in the center of his iris. There was no one else here. Only him and him alone. For a long time this has been an experience for him. He had long rejected the world and everything else in it. Too much hatred was flowing in this world and he would be the one to stop it. No more winners, no more losers. A world where everyone would. Achoo. The man sneezed as the noise of his reflexive act echoed throughout the cave. Someone must be talking about me. Probably Pain. Meanwhile, back at the plot at Training Ground 7. What? Sakura said as she felt embarrassed at the comparison Kasumi made with her and Sasuke. I'm serious, Kasumi said aloud, making sure that Sasuke heard every single word. You're going to be a badass Kunoichi in no time. The Uchiha universal grunt was heard. 3 of the 4 genin looked at the latter with each of their expressions being varied. Sakura had a downcast look on her face. She knew that she wasn't as strong as Sasuke, nor did she have the potential. In her mind she was merely a child of two civilians, whereas Sasuke had hailed from the mightiest of the Uchiha clan and the two from the main house. Of course, it was just the Uchiha clan now, considering there were only 3 people left from the clan. Once more the masked man from the deathly glooming cave sneezed once more, only he was pissed this time. Kasumi gritted her teeth at the Tem. She didn't like him before, and being on the same team as him only served to make her resent him even more. From the time she spent with Naruto she had learned that Sasuke wasn't always an ass, but he did show behavior that he had the proverbial stick up his ass like the 85% of his clan. But he had fully embraced hatred for his brother, and that's what made him reject everyone and merely stick to his path of vengeance. When she asked Naruto whether he hated Itachi, Naruto replied that he didn't know. But he did state that Itachi would receive one hell of a pounding for killing Makoto. When asked what he would do if he were in Sasuke's place, Naruto gave a reply that had both an answer and no clear solution. Would I be able to kill my brother? The last of my family? Naruto himself was a bit disappointed at how Sasuke's behavior was turning out. It was starting to become like that of his father's Fugaku Uchihas. The man was a good shinobi and a strict police chief, but he was far too reserved for his own good. He had banked his pride on Itachi while he always made comparisons between his 2 sons. That's what led to Sasuke becoming a bit obsessed with catching up to Itachi even as a child. It was a good ambition, but all of that changed when Itachi had murdered all of the Uchiha clan. If this kept up, then Sasuke would be losing his head sooner than he kills Itachi. The activation of his Sharingan only fueled his arrogance even more. In short, Sasuke was on a path that would not end well for him. Tem, Kasumi said as she gritted her teeth. How many times have I told you not to do that? She asked with a seething anger. Naruto was mentally glad she didn't go into the orange menace mode. Urusei, Sasuke said as if he didn't care. Your optimism makes me sick sometimes. Sakura may be a good kunoichi, but to say that someone as pathetically as weak as her will reach my level was fucking rubbish. Silence. That is what resonated within Training Ground 7. Even Kakashi, whose face was so dived into the blue-binded book of smut, had come out his comfort zone to hear the brutal remark Sasuke had just made. Sakura teared up. Her green irided-clad eyes were threatening to leak out tears. Kasumi tried to reach for her teammate and friend, but soon enough she ran. Kasumi once more looked at Sasuke with a glare that could kill. She didn't bother calling the bastard for what he was, in her eyes. She ran after Sakura. She needed to help her teammate for the moment. As soon as the 2 kunoichi disappeared, the tension in the atmosphere had shifted. Kakashi Hatake had a serious expression on his face. This expression was not seen since the Land of Waves. His lone onyx eye observed the raven-haired genin. He had to make sure that Sasuke Uchiha's pride didn't increase too much to make him fly far enough only to fall down. But even he knew that it might be a bit late. Kakashi remembered his past self when he looked at Sasuke. Rookie of the Year, naturally talented, no-nonsense personality, always thinking of the mission goal more than anything else. Seeking strength to improve oneself. Get up to the top of the food chain. Yes, he was a perfect copy of Kakashi during his genin days. That is exactly what Kakashi feared the most. He didn't want another person to end up like his past self. Kakashi had lost his father as young boy. The suicide by Tsukumo, the White Fang, Hatake had left quite the scar on the silver-haired Junin. A scar that did not heal until he had nearly lost everything. He lost his teammates. Obito had died under a rock and bequeathed upon him his legacy, the Sharingan in his left eye. He had made Kakashi adapt his Nindo, to never choose the mission over their own comrades. He had killed Rin Nohara himself after she willing stood in the path of his Chidori, 1000 birds. The Raiden Jutsu made by Kakashi had pierced her chest and killed the person who was forced to be the Sanbi Jinchuriki. Then months after that, he had lost his sensei Minato Namikaze in the Kyuubi attack. His wife Kushina, who would sometimes comfort him during his tumultuous time, had also lost her life. Their legacy was alive and under his watch. Obito's brother was alive and he too was under his watch. Kakashi would be damned before he lost the last 2 links to the people who were close to him. However, he also would not let favoritism get in the way. The reason he could not train the team properly was because of his duties as an elite Junin. While he was sure that Naruto knew, he had often left them with Shadow Clone as he would go to take part in rank missions. Now however he had duties as a Junin sensei. Sasuke, Kakashi said as he eyed the heir of the Dojutsu-wielding clan. Never speak like that to your teammates again. Why should I? Sasuke said in retaliation. Why should I treat them like my equals? Especially that screeching fangirl of all people. She should just give up now and leave this team. Regardless of what you think, you don't make those decisions, Sasuke. Kakashi said with a stern tone. And I wasn't requesting you to behave like that. I was telling you. Whatever. Sasuke brushing off the words of the copy ninja as if it were dust on his clothes. His onyx eyes now landed on the other person who was present there. Naruto Uchiha. Sasuke looked at him for some time. More specifically at the look he was giving him. A face that showed no emotions at all, unless Kasumi was around. Naruto had that same damned expression as Itachi, and Sasuke hated that. Even now, he felt the same presence he felt whenever Itachi was around. A feeling of being outshined every time, no matter how far he goes or how hard he trains. How could someone like Naruto, who grew up being ostracized by both the clan and the civilian villagers in general, grow up not being affected by it? He had lost his parents, his brothers, yet here he stood, strong and resolute while not wavering before the test of time. He even had Kasumi Uzumaki, who lived with him, loved him, and would no doubt be there for him when he would be down. Why is he so strong? How can he grow so strong even with all the things that were thrown his way? Sasuke closed his eyes and activated his Sharingan. The onyx irides in his eyes became replaced with crimson orbs that had a black opaque center in them. 2 tomo in the left eye and a single tomo in the right eye. They weren't rotating. They wouldn't rotate unless all 3 tomo were present. Naruto merely looked at Sasuke as if he were passing by. The mood swings this boy had was starting to annoy him now. Kakashi sighed and spoke once more. Any specific reason to why you activated your Sharingan, Sasuke? The masked Junin asked the Uchiha in question. That's none of your concern, Kakashi. Sasuke said as his eyes were fixated on Naruto. Naruto Uchiha simply stared at Sasuke. He was trying to figure out what exactly Sasuke was trying to pull off here. Then it clicked. He remembered it now. He was supposed to have a spar with Sasuke. Naruto had nearly forgotten about it. Is that why Sasuke was so pissed? Maybe not. Naruto, do you remember what I said yesterday? Sasuke asked as he had a smirk on his face. This wasn't a smirk of arrogance. No, this indicated excitement on some levels. Uchiha in general had a thirst for battles. It was why they were considered one of the most proficient and deadliest clans during the time of the Warring States. Hi, I do, Naruto said as looked at his sensei, brother figure. Sensei. Sasuke had asked for a spar yesterday. We're going to start now. That was sudden. Kakashi said, are you sure you two want to fight? Yes, Sasuke replied immediately as both of them looked at the genin. I want to see how far I've come along. This is going to be a good test. Okay then, I'll be sitting there and reading this helpful book, Kakashi said in a nonchalant manner. Now this action got both genin to sweat drop and look at their sensei with deadpan expressions, who was smiling at them. Don't worry, if anything happens I'll be here to stop the whole skirmish. Arigato sensei, Naruto said and looked around for a bit. He didn't see Kasumi anywhere, nor could he feel her near here. Say sensei, what is it, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Naruto stopped before sighing once more. His curiosity was getting the better of him. Is violence better than paradise? Sasuke merely stared at the two in confusion. Violence, paradise, are they some sort of codes related to jutsu? Or are they Anbu codes? It must be pretty important if... All of Sasuke's thoughts were shattered when Kakashi suddenly started crying tears of joy from his lone eye. What the heck is going on? Naruto. The Junin sobbed before speaking once more. I'm so proud of you. At least someone understands the importance of these books. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get the new one. Sasuke got annoyed. The two before him were talking about smut. He gritted through his teeth. How could they be doing this? At a time like this? I think it would be better if you didn't, sensei. Naruto said as the image of a certain blonde-haired girl came into his mind. Her hair bangs covered the eyes as the hair itself was menacingly floating around. I really don't want to die young. Meh, Naruto. Didn't know someone could get whipped at such a young age. Kakashi said, and Naruto felt a little embarrassed. I mean, come on, sure he was afraid of Kasumi when she went into that mode. It wasn't like she had him wrapped around her fingers. Who the fuck am I kidding? I am whipped, Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Soon enough, Kakashi had stepped away, but Naruto had gotten the signal Kakashi had sent with his eye. A narrow look followed by a soft one. Don't hurt him too bad. Naruto merely bobbed his head lightly, To Sasuke it seemed that Naruto was shaking his head at Kakashi's words. Naruto then turned to Sasuke, whose focus was entirely on the fight. I just realized something, Sasuke said as he took the stance of the Uchiha Interceptor Fist. A style that Naruto knew all too well. Every stance, every kata, every little movement depended on well-timed counters. Hence the name Interceptor Fist. What would that be? Naruto said as he still didn't activate his Sharingan. He took the Interceptor Fist stance as well. Let's see how Sasuke fares against me in this way. This is the first time we are actually going to spar, Sasuke said as he narrowed his eyes on Naruto. He didn't activate his Sharingan. Is he looking down on me? Indeed. Let's see how this spar goes, Sasuke. Naruto said as he merely stood still. He would not be the one to attack. He wasn't that foolish. Besides, this would also tell him how much patience Sasuke had. 15 seconds. 30 seconds. 45 seconds. Damn, you attack already, Sasuke said out loud. Naruto instead broke the stance and merely sat down. Naruto was also seeing how Sasuke handles his temper well. That's it, not that well apparently, Naruto thought as he saw Sasuke going straight towards him and launched a fist at Naruto. Naruto backflipped and avoided the fist that hit the ground. That was good timing. He's fast as Sumi, so he's naturally faster than her. Maybe I've been going easy on her easily. Naruto once more caught an incoming fist which belonged to Sasuke. He then twisted his arm a little and hit Sasuke's chest with his open palm. Sasuke did feel the effects of the open palm striking his thoracic area. The blow was a bit heavier than he expected. That blow was much harder than it should be. Sasuke thought, he doesn't have weights, so why are his punches packing so much force? He doesn't seem the type to rely on his fists alone. Sasuke thought before once more engaging in a taijutsu fight once more. Both were exchanging blows, as each of their respective moves cancelled out one another. Sasuke was smiling during the fight, something that Naruto picked up on. As each punch and kick were being negated, Naruto decided to crank it up a bit. He jumped back and made the ram seal. Is it a jutsu? Sasuke said as he couldn't see any chakra build up in his system. Then he saw symbols forming around to cover his body. Kai, Naruto said as his clothes moved a bit and the wind around him picked up and thrust around. Sasuke thought it was some type of Fuden jutsu, but there was no build-up of chakra at all. Naruto then began stretching and performed a few sit-ups. Sorry, it's been some time since I decreased my body weights. Sasuke merely looked at him with wide eyes. He was wearing weights this whole time. Sasuke screamed in his mind. He too had known about weights, but most of them were physical weights made of wood with chakra receptors on them. He then remembered Naruto being a bit talented in Fuinjutsu. Weight seals, I should have known. Then Naruto disappeared in front of his eyes. Slowly Sasuke felt a very inhuman chill run down his spine. He knew there was someone behind him. Sasuke couldn't turn around. He wanted to run. All his battle instincts told him to flee from the position he was standing, but he couldn't. The sheer thick intensity of the killing intent that was emanated into the air was truly terrifying. For a moment Sasuke felt he was touched by death as he felt a shoulder on his hands. Is that it? A voice said. The voice belonged to Naruto Uchiha. He was looking at Sasuke in a disappointed manner, though Sasuke didn't know it. Naruto was wondering if he should just stick to taijutsu or kick it up a few notches. All of his options depended on Sasuke's reaction to what he would do next. You're not strong enough. Not yet anyway, weakling, Naruto said in cold, unforgiving voice. Make no mistake, some part of the cold Uchiha shinobi he had become was still there. He just hid it very well. Let's see what you will do now, Sasuke. If there was anything that Sasuke hated more than Itachi Uchiha in this shinobi world, it was being called weak. Ever since he began his steps to becoming a shinobi, his father would constantly compare him to his perfect older brother. No way was anyone calling him weak again. Why you? Sasuke yelled as he turned around to punch Naruto, only to get decked across the field. The force behind the fist was brutal, as Naruto knew that some of Sasuke's teeth would be rattling. It was a lesson he needed to learn. Sometimes fighting head-on, arrogantly without a plan against a stronger opponent resulted in suicide. Sasuke needed to learn that lesson, easy way or hard way. Not good enough, Sasuke, Naruto said as he slowly walked towards the duck-butt-haired Uchiha. You need to learn when to give up. So what will you do? Never, Sasuke spat out. I am not weak. I am an Uchiha. I was born to be a warrior. There is no way I am going to go down in a fight without trying. Whether it is against you or anyone else, Sasuke said as his Sharingan eyes were fixed on Naruto. Naruto grunted out of annoyance. It seemed that the heir to the clan still did not understand the problem he was in. Such confidence. But, do you have the necessary skills to back your words? Naruto asked with a bored expression on his face. He wanted to see not only if Sasuke could think that far ahead but also as to how far he can go. Stand still and find out, Sasuke said and weaved through hand seals at a speed that most genin could only dream of. Of course Naruto was no ordinary genin. Those hand seals were the Uchiha rite of passing, a jutsu that the clan was all too famous for. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke said the attack of his name as a red fireball spewed forth from his mouth and was rushing towards Naruto, who looked bored. Kaden jutsu of that level, Naruto said as he made the single Tora hand seal, won't help you against me. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Naruto said before unleashing his own similar jutsu. However, the differences could not be more clearer. It was burning with a brighter orange color and the size of the sphere of fire was much more larger than Sasuke's own as Naruto's jutsu devoured Sasuke's own. The orange fireball then rushed towards Sasuke, who got away after realizing that his jutsu would soon be overpowered. He rushed towards the tree and was planning out his next move. Kuso. Sasuke cursed inside his mind. His Kaden is stronger than mine, but there has to be some weakness. Something I haven't seen yet. Sasuke watched as Naruto looked towards the tree. Sasuke was in for a moment. He saw that Naruto's eyes flashed red. Shit, he knows where I am. Sasuke then rushed over to another tree but was halted in his path. In front of him stood a pale woman who was hunched over. Her jet black hair covered her face entirely as she crawled towards Sasuke at a slow and menacing pace. Sasuke realized this was not real. Something like this could not be real. He made the ram hand seal and channeled chakra. Kai. The genjutsu did not dispel as the woman still crawled towards him. The distance between them decreasing. Kai. Useless. Kai. The woman was near him now. The hair on her face moved away with the flowing wind. No skin was there on her face. Just the stinking odor of rotting flesh. Maggots crawled out of her mouth. Her eye sockets were empty as she smoked out her breaths that stank of death. She then started to chew on Sasuke's face. The skin beneath his lower lip was torn off as he scooted back away in pain. This isn't real, Sasuke yelled as the woman was crawling once more. Kai, Kai, Kai. The world shattered away as he fell from the branch on the ground. Naruto was still looking at him as if he was a fly. He was a fly. Right now Naruto had beaten him with a single genjutsu. Sasuke needed to control his chakra more and the genjutsu he was inflicted with was quite a handful. The pain that he felt was surreal. Sasuke was unconsciously touching the part which had been bitten off in the genjutsu. Ayatsu Sharingan, Coercion Sharingan. Naruto said. He then walked towards Sasuke, who was still on his knees on the grassy ground. Do you know that genjutsu, Sasuke? Sasuke was still breathing a bit heavily. The experience of it was a nightmare. I could have simply used a Magen, demonic illusion or genjutsu, Sharingan to slow you down or knock you out. I used Ayatsu so that you can learn something today, Naruto said in a nonchalant manner. Learn? What exactly? Sasuke said as his breathing steadied a bit. Learning that there is a time to fight and a time to walk away. I wanted to see if you could control your emotions after I called you a weakling, Naruto said as he looked down at Sasuke, who merely seethed at his words. You fell for the bait and ended up attacking me. You did, however, break through my killing intent. That was a good feat. Then again, I haven't exactly used it in a long time. But still you're good, no doubt, because of the fact of the endless hours you've trained. Of that there is no doubt. Sasuke smirked a little at his words. He was a bit happy that someone was acknowledging his skills. Naruto was the first person to appreciate his skills as a shinobi. He didn't look at him like an Uchiha. He accepted the raw comment he made. However, your emotional control is horrible, Naruto said. Whenever you are called weak or Itachi Uchiha is brought up, you lose your temper. See, you're doing it now. Sasuke was indeed glaring at Naruto with the Sharingan activated, no less. You need to control your temper, Sasuke. You want revenge. I can never really understand the pain you're going through. My father had died before I was born. My mother had died in front of me when she was sick. I never got to see the dead bodies of my elder brothers. However, I do know what it is like to lose your family. so I do understand some of the things that go through your mind. However, you shouldn't let anger or vengeance cloud your reason. Otherwise, you will never last against someone like Itachi. Naruto said. Every word he said was true and Sasuke knew it. When it came to his parents he did lose his temper more quickly than he could imagine. You can't exactly blame him for that. Watching your own parents being killed by your loving elder brother for 72 hours straight is bound to mess up a person. Also another thing, Sasuke. This time Naruto activated his Sharingan to emphasize the seriousness of his voice. You need to kick down your confidence a bit. What you said to Sakura was very demeaning. Just because she is not from a shinobi clan, doesn't mean that you should berate her like that. I've noticed that ever since you awakened your Sharingan you've gotten too arrogant. Make no mistake, Sasuke, you'll end up dead sooner than you think. Urusei, Sasuke said as he tried to stand up a bit. He was still wobbling a bit. Damn his genjutsu. Sasuke was still reeling from the effects of it. What the hell do you mean by that? The Sharingan is the ultimate Kekkei Genkai. It doesn't have any weaknesses. It has a lot of weaknesses. I can tell you from experience. Naruto shot down Sasuke's point. The Sharingan does have its limits. You just haven't been in that situation yet. I hope that you will apologize to Sakura for what you did today. We are a team after all. Now come on, let's get you to the hospital. Naruto said as he put his hand forward. I don't need help, Sasuke said. I can get there fine. Sasuke said and immediately contradicted himself as he felt the weaknesses of the chakra expulsion he had done. He still needed to work on that badly. He felt someone grab his arm and saw that it was flung over Naruto's shoulder. You can complain about this all you want later. But now let's get you to the hospital first. Kami knows Miko Obaa-chan would chew me out in the afterlife if I didn't help you. Naruto said as he smiled a bit. Sasuke too smiled but he hid it. He didn't want Naruto to see it. He smiled because he remembered his mother. No matter what happened she was always there. She always supported him. She would always make his day brighter. She was kind soul. Even Naruto knew that and Sasuke was a bit glad that someone else remembered her except him. Kakashi merely smiled at the entire event. He watched the two genin disappear in a shunshin. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Well, at least they'll get along better than we think. 1 week later, main town, Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto Uchiha was walking at a moderate pace with Kasumi Uzumaki. They both had ice cream in their hands and were walking at a close distance. Of course they would have held hands had it not been for the three brats that were there with him. Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon. The three academy students were walking with them with their own ice creams in hand. Naruto was a bit annoyed at their behavior. They kept talking, running, complaining and even whining at times. He was legitimately starting to hate kids. He wondered if all kids are like this. He was pretty sure that he wasn't so annoying as a child. Then a thought came across his mind. Oh Kami. Naruto conjured up worrying thoughts as he kept his face on neutral mode. What if my kids are like Kasumi? What if they wear that hideous orange garb? Ah, Naruto was screaming inside his mind as he noticed that Kasumi had asked him something. Okay Naruto, you got this, don't worry. Just say yes and it will be okay. Yes, Naruto said without knowing just what he had said yes to. See, Kono, I told you that all ninjas should wear orange. Kasumi said and Naruto merely sweat dropped at his own blunder. He really needed to stop dazing off into his own thoughts so much. Just like he was doing now. Then he noticed that Konohamaru was running from Kasumi, who was 3 steps away from going into menace mode. He needed to defuse the bomb before it went out. Then he noticed that Konohamaru fell down around the corner of the turn they were about to take. A teenager wearing a full-body cat suit with strange purple makeup on his face was standing there. He had a strange device on his back that was moderately large and was wrapped in bandages. There was another teenage girl standing with him. She had a darker shade of blonde hair that was done in 4 ponytails. She had battle fan on her back. She was wearing a light lavender battle kimono with fishnet underneath it along with a skirt that came up to her knees. She also had teal eyes. Her chest was also quite developed. Just around the same size as Kasumi's, however she was probably a year or 2 older than them. Naruto however saw the Hita 8 they carried. Suna. Naruto thought. This only meant that the Chunin exams had officially arrived. That must have been the reason Kakashi had left in a hurry. He did notice that the masked Junin was staring intently at a carrier bird in the morning during their team training session, which went rather well considering Sasuke had apologized to Sakura after one hell of a tongue lashing from Kasumi. Now he focused on the two foreigners before him. Gaki, the makeup man said as he picked up Konohamaru by the collar. Apologize for running into me. Kankuro let the brat go. The girl said as her eyes scanned the two Konoha genin. She smirked when she saw Naruto and had a light blush on her face as he noticed his smooth, spiky raven-colored hair and his facial features. Give me a second, Temari. The teen known as Kankuro said. I just want to teach the brat some manners. Oi miss, Kasumi said as she pointed her finger at Kankuro. Let him down, you weird chick. Temari couldn't help but snicker at her words. Hey, Kankuro said, a bit angry at the comment. I'm a guy, Kasumi was a bit shocked. Then why are you wearing makeup? She asked genuinely, and this time Kankuro was a bit red with embarrassment. Temari this time giggled at him openly. The kids, even Konohamaru, was laughing at him. Naruto did not. He felt 5 other chakra signatures nearby. 3 of them were hiding in the rooftop a bit away from them. 2 were in the tree. One was Sasuke, the other one he didn't know. But the chakra signature was unstable and large. It was a bit unnerving if he was honest to himself. It's not makeup, it's war paint. Kankuro replied. Whatever, I'm just gonna teach this brat some. Kankuro never got to finish his sentence as he felt something sharp on his neck. Another Naruto was standing behind him with a kunai being placed perfectly to rupture a vein. Kage Bunshin, was the collective thoughts of the 8 genin in that place. I highly suggest you put Sandaime-sama's grandson down. Naruto's clone said as the Sunagaku residence's eyes widened. Kankuro did put down Konohamaru as he was told. The clone dispelled and the real Naruto spoke up this time. Come out of that tree, Sasuke. I know you're there. Soon enough, at Naruto's words, Sasuke did come down. He was a bit more cooperative after last week's lesson. It was a good thing too. You as well, hider in the trees. Then a boy with red hair came down from the tree. He was a bit shorter than everyone else there, except Kasumi and the kids. He had teal irides, a pale complexion and black bags surrounding his eyelids from the lack of sleep. He was wearing clothing reminiscent of the hidden village from Kei's no Kuni. He also had a tattoo over his left eye with the kanji for love. He also had an emotionless expression on his face. His chakra reserves were boastful though. That, and he had a gourd on his back. Gee Gaara, Kankuro spluttered out as a look of fear and worry came over his face. Kankuro, the shinobi known as Gaara said. Stop embarrassing our village here. Kankuro and Temari merely stepped back as Gaara locked his eyes on the 3 Konoha shinobi. Who are you 3? Residents of this village, Naruto said. Something was off about this guy. Clearly. Gaara replied. What are your names? What for? Sasuke said this time. Besides, what are shinobi from Suna doing here? Don't you know? Temari asked the 3 of them. The Chunin exams, Naruto said as both Konoha genin stared at him. Since you are here, it only makes sense that the Chunin exams are going to be held here. If that's correct, then other shinobi from foreign villages must be here as well. You're right there, Kankuro said as he looked at him with a glare. I got my eye on you at the exams. Naruto gave the grunt as Sasuke approved with a smirk and Kasumi pouted. You're not worth the effort. What did you say? Kankuro said as he reached for the bandaged appendage on his back. Kankuro, Gaara said in a threatening tone. Stop it, or I'll kill you myself. This got quite the effect on the full-body suit-wearing genin. Naruto merely looked at a building. He needed to get eyes there as well. What are your names, may I ask? Gaara asked in gruff tone. Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said as he looked at Gaara with a spark of a fight in his eyes. Kasumi Uzumaki, remember the name of the person who's gonna kick all your butts, Ibane. Kasumi proclaimed and everyone simply stared at her. Gaara then looked at Naruto with intent eyes. His teal-colored eyes were trying to figure what the blue-eyed teen was trying to figure out. Well, what's your name, cutie? Temari asked as she broke the silence, looking at Naruto, who merely sighed. He could see that Kasumi was a bit pissed at Temari for calling him that. Now imagine how I feel when every guy leers at you, Naruto thought as he glanced at Kasumi. He then looked to Gaara, who seemed to be running out of patience. Naruto Uchiha, Naruto replied. He was not taking his eyes off Gaara. His danger senses about this guy were not decreasing at all. I see, you interest me, Naruto Uchiha. Gaara said. I don't like guys, Naruto said as a wind flew by. Nobody said a word as everyone simply stared at him in deafening silence. I didn't mean that, Gaara said with a monotonous voice. Then stop saying weird stuff like that. Naruto said. He then turned around. See you at the exams, Gaara. Let's go, Sumi. Naruto said as he took Kasumi's hands into his own and disappeared in a shunshin. The three Sand siblings walked away and Sasuke found himself in a bit of a bind. Hey duck butt, Konohamaru said as Sasuke's eyebrow twitched. Take us to the Sarutobi clan compounds. Damn you Naruto, you did this on purpose. Sasuke scowled in his mind. When I get my hands on that fuck, I'll make him pay me with a jutsu for this. 3 days later at the Konoha Academy. The team consisting of 4 genin had made it past the second floor and were walking when they heard a voice stop them. Please wait, a voice said. They turned around to find a boy just around as old as them. He had a bowl haircut, wore green spandex and had bandages around his arms. He also had the biggest eyebrows that anybody had ever seen. Naruto couldn't help but remember a certain green spandex wearing classmate from his brother Obito's generation. The description matched but the age didn't. Despite his appearance, the guy was strong. Naruto knew it. He could feel that the guy was a hard worker, even though he couldn't feel any trace amounts of chakra on him. The group of 4 had previously seen him on the second floor trying to plead with the not-so-well-disguised Eternal Chunins who guarded the Genjutsu door, which was clearly a screen to decrease more students. Thank you for waiting, the genin said. Okay, but what do you want, bushy brows? Kasumi said, immediately giving the unnamed genin a name she thought best. You see, the bowl-haired boy blushed and looked at Sakura and suddenly had flowers in his hands from Kami knows where. Please accept my love, Sakura-chan. He then gave a nice guy pose as he showed a thumbs up and his teeth sparkled. Everyone noticeably cringed at his posture. Naruto was already trying to release the genjutsu. It wasn't working. Sakura said, no way I'm going to fall for someone like you. I like Sasuke-kun. To add more emphasis, she even gave Sasuke a one-sided hug. Sasuke didn't complain. 1, because he didn't want to be a jerk immediately, and 2, Kakashi had punished Sasuke by making Sasuke read Ika for an entire day, the whole day. Needless to say, it was confirmed that Sasuke Uchiha was not a closet gay. Everyone was somewhat glad at that revelation while he himself had fumed at their reactions. No, the spandex-wearing genin exclaimed. I see, Sakura-chan. Then I will fight for your love, he said as he took the Goken stance and looked at Sasuke. Naruto realized the deadliness of the stance and was pretty sure this guy's sensei was a youthful person. I challenge you, Sasuke Uchiha. The boy said. My name is Rock Lee, the handsome green wild beast of Konoha. No thanks, Sasuke said as he was going to walk away. Is that so? Lee said. I expected more from the Uchiha clan. I never thought that users of the Sharingan would walk away so easily. That was a low blow. But that was the point. You know what? Just for that, Sasuke was going to finish, but Naruto raised his hand in front of the former. Calm down, Sasuke. It's clear that he wants to gauge your strength. And from the looks of it, he may be stronger than you. Naruto said as he eyed Lee intently. What? The same response came from the other 3 genin. This fashion disaster was stronger than Sasuke. How in what hellish illusion was that possible? Lee was a bit surprised that his weak display image was shattered by the other Uchiha. The blue-eyed one. You are Naruto Uchiha, Lee said, the other last Uchiha of Konoha. Would like to engage in a spar with me? Rock Lee, as much as I would like to trade blows, I can't, Naruto said casually. Besides, wouldn't it be better if we fought in the tournament? He said and waited for a moment as Lee took up that pose once more. Yosh, Lee said as his teeth sparkled once more. We shall fight in the exams then, Naruto-san. May our flames of youth burn bright. Don't call me with the san again, Naruto said as all of them cringed again. Just call me Naruto, and don't say those flame things again. It seems that someone is unyouthful. A voice made itself known. The voice came from behind the other 3 genin. It was a clone of Lee. Only older, more spandexier, more bushier browed as Kasumi thought. More, does the author dare say it, youthful. The 3 genin were shocked to see the man standing behind them. They didn't even feel their presence. Gai Ni-san, Naruto said as he watched Might Guy behind them. Well, if it isn't Naruto-kun, Might Guy said as he ruffled the young Uchiha's hair. Naruto didn't mind honestly. These people were former comrades of his brother. Therefore they were a part of his past. You've grown up quite well. No doubt you're strong as well. Let us see how youthful your flames can be. He too did the nice guy pose as Lee joined him. God, my textual eyes hurt imagining the scene. Naruto didn't say anything and was merely looking away. He then looked at Guy and spoke. Gomen, did you say something? Naruto asked. Might Guy's frame turned white and shattered before him. Damn that Kakashi and his hip attitude. Guy proclaimed. To think that my eternal rival would pass on such a trait to his students is most unyouthful. Wait, rivals? Sakura asked. Your rivals with sensei? That's right, Guy said. In fact, in all of our spars I have the lead of 49 wins while he has 48. He said as the other genin were a bit shocked at his words. Naruto knew Guy was strong, unbelievably so at a ridiculous level that shamed taijutsu masters. However, some of their spars, from what he learned from Kakashi, weren't spars at all. Guy-sensei, Lee proclaimed as tears fell from his eyes. That is such a great achievement. I too shall defeat them and keep up your legacy. Lee, Guy said as he too cried manly tears. You are the most youthful student anyone could ever hope for. Naruto immediately sunshined out of there. Near the main hallway, Kakashi was reading his smut as usual. Shizuru-chan is quite the masochist here. Kakashi said out loud as he giggled at the contents of the book that had sacred texts of smut. He then noticed that Naruto had come running near him and was catching his breath. What's wrong, Naruto? Where are the others? Might Guy and his mini-clone arrived? Naruto said as he sat down on the floor. They were probably going to do that sunset genjutsu. Kakashi shivered as he thought of that. The one genjutsu he could never break out of. The Sandaime Hokage had even labeled it as kinjutsu. The other genin on his team must be suffering right now. You left your comrades behind, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Hey, I am willing to give up my life for them. But I am not going to see that sight in my eyes, ever. Period. Naruto said. Well, let's just hope that they aren't too scarred by the experience. Kakashi said. So what do you think of the competition, Naruto? Only one stood out. Gaara from Sunagakur. Naruto said. The Kage's son, huh? Kakashi said. So he is Rasa no Subaku's son. That must mean he is a sand user like the other previous Kage as well. Naruto sighed. There's something wrong with that guy. I don't know what it is. Well, the Chunin exams are always interesting. Who knows what lies in for all of you? Kakashi said. He then saw that all of his teammates arrived, albeit muttering something about sunsets, and I can't unsee that. I was wrong, they were scarred. Kakashi thought. Thank the log I wasn't there. Naruto thought. He then looked at the door. His next step as a shinobi lied just beyond that door. I am glad all of you made it. Kakashi said with an eye smile as all the genin smiled and smirked. Remember, you faced Zabuza and came out of it. Not many genin can claim that. But make sure that you don't underestimate the competition. Now go there and make me proud. The four genin then walked towards the door. This tournament is a step closer to becoming stronger. Sasuke thought as he smirked. I need to get stronger. I'll prove that I can be better. Sakura thought. Sugoi. Kasumi screamed in her mind. First Chunin, then Junin, and then finally Gigi will give me that hat. Nissan became Chunin at his first try. Let's see if I am as good as you were at this age. Naruto thought. And then the doors of the room had been opened. Location. At the entrance of Training Ground 44, aka the Forest of Death, Konohagakure no Sato. Several teams of genin stood near the restricted area. The area in question was a large forest that had a menacing outlook to it. Just from a sheer glance, anyone could tell that the forest promised pain, horror, and death itself. The genin that had entered the room of the first exam had been lessened, but still not down to the figure that the proctor of the second exam wanted. The proctor of this section of the exams was Konoha's self-proclaimed, the incredible and sexy, Anko Mitarashi. While everyone would be a fool to deny the latter part of her statement, which was backed up significantly by the voluptuous figure and scanty clothes that the woman wore, the former characteristic was one that could be argued upon easily. She was a pure sadist, and one that took too much fun in torturing, and in some cases teasing, people. She had, as usual, arrived much earlier than she should have at the first exam and saw that her superior Ibiki Morino, head of torture and intelligence department and this time the first proctor of the Chunin exams, had ended the first exam with far more finalists than the usual figure that shows up every year. 'Twas then that she promised all the genin that were going into the next stage that there would be less than half by the time they get through her exam. And now, the genin shook in fear as they saw the woman who was eating her dango while leaning on the metallic fences with signs that restricted entry, promised danger, and most of all said clearly that you had a chance of dying if you entered this place. Kasumi Uzumaki was a bit nervous right now. Academics weren't always her forte, but spending and learning these things with her boyfriend had increased her general knowledge more than she thought, but the questions that had been placed in the first exam were much more tougher than it should be. Fortunately for her, the first proctor had provided a leeway out to the next stage, which her brash and impulsive nature took advantage of, and her little monologue gave more spine to some examinees. But now she was nervous altogether for a different reason. Of all the places it had to be, Kasumi thought with a frown. She still remembered those giant-ass spiders whose multiple eyes stared into your very soul. What was worse was that Naruto had essentially abandoned her here for survival training. In reality, he was just hiding from her in a very discreet fashion. She looked at her boyfriend, who was reading a book. "Naru, why are you reading a book now?" Kasumi asked. Her eyes were inquisitively observing the cover and was glad that the book didn't have any orange cover on it or didn't have the words, Ika Ika, on them. Said person looked at her. "Well, I am kind of bored here waiting, so." Naruto said and kept reading some more, but felt like there was something wrong about this situation. He realized why. There was someone behind him. "Getting bored, are we, Gaki?" a voice said as he felt something soft rub against the back of his neck. He blushed a bit, knowing full well who that voice belonged to, and saw that Kasumi was furiously glaring at him. Not just Kasumi. Most of the guys that were there were glaring at him as he suddenly felt something nick his cheek and he knew that blood flew out. It was Anko Mitarashi, whose face now rested on his shoulder as she licked his cut cheek and tingled. Everyone there, even Kasumi, cringed a bit at the sight. "Grown up well, haven't you, Chibi-kun?" Anko-san. Naruto, remembering how Shisui used to talk about this hot crazy chick that's a sadist, as Shisui used to say to Itachi. She was a part of Obito's batch as well, and he bumped into her once or twice while going to get some Pocky, and she too recognized him as Obito's little brother. She did always call him Chibi-kun, and had asked him to call her by a specific name. "Would you kindly not kill me today, Mo Chibi-kun tilde," she said, and pulled the back of his head into the valley of her well-endowed breasts that her attire did nothing to repress. Kasumi's eyebrow was violently twitching at Naruto and the crazy lady. "Remember what I told you to call me?" "Yes," Naruto said as red stained his cheeks. "Kasumi is going to chew me out for this later." "Then say it," she said in a more teasing voice. Naruto sighed. This woman was too stubborn. How he pitied the man who would end up with her. In another part of Kenzo no Kuni, not specified or decided where a certain person sneezed due to the reference made. "Hebihime," Naruto said begrudgingly, and she only proceeded to kiss him on his cheek now. That was the last straw for Kasumi. "Oi, crazy proctor lady," Kasumi said while pointing a finger at said person and Naruto, who was nervously sweating bullets now. "Stop molesting him like that." She said this while she had some red on her face out of anger, jealousy and embarrassment. Who the hell did this hussy think she was? Doing that to Naruto in front of her, no less. Anko asked curiously as her eyes darted from the blonde-haired, orange-clad girl over to the sweating Uchiha who looked like he was seeing a ghost. Oh, Anko knew what was going on all right. Kurenai had told her a few days ago that she saw two very romantic genin in love, and she concluded that this was the said couple her red-eyed friend was talking about. She decided that she wanted to tease some more. Instead of letting him go, she tightened her grip and spoke. "What's wrong, Tomato-chan? Do you want to be here in my place instead with Chibi-kun?" "I said let go of him, Dadbeo," Kasumi said as her sun-kissed blonde hair with streaks of red in it started to flow up, and nearly every genin that sported a leaf headband were rushing away from the spot. The orange menace was here. "Run. Get the fuck out of my way. Code Orange. We have a Code Orange. Troublesome Naruto, why can't he control his troublesome woman more?" Shikamaru said, who was also surprisingly running away and with some energy as well. The rest of the foreign genin were staring dumbfounded at what was happening. They had a "what the fuck is going on?" look on their faces, but then they too realized what was happening as they felt the temperature drop. Even Gaara was noticing the change in the atmosphere. He wasn't scared, but he was interested as to what was going on here. "Okay," Naruto suddenly said as he magically broke free from Anko's control and stood beside Kasumi, who was still glaring at him, and he had his hands gesturing her to calm down. "Calm down, Sumi. She was just molesting you," Kasumi yelled out as she grabbed Naruto by the collar and was shaking him violently. Then she headbutted him and he was out cold while his soul was trying to escape through his mouth. Kasumi literally grabbed his soul and shoved down his throat before punching him again to wake him up. Naruto opened his eyes. "Good Kami," Naruto said as he groaned in pain. "I had the worst nightmare." Oh Naru-kun tilde, Kasumi chirped in voice too sweet as that smile on her face unnerved him to his core. She then picked him up by the collar once more. Kuku. A small chuckle broke both of their concentration. Both of them faced a Kusugakure Kunoichi who was giggling into her hand. You two make quite the couple, the young woman said, whose smile and tongue was just way too unnatural to the both of them. There was something strange about her. Weird, Kasumi said as she looked at the Kusa Kunoichi. Meanwhile, Anko had disappeared from her spot and was handling out documents. They stated that no one would be held responsible if the said genin inside the forest die. Team 7 of course had signed the form nearly immediately. Sakura had been a bit hesitant, but she too had signed after seeing how fearlessly Kasumi had done so. In doing so, Team 7 had received a scroll that had the kanji for Earth. Then all attention had turned to the second proctor once more. All right you brats, Anko exclaimed with vigor. Each of you brats have been given a scroll. They are either Earth or Heaven. The next phase of this exam is a survival mission. Each of you will be given exactly 3 days to reach the tower that lies in the center of training ground 44. However, to get into the tower you need 2 scrolls. Not just any 2 scrolls. You need a Heaven and Earth scroll. Only those with both scrolls and all members will be allowed to enter the tower. Otherwise kiss your ass goodbye from the exams. What will we eat for 3 days? Choji exclaimed with horror as he thought about the sheer hopelessness of being without food for more than a few hours. One does not simply expect an Akamichi to go on without food. I don't know, and I don't care. Eat animals, rabbits, spiders, other genin. Hell, you can even eat your own shit. Shit it out and then eat it again. Anko said, not really caring what anyone thinks of her. Naruto merely sighed at Anko's words. She was a wild one. Kind of like Kasumi, only more crazy, foul-mouthed and to some extent violent in another manner. Well, don't just stand there and keep staring at my sexy body, get the fuck in the forest. Then groups after groups of genin-ranked shinobi rushed into the forest of death. It was either that or get more sessions with Anko Mitarashi. Taking their chances in a forest seemed like a much better option. Ah young ones, Anko said as she ate another stick of dango. I wonder how many will live after this. Not my problem. Hokage-sama was the one who came up with this shit. She then happily ate the dango as if it were the most sacred thing in the planet. How she relished the taste of it. Training ground 44 aka the forest of death, Konohagakure no Sato. Why do we have to be in this forest again? Kasumi said as she jumped from tree branch to tree branch along with her team. Again, Sakura asked as she looked at Kasumi, who had a whiny expression on her face. She then saw that Naruto had sighed while Sasuke was a bit indifferent in looks, but his body language clearly stated that he was a bit interested in what Kasumi was trying to say. Wait Kasumi, you've come to this forest before. As if on cue, Kasumi started nodding at a furious pace. Hi, this forest is just way too creepy TT Ibeo, Kasumi said as she shook at the memories. She then accusingly pointed her finger at Naruto, who shrunk a bit under her gaze. Naru used to leave me here all alone so that I learned how to train. What? Sakura yelled in surprise as she looked at Naruto, who wasn't looking at them and was instead whistling away. Why would you do that? What if something happened to her? Oi, Naruto said. I was always around. I just masked my presence perfectly. You didn't honestly think that I'd be able to leave her alone in a place like this? Then why did you do it in the first place? Surprisingly, it was Sasuke who had asked this question. Naruto looked at the both of them while Kasumi was cutely pouting in the corner. Simple. To make her stronger, Naruto replied as if it was the most simple thing in the world. I know some of you may think that it was potentially harmful to her that I left her here to fend for herself, but it was necessary. The shinobi world is a cold and cruel one. I know that there are many people in the world who are revered as heroes, but once you take away all the glory and the opinions that each village have of their own shinobi, you find them for what they truly are. Naruto finished as the Sasuke and Sakura looked at him to say something more. Kasumi didn't. She sighed and looked at the ground. This was something that Naruto had taught her a few days ago. What is that? Sakura asked. What are shinobi truly? Naruto looked at her and thought about saying something else, but realized it was high time that Sakura learned a very important lesson. One that she needed to learn if she wanted to continue her career as a kunoichi, and Sakura had been showing the right determination and focus ever since the Zabuza incident. Though, in his opinion, she could be a little, even more less clingy with Sasuke. Shinobi by their very nature are killers. Naruto stated as the area around them grew even more silent at his words. Sakura indeed had that conflicting look on her face. Sasuke for his part knew what shinobi were. After all, the general rumor was that Itachi had snapped under the pressure of being in the Anbu at a young age is what caused it. I know the words I am saying may seem a bit harsh to you, Sakura. But sometimes you should ask your father what it used to be like back when he was young. My brother certainly told me. We are lucky that we are growing up in peaceful times. Back when Shisui was around 8, that was when he was sent into the battlefield. It was mandatory to get your first kill by the age of 10. Shinobi programs were rougher back then, and it's simply kill or be killed. Everyone just stood quiet at the words Naruto Uchiha had just spoken. Those were cruel and blunt words he had used. However, it did not change the fact that he had spoken the truth. He had not hesitated, but Naruto saw the looks on their faces. Even someone like Sasuke would have a hard time when experiencing their first kill. It was completely natural. Seeing how they were shaken up, Naruto decided to turn their ships towards a different direction. However, Naruto said as all three genin shifted their gazes from elsewhere to direct it on him, that doesn't mean that shinobi are just killers. They are human beings as well. They have their emotions, their own aspirations, and mostly the dreams that they embrace. If a person lets go of these and become a mindless, murder machine that only knows how to take orders, that is not a shinobi. That is a tool. Remember, we are shinobi. We endure, we fight, we kill, so that one day we can let all of it go and just back to live out the rest of our lives of what little we have. Naruto said. That was really dramatic, Naru. Kasumi added her 2 cents and Naruto was glad that she did so. Honestly, his little speech had played a little on their spirits. Thankfully, they had the most energetic and cheerful person in the entire village on their team. Okay, then I have an idea. Naruto said. What is it? Sasuke asked. He had taken Naruto's words into consideration and was thinking about Itachi as well. He realized that Itachi too must have had to go through the same experience that Shisui had gone through. Despite Shisui being a bit older than Itachi, he remembered the two of them being close friends. Did Sasuke consider Naruto a friend? He didn't know, but he did find Naruto more tolerable than the other people of Konoha. As far as Kasumi was concerned, she was still a potential good wife for him, but he was pretty sure that Naruto would cut him down if Sasuke even looks at Kasumi in a wrong way. For now that matter was pushed all the way to the back of his mind. Well, since I am a censor, I can pretty much feel other shinobi nearby. It would be better if we split up. Naruto said. We'll be saving a lot of time this way. How do we split up then? Sakura asked. She was a bit worried. True, she had improved after last month, more specifically after last week. Naruto was a slave driver in her mind. Kasumi had told her that this was light training. She had seen Naruto dive into the water and stay there for some time while he was blasting off Kaden fire-style jutsu from underneath the water. The usual orange flames that came from Naruto were brighter and seemed much more attuned to the color yellow. Apparently this was an elemental chakra control that his family did, hence why they had large affinities for fire. The heat of the flames had also gone up as it had become brighter. Of course she did earn a light glare from Kasumi as Naruto had come out of the water without a shirt, and she had to admit, in terms of pure body structure, Naruto beat Sasuke by a long shot even if he was 14. I mean, the guy had fully toned abs for Kami's sake. Well, you, Sasuke and Kasumi stick together and guard our scroll. I should be able to handle squads of genin as I am now. You three can fend off squads if they come for you. So win-win. Naruto asked the last part with some nervousness. That sounds like an okay plan. Where do we meet? Sasuke was the one who asked. Well, I would prefer to meet you at the tower, but just in case, flare your chakra once every 2 hours if I am not there. I'll surely be able to sense at least one of your chakra signatures going off. Naruto said. Then Sakura was the one who spoke up and gave quite an idea. Wait, what if someone hanged into you and ambushes us? Sakura asked, and every genin realized they hadn't thought of that. Well, Naruto didn't even consider it since they were just genin and no genin would be stupid enough to go after his group. Hell, he'd burn them up just for trying. We need some sort of a code. Sasuke said. But what? It can't be numbers or something. It could be a few words. Kasumi said. I may have one if you are willing to listen. Naruto said, thinking about the book he read a few days ago. He wasn't sure where a book like that came from. It was quite strange too, but it seems like an endless fantasy. He found it lying in the Naka River. From the looks of it, it seemed like that someone had thrown it away. The book was quite damaged too. It had a note saying that whoever found it would be its owner and get all the rights to it. It even had the chibi drawing of a man with dark crimson hair giving him a thumbs up. It was a bizarre encounter, but seeing the note he decided to accept it. He had to rewrite all the contents of the book too. He had to admit whoever originally wrote it was very good. What is it? Tell us, Naru. Kasumi said. Okay, remember these lines. I am not going to say it so that a genin passing by doesn't hear it twice. Okay. The three genin nodded at Naruto and he spoke up once more. Infinite in mystery is the gift of the goddess. We seek it thus and take to the sky. Ripples form on the water's surface. The wandering soul knows no rest. Everyone just remained quiet at the words he said. Naru, did you make that up? Kasumi asked as she had some stars in her eyes for some reason. Naruto was a bit weirded out by that. What made it even worse was the fact that Sakura too had such a reaction. Sasuke for his part was staring at Naruto with a look of praise. Yes, Naruto said, and immediately they had more cheerful looks on their faces. Is something wrong? Nothing. It's just those were some very good verses. How did you come up with it? Sakura asked with vigor. Well, Naruto lied perfectly. I was thinking of writing a book. So, why didn't you tell me, Naru? Kasumi asked with a bit of whine, and she cutely glared at him. Well, I was going to write it for you as a birthday gift. Naruto said, and Kasumi beamed up while she was blushing pink now. Anyways, I guess I should go and find a scroll. See you later, Naruto said as he disappeared in a shunshin. He still hasn't taught me that, Kasumi said with a whine. Then she looked a bit lost and was scratching the back of her head. What were the lines again? You're hopeless, Sasuke said and moved while Kasumi was giving him the stink eye. Time skip. 2 hours later, eastern section of the Forest of Death, Konohagakure no Sato. No wait, we're giving you the scroll, the Omegakure shinobi said as he threw his scroll towards Naruto Uchiha, who had his Sharingan activated and was glaring down at them as he unleashed his killing intent. The brown-haired before the young Uchiha was no fool. His other two teammates had been foolish enough to challenge the raven-haired boy, and one of them immediately had his arm twisted at an awkward angle before Naruto had snapped it. The other one rushed him with a kunai but ended up getting stabbed in both knees as Naruto had nearly crippled him with his own weapon. Good, now sleep, Naruto said as the brown-haired aim genin looked into the copy wheel eye before getting groggy and falling back. He examined all of them. The other two would live but would have some injuries. Omegakure genin taking part in the Chunin exams. Last I heard they only minded themselves and were sheltered against the rest of the other villages. Also that Otogakure team was here. The way he attacked Kabuto using wind chakra was good, but weak compared to mine. Then of course, there's Kabuto. That man is hiding something. It seems hard to believe that someone could fail at the Chunin exams so many times. The information he had on the genin was too detailed as well. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was. Naruto stopped his train of thought. A spy, Naruto scoffed. Maybe he's from Root. It seems possible. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Or better, place a genjutsu on him. Naruto picked up the scroll the Omegakure shinobi had thrown at him. He observed it before giving his opinion on it. Fuck my life, Naruto said as he saw the kanji for Earth. 4 teams. 4 different fucking teams. 12 shinobi and not a single one of them had a heaven scroll. Of all people. Then Naruto's sensory perception went haywire as he felt a familiar chakra presence. It was vile, malicious and thick. It had an eerie sense of showing no mercy to its opponents. The chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. More specifically, Kasumi was channeling the fox's chakra. Naruto pushed chakra to his feet and was rushing to get there as fast he could. He felt another chakra signature near the 3. It was quite large too. Undoubtedly it was as much as the Lord Third. But that raises another question. What was a cage-level shinobi doing here in the Chunin exams? Stay safe, Sumi. I'm coming, Naruto thought as he rushed at full speed. He had even gotten rid of every weight seal that was on his body. He needed to get to the northeastern section as soon as he could. Location: Northeastern Section, Forest of Death, Training Ground 44, Konohagakure no Sato. Kasumi Uzumaki was beyond pissed right now. She had left a few minutes earlier to use the little lady's room. Unfortunately, in a forest, you needed to be on your guard as well. Not just from the random large-ass animals, but also from the competition right now. She knew that one or two of the teams would show up, some of them would even have lecherous and rapey thoughts in their heads when they saw a girl alone in the forest. But after some time of finding an appropriate spot and getting the dirty deed done, a large snake had appeared and it tried to devour Kasumi Uzumaki. It even swallowed her as well. However, halfway through the throat, Kasumi Uzumaki proved why she was naturally awesome, as she spammed the multi-shadow clone jutsu from the insides of the slithery creature to overload its body and spit it out. Then magically the snake disappeared in a puff of smoke. She learned that the snake was a summon. Naruto had previously told her what summons were due to the bizarre way of how he himself had acquired a summoning contract with the direwolves, which Kasumi thoroughly chewed him out for. Then she rushed back to her teammates so she could tell how she killed a large snake. But then she stumbled upon the same Kusa Kunoichi who was giving them weird looks today. She had used her killing intent to subdue Sasuke and Sakura, and she wanted to do something to Sasuke, but Kasumi was not letting that happen. She could tell from the dirt stains on Sasuke's clothes he had been beaten up as well. Out of sheer rage of being outclassed, Kasumi had tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra once more and she killed another snake out of the rage. She had even called Sasuke a wuss for cowering out in front of the Kusa Kunoichi, which made him daze out of the fear as he took Sakura a bit of a distance away to make sure she doesn't get involved in the battle. Now she was facing the Kusa Kunoichi, as she unleashed her Kongo Fusa adamantine chains after the nameless, creepy Kunoichi who was avoiding the chains at any and every cost. My Kasumi-chan, the Kunoichi said as she licked her tongues. You're quite the Kunoichi, aren't you? Using those Uzumaki chains on me. Looks like you're stronger than what I've heard. If that's true, then so is little Naruto-kun. Perhaps I'll go after him next after I'm done playing with you. Who knows, I may even let him live after I'm done with him, she said with a laugh that sent shivers down anyone's spine. But there is an unwritten rule that applied to Kasumi. You never talk shit about Naruto in front of her or threaten his life. What did you say? Kasumi said as her eyes turned crimson with black slits across them. More violent reddish-orange chakra surrounded her body as her whisker marks became more prominent. Her long, smooth blonde hair with streaks of red in them looked wild and feral as her nails too became a bit longer, while her teeth became sharper. You condescending, snake-tongued, pale-skinned whore. Kasumi rushed with deadly speed that surprised the Kusa Kunoichi a bit. But she was avoiding the now wild Jinchuriki, who despite being in control would make a mess out of everything in sight. The Kunoichi for her part was dodging the chains and firing out Fuden Jutsu one after another. There was one severe disadvantage to Kasumi entering this state. It did provide a power-up no doubt, but it also decreased her thinking capability as she was lashing out as a mad animal. Then she was being overpowered by the Kusa Kunoichi and she felt a pull on her leg. It was a snake as it pulled her and hung her upside down as the Kusa Kunoichi got near her and pulled her shirt, exposing her smooth-skinned belly. The Kunoichi had 5 symbols appearing on her fingers as she slammed it into Kasumi's stomach where the Hake no Fuen 8 trigram seal was visible, and now there was another seal surrounding the seal as Kasumi yelled out in pain. That should keep you down for some time, Kasumi-chan, the Kusa Kunoichi said as she kept Kasumi hanging. This time she hung our favorite blonde Kunoichi by a ninja wire. Then she noticed that Sasuke was back and was looking to help his teammate. The Kunoichi engaged Sasuke in taijutsu, and for his part Sasuke was doing well too, considering the Kunoichi was obviously not a genin under any circumstance. Then just like Kasumi before him, he too was being outskilled by the Kunoichi. It was obvious the Kunoichi preferred to mess with her opponents. She gave them a flicker of hope before taking it away. Then she felt something was off. The previous kunai and shuriken that Sasuke had thrown at her had missed, but the look on his face said something else. Then the Kunoichi felt a tug on her kimono as she was pulled and stuck to a tree by the wire as it firmly planted her against it. Sasuke smirked as he had the tip of the wire on his teeth, which he tightly clenched as he made hand seals and ended a tori as his fingers also held the wire. Time to use that jutsu, Sasuke thought as he learned this technique from Naruto nearly a week ago. Sasuke was yet to do it without a conductor, but Naruto had assured him that Sasuke would be able to use it more proficiently as time went on. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Sasuke said as flames ran along the ninja wires and raced their way at a menacing pace as it surrounded the Kusa Kunoichi and was burning. Sasuke felt a bit sick as he saw the flames engulf her body. He could visibly see that her skin was melting a bit. Then he heard Kasumi calling him out. Oi Tem, Kasumi yelled as Sasuke saw her hanging upside down. Get me down from here. All right Dobi, stop shouting, Sasuke said and saw that Kasumi had an angry expression on her face, but then it changed to one of horror as she shouted out. Tem, look out, Kasumi yelled as Sasuke felt a jolt of pain going through his body. The kunoichi was back, albeit missing parts of her face's pale white skin could be seen in the places her skin had melted off. She then viciously proceeded to beat Sasuke and smiling at the same time. She then bit Sasuke on his neck as he yelled out in pain. Sasuke had a strange symbol on his neck that looked like 3 tomo. Sasuke had fallen unconscious and Kasumi was angry once more. But she could not feel the furry fox's chakra leaking out. Hell, she couldn't even feel her own chakra building up. It was like someone had. She then looked at her stomach and saw the seal. She had seen the swirl seal on her stomach before, but now there were 5 strange kanji surrounding it as well. Kukukukuku. The disfigured Kusa Kunoichi giggled like a mad woman. She slowly neared the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi like a natural predator. She had reached the branch the mad woman had been standing on before. She then looked at Kasumi and said teenage girl was in fear. Fear of the yellow iris she was seeing right now. It was like snakes, as there was a single black slit that promised torture and every sort of pain that was possible in the shinobi world. I had no idea that the dead last from the academy would turn out to be one of the few people who would give me a problem here, the woman said as she finally cut the wire and grabbed the falling orange-clad girl by her foot and then slammed her on the branch, making her arch her back in pain. She then picked up Kasumi and punched her in the guy, making her spit out a little bit of blood before kicking her to the tree trunk. Kasumi then fell on her front as she felt a foot being firmly brought down on her back, making her wince in pain. Originally Sasuke-kun was the only one I was interested in. But now, the Kusa Kunoichi picked up Kasumi and held her by the collar with one hand as she had a kunai in the other. This one had a sort of purple coat on the edge of the kunai. Perhaps I should make room for another experiment. After all, it's not every day you come across an Uzumaki who can use the Kongo Fusa like second nature. You will be good research material indeed. Don't worry though, I am not going to kill you, this is simply to keep you numb, the snake-eyed Kunoichi said as she swooped in her kunai to cut Kasumi. As she prepared for the kunai, she kept her eyes open and her bright violet eyes looked at the Kunoichi with anger. Said Kusa Kunoichi was a bit surprised at the defiance that Kasumi showed, but soon-to-be victim would not receive any mercy. But then something unexpected happened. 5 kunai came flying in at the Kusa Kunoichi, who had used her kunai to deflect all of them. It was Sakura Haruno who had a wire in her hand and she tugged on it, as Kasumi used her other foot to kick the Kusa Kunoichi's hand. Then a volley of shuriken came as well. This time the Kusa Kunoichi had to let go of Kasumi both from the kick and to dodge all the shuriken. Kasumi was free falling as she tried to angle her body to let her feet touch the branch. Then her foot shot off the branch as she had no control over her chakra. Shit, Kasumi thought as she plummeted towards the ground. She closed her eyes to think of a way out of this. Damn it, my chakra control is shot. If there was only some way. I don't even enough wire with me too. Kasumi was broken out of her thoughts as she felt her descent being considerably lessen. She felt like she was gliding through the air. Then she realized someone was carrying her. She opened her eyes to see a sight she was relieved to see. Raven spiky hair that came down to his forehead as 2 bangs had framed the sides of his face. However, for the first time in her life Kasumi was scared of this person. Naruto Uchiha had seen Kasumi fall and used all his speed to get there and catch her. Just from the mere crumpling motion she had, he could tell that she had received quite a beating from the Kusa Kunoichi. He was glad that Sakura had decided to intervene on his behalf and stall her so that he could catch her. However, Naruto also saw the faint amounts of dried blood that was found on the corner on the lips of the person he had loved the most on this planet. This Kunoichi had dared to even lay her filthy hands on her. No force on heaven and earth could stop Naruto now, as his Sharingan was sharper than usual as his blood-red eyes were gleaming to kill. Naruto Uchiha was out for blood, and the only person whose blood could satisfy his Uchiha streak of violence was the Kusa Kunoichi in question. Said person was still away. She had been standing there for some time as Naruto finally made his way to Sakura, who now had Sasuke on her back. Arigato Sakura, Naruto said gratefully. If you didn't interfere, I shudder to think what would have happened to her. Naruto said as Kasumi was tightly held against his chest. It's alright Naruto. Besides, we're teammates. You'd do the same for me as well. Sakura said this knowing full well that Naruto or Kasumi would indeed do the same thing in a heartbeat. She wasn't that close to them, but they did care about each other to some extent, and even Sasuke himself could say that. Naruto nodded as she noticed a strange look on her face. A look she had never seen before. His Sharingan looked scary now. He then looked at Kasumi, who had spoken up. Of course we would, Sakura. Kasumi said as she was still in his arms. She then looked at her boyfriend and noticed that he was still having that look on his face. Knowing full well that he would not listen to anyone and fight the crazy strong Kunoichi head on, she decided to speak to him. Naru, she's really strong. Plus she can use Fuden and she can also use snakes. Large ones too. Do the snakes poof up in smoke? Naruto asked as Kasumi nodded. He inwardly cursed his luck, but all logical reason had been thrown out of the window. If anyone even dared lay a hand on Kasumi in a negative way, Naruto would basically issue their death warrants. Whether they would be Kage, Sannin, or even Madara himself. To his knowledge there was only one person who could summon snakes, and if this person was indeed that certain someone, Naruto would be fighting an uphill battle. But again it didn't matter. He made a shadow clone and made it carry Kasumi in her arms. Keep them safe. Set up a barrier. Use Sakura's blood to make it. Now go. Naruto turned around but felt a slight tug on his sleeve. Naruto turned around and saw that Kasumi was looking at him with a pleading look. You don't have to fight, Naru. We can just leave this one. Kasumi said as she noticed that the cold look on his face was not decreasing. She then received a kiss on her forehead as Naruto had leaned down to do it. It's all right, Sumi. Don't worry, I'll be there. Naruto said as Kasumi reluctantly nodded. He looked at Sakura and spoke once more. Sakura, it's up to you to keep these two safe for now. Sakura nodded as the three people and one shadow clone left. He could still feel Kasumi looking at his back, and Naruto was feeling a bit relieved as he felt their chakra signatures go away a fair distance. He then unsealed a kunai and in quick succession deflected all the shuriken that had been thrown at him. He looked at the Kusa Kunoichi, whose disfigured face showed pale skin behind the indents. His fully matured Sharingan was looking at her as if he could kill her with a glare. My, I didn't expect someone from your age to have such a fully matured Sharingan. Looks like I'll have to give you a gift as well, Naruto-kun. The Kunoichi giggled in her hands as she looked at said Uchiha when she felt a thick killing intent flood the area. If it wasn't for years of experience and meeting other shinobi of S-ranked caliber, she would have admitted that this was the most intense killing intent she ever felt. However, there was something different about this killing intent. It felt like it was trying to weigh you down, while there was an impending feeling of not turning your back on the young Uchiha branch member. I'm going to make you pay in blood for what you did to her, Orochimaru. Naruto said as the Kusa Kunoichi stared at him a bit surprised. Then she started to giggle a bit more before she laughed a bit. Then slowly she reached for her own face as she slowly put her fingers on the melting skin and ripped it off. Naruto could clearly see the person who was previously hiding. The person had pale skin white as death, purple marking that surrounded the eye, and two yellow irises that had vertical slits in them looking akin to that of a viper looking to kill its prey. Well, Naruto-kun, it seems you figured out who I am. But can your words back up your skills? Orochimaru said as he looked at the young Uchiha in question. He had already planted his cursed seal of heaven on Sasuke Uchiha, who was Itachi's younger brother. If genetics were anything to go by, then Sasuke Uchiha had the potential to rival his brother one day. But then there was also Naruto Uchiha, who had already proven that he was stronger than Sasuke if the fully matured Sharingan was any indication of a nod to his strength. Then Orochimaru saw that the boy was simply staring at him. But instincts took over as he quickly ducked to avoid a foot aiming for his head. There was a bit wind flowing where the kick had been aimed. Naruto Uchiha was giving him an icy stare as he backed some distance away to make sure not to get too close with the snake Sannin. Orochimaru simply looked at the previous spot where Naruto had been standing. The projection of the Uchiha in the clearing soon faded away into nothingness as Orochimaru was a bit impressed. He placed a genjutsu the moment we started to speak. Orochimaru thought as he looked at the young Uchiha, who took his jacket off and was simply wearing a light, short-sleeved versus neck shirt and black Anbu-styled pants. Naruto unsealed his sword and had laced it some wind chakra. He wasn't a master yet, but due to his amazing chakra control he was moving along very smoothly. Shadow Clone Memory Relay helped too. Naruto rushed at Orochimaru with his black katana and was slashing at various different angles which the Sannin was blocking with his kunai. Then Naruto unsealed a tanto from his left and nearly cut Orochimaru's cheek, who swerved his head away. Orochimaru then grabbed Naruto by his wrist and nearly twisted it, but Naruto threw the tanto at the rogue nin's foot to make him jump back. Well now, I didn't expect you to use underhanded techniques like that. Rare that a genin relies on cheap shots rather than flashy jutsu. Orochimaru said. Naruto still had the sword in his hand as he was measuring the distance between them with his Sharingan. Orochimaru himself was a bit unnerved by that glare he kept receiving. He fights like Anbu, just looking to kill your opponent as soon as possible. Then right before Orochimaru's eyes, Naruto had sealed the katana back into his forearm. Naruto himself knew that he wasn't good enough to beat Orochimaru with just a sword. He needed to win by any means necessary. So Naruto did the next best thing. He turned his wrists and 2 puffs of smoke came near his palms. The left had Shikyo, the KUSA, which had a chain attached to Naruto's arms so he could use it at both long and short range. The right hand had Haomaru, his trusty gunbai, which had saved his hide so many times in Nami no Kuni. Orochimaru kept staring at the gunbai in KUSA. For some reason, if Naruto had grown his hair really long, then he would look like a chibi Madara. Naruto rushed forward as this time Orochimaru himself had a Chikudo now, which he hadn't used the entire time. Orochimaru was using it in reverse grip. Each attack was being cancelled. However, to say that Naruto was not that good with the KUSA and gunbai was an understatement. Orochimaru found himself on the defensive. The brat kept using the chains of the weapons to limit Orochimaru's movements, and the snake Sannin had to keep using the sacred logs to replace himself before the KUSA came down to slash it. Perhaps engaging the young Uchiha in a weapons fight as he used weapons was not such a good idea. Then as Orochimaru barely blocked the KUSA hit, he was hit by a large gust of wind as he flew back by quite some distance. Naruto had used a jutsu he had made, or rather remade, with the gunbai. Fuden. Gunbai Fubuki K's wind style, gunbai wind blast. Naruto stood back and observed the impact of the jutsu. The jutsu itself was made with the idea of it having similar power to that of Fuden, Datopa wind style. Great breakthrough. Seems I have to work on this jutsu a bit more. Still, Naruto thought in his mind before rushing off at Orochimaru once more with his Shikyo and Haomaru. That doesn't mean I'm done with you. Naruto finished his thoughts as jumped up and sent the KUSA once more at an arcing slash as it just missed Orochimaru's head as some of the strands of his black hair was cut. Orochimaru then reached for the chain that had been attached to the end of the kusa's handle. Orochimaru smiled a bit maliciously as he planned to yank Naruto towards him. As soon as he grabbed the chain, a cut appeared on the palm of his hand as some blood started to leak out of it. He licked his own wound and tasted his blood as he looked at Naruto with hungry eyes. To think a genin managed to draw my blood. Yes, you will be a good candidate, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru thought as he started to go through hand seals at a fast rate. Let's see what you do now, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru said as he slammed his hand on the ground and a set of kanji emerged at the spot. Kuchio's no jutsu. A great amount of smoke appeared in the forest of death that the 2 shinobi were fighting in. Naruto used his gunbai to send a great rush of wind to clear the smoke as Naruto looked at the sight before him. There stood a great green snake as it looked at Naruto while hissing. It had yellow slits just like Orochimaru. It coiled its head before rushing out to eat Naruto, who looked at the snake like an annoyance. 5 more Naruto appeared beside the original as they all jumped at the mouth of the snake. Bunshin Daibukua, great clone explosion. 5 large explosions occurred near the mouth of the snake as it recoiled from the explosion. The towering snake was surprisingly still up, and then it froze all of a sudden. It looked at Naruto for some time and simply kept staring at him. Then all of a sudden the snake turned towards Orochimaru and lunged at him. The snake Sannin was wise enough to move out of the way. For his part, Orochimaru was a bit confused at what just happened. The blast from the clone's explosion was not that much of a damaging factor. What had happened to make the snake attack him? Was the snake blind? Even if it was, it could smell its enemy. Then the answer stared him straight in the face. Instead of the usual yellow irides with black vertical slits, there were now 2 crimson orbs in the snake's eyes with 3 tomo. Orochimaru undid the summoning to get rid of the annoying snake problem. Hopefully the genjutsu should wear off now that it was reverse summoned. But now summoning was out of the question, as there was a chance that Naruto could trap another snake in a genjutsu state, even someone like Manda, who was already a psychotic snake with a severe superiority complex. That meant that Orochimaru would have to enlighten the young Uchiha in terms of ninjutsu. Well then, it seems the way forward is clear, isn't it, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru said as he took a stance that seemed highly unusual and quite slithery at the same time as Orochimaru's head was a bit tilted at an awkward angle. The snake Sannin rushed at Naruto, who had unsealed his KUSA but had the gunbai on his back. Naruto and Orochimaru were caught in taijutsu as both were cancelling each other's moves. But slowly, there was a slight advantage that Orochimaru held, and the unpredictability of his attacks from awkward angles were starting to catch up with Naruto, who was barely keeping up even with his Sharingan. Then a very hard kick was delivered to Naruto's chest as he reeled back from the pain. He saw that Orochimaru was already going through hand seals, and Naruto made the tiger seal with both hands. There was no need for him to take chances. Fuden. K's Bakuhatsu, wind style, wind explosion. Orochimaru said as he spit out a ball of air that was quite large and was rushing. The ball of slashing winds would explode upon impact and leave some severe bruises. Naruto had successfully copied the jutsu and realized what he had needed to do beforehand. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Naruto yelled as he released the Uchiha clan's signature jutsu as the bright orange flames bordering on nearly a yellow glow met the ball of wind head-on as a wrestling match broke between the two. Then an explosion of fire broke out in the center where the two jutsu had collided as fire spread nearly everywhere surrounding the two. Ironically, a ring of fire was made to enclose the two opponents. Orochimaru himself had no intentions of waiting anymore as he threw a barrage of kunai at Naruto and went through hand seals once more. Ninpo. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, ninja art. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. Orochimaru grinned as he released his former sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi's signature kunai raining jutsu. 5 kunai had turned into 25 as they rushed at Naruto, who had once more unstrapped his gunbai and started channeling wind chakra through it. This was something he could definitely do without a problem. It was the first jutsu he had come up with the gunbai. Fuden. K's no Shoheki, wind style, barrier of wind, Naruto said as he swung his gunbai at the direction of oncoming sharp kunai, and a wall of shredding winds formed in front of Naruto easily as the height of a tree. The kunai got stuck in the wall of the raging winds before they were deflected at random directions. Naruto removed his gunbai to see a white fist being aimed at his face. And Naruto felt his face being smashed a bit as he was thrown back by the sheer impact of the fist as his body went straight past the small ring of fire that had formed around them and then being hit on the trunk of a tree. Orochimaru himself held his hand as he felt the impact of that. Shouldn't have punched him this hard, Orochimaru thought as he saw the young Uchiha get up once more. He knows how to take a hit. Most genin would be down after a hit like that. But you aren't an ordinary genin now, are you, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru thought as he looked at the young prodigy who had clearly hidden his strength while he was at the academy. According to Kabuto Yakushi, his loyal spy and apprentice Naruto was considered weaker than Sasuke, but there was also the fact that there was never a recorded spar between the two Uchiha. It was clear as daylight that the member of the branch family was clearly stronger than any other genin Orochimaru had ever seen. Even when Orochimaru was a genin, he wasn't this strong, he could admit that. I'm afraid playtime is over, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said as he slowly walked towards the young Uchiha. Orochimaru jumped over the ring of fire, not wanting to get his clothes dirtier than he wanted to. Now it's time I give you the same gift I gave to Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said as the distance between them decreased even further. Every step that the snake Sannin took was emphasized by the eventual giggles of sheer machination that came from him. Then he noticed that something was not right about this situation. Years of instincts called out to him as he saw Naruto slowly raise his head and looked into his eyes. He saw them changing its shape as the usual three tomo were spinning in an insane manner as they began to morph into a four-bladed pinwheel. Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru muttered as he saw the famed dujutsu of the Uchiha clan. The evolution of the Sharingan. The same eyes that Itachi Uchiha had, and now he was witnessing them again, before he felt his body's weight shifted again. Mist covered the entire arena as he saw Naruto's eyes popping out of their sockets and then blow up as blood splattered everywhere. Naruto himself lying on the ground dead as Orochimaru stared with wide eyes. He had heard about the Mangekyo having various effects on its users, but this was unheard of. Then a screeching noise came as crows began to fly out of the forest. It was as if the creatures were running away from something. Orochimaru turned around to see a very tall man wearing nothing but a dirty rag of clothing which hid his crotch. His skin was dirty and the smell of shit, piss and maggots came from him. The worst part was he had not head. Instead of a head, there was a large pyramid-like triangle on the top of his neck facing downwards as he carried a giant zanbetu-like cleaver blade which he dragged through the grass as the blood from the blade was defiling the green with its warm and repulsive blood. Then the large weapon was mauled at Orochimaru, who barely escaped it, but the mist made it hard to see as Orochimaru bumped into a tree as small knives emerged from the trunks and stabbed themselves into Orochimaru's body. The man got closer with his blade as Orochimaru realized what he was in right now. The man rushed at a breakneck pace as his giant blade finally cleaved Orochimaru's feet off. The snake Sannin yelled in pain as his hands automatically went into the ram hand seal. He shouldn't be feeling this much pain from a genjutsu. Kai, Orochimaru yelled as he felt the shins of his legs being cut off. Orochimaru yelled in pain once more. Curse you Uchiha, Orochimaru yelled in his mind as he was too busy writhing in pain from feeling his legs being hacked off. Kai, Orochimaru said once more, before he felt his knees now being hacked into as bone matter and blood splurged around. This is just like Itachi's, Orochimaru thought as he remembered the shackle of stones being pierced into his body. Kai, Orochimaru said once more as he felt the giant blade aiming for him once more. Useless, 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 a voice said as a murder of crows appeared in the middle of the sky as Naruto looked down at him with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru, what a pitiful shinobi you are. No wonder you went rogue, Naruto said as he dispersed into crows once more. The Zanbetu was pierced into Orochimaru's thighs as the victim of the genjutsu gathered a large amount of chakra to be free from this pain. Then with all his might as he felt his thighs being ripped away by the warden of this hellish prison of a nightmare. Kai, the mist shattered into nothing as Orochimaru panted a bit. However, he got no rest as he felt being hit with a large force of wind. Circular winds formed in front of him as they compressed even more to become near elliptical shapes as they cut through the fiber of his clothes and saw that Naruto had his gunbai in his hands as he made an arc. More sharp winds hit him in the chest. This was Fuden, Kair Enji, wind style, cutting swallow. Naruto made sharp wisps of wind with his gunbai which are also shaped as near ellipses that keep twisting and thrashing before cutting the skin of the opponents. Orochimaru hissed in pain as he looked at the young Uchiha, whose eyes were pulsing with rage at the snake Sannin. It seems that Magen, Kurai Kuka, demonic illusion, dark descent had quite the dazing effect on him. Naruto thought as his jutsu finished its work. Orochimaru fell back and looked at the young Uchiha with a death glare. Out of sheer rage, Orochimaru spit something out. A great sword emerged from his mouth as he held the blade in his hand. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, a legendary sword that can nearly cut through almost everything. He threw the sword at Naruto, who used his gunbai to block it, but the force behind the throw was great as he felt being pushed back. Then as soon as the sword dropped to the ground it got up on its own and slashed Naruto across his chest, who was barely able to dodge it. Then Naruto felt something go up his leg as he saw nearly 50 miniature snakes emerging from Orochimaru's hand as some of them bit Naruto, who kicked them off. Naruto made the tiger hand seal once more as he muttered the name of his jutsu as he jumped in midair. Kaden. Hausenka no Jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, small miniature fireballs emerged from Naruto's mouth as they aimed for the white snakes below him. The snakes were engulfed in the flames as Naruto once more got slashed, this time on his leg. He felt Orochimaru grab him by the collar of his shirt as his face met the ground. Orochimaru was furious at the boy. Not only did he trap him in a genjutsu, he had also managed to make him writhe in pain. Now there was a marking on his current chest that showed the mark of the wind jutsu he was hit with after escaping from that genjutsu. Enough. Now, time to give you my special seal, Orochimaru said before his head elongated enough to wrap around his arm as Orochimaru's teeth became sharper, looking to mark Naruto as well. Naruto, it seemed like a much better candidate at this point. Orochimaru had once more witnessed today what the Sharingan could do. First it was a S-rank criminal that showed him the gap in their power. That was acceptable, but a mere genin who could do this to him? That was just unreal. No, damn it, I've gotta do something, Naruto thought as he saw in slow motion at how the snake Sannin's head was coming in closer to his neck. I won't let him get me. But how do I do it? The teeth of Orochimaru were just a shy saliva away from diving into Naruto's neck and giving him the same mark as Sasuke's. Fuck, 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 Naruto yelled in his mind as his Mangekyo Sharingan four-bladed pin wheel spun a bit and then finally Orochimaru's head reached in at Naruto's neck. Then the unthinkable happened. Orochimaru's teeth passed right through Naruto's neck. The entire body of Orochimaru went through Naruto's frame as if he wasn't there as Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock at just what had happened. Then Naruto jumped back. He looked at his arms and was trying to think of just what had happened. Orochimaru just passed right through me, like I wasn't there at all. Naruto thought as he kept looking at his hands and clasping the two together. What just happened? Orochimaru asked himself. Was it a genjutsu? No, he was definitely there. Then what was that jutsu? Orochimaru thought as he began to weave hand seals once more. This time Orochimaru had no intentions of stopping at the moment. He was sure that the explosion from their previous skirmish didn't go unnoticed, and he was sure that someone must have noticed it, and if he was really unlucky then someone would have found the bodies of the Kusa-nin he had killed. It was time to end this. Futen. Atsugai, wind style. Pressure damage, Orochimaru said before he launched a large barrage of wind from his mouth as it raced towards Naruto, slashing the very ground near him. Then Naruto looked at the jutsu reaching for him as he felt chakra being transferred to his eyes. Then once more the jutsu passed through Naruto like he wasn't there at all. Of course the area behind Naruto was a complete mess as a ruin of dirt, trees, leaves and grass was behind him, showing the full extent of the damage the jutsu had done. Naruto couldn't believe it. He was right. Kamui, authority of the gods, Naruto thought inside his mind. I guess the table wasn't lying when it said that Kamui grants intangibility to its user. But for how long? No time to get distracted. First, Naruto thought as he began to weave through hand seals at a fast rate. His family in particular were famous for kaiden in their genjutsu. Naruto could proudly say that he was very good in genjutsu. Even Orochimaru suffered from the nightmares that emerged from his eyes. But kaiden, that is something Naruto prided himself on. He was going to use one of the many jutsu his father Genjiro was famous for as Naruto finished the hand seals and stopped a tiger. Kaiden. Uchiha Okina Kakyu no Jutsu, fire style, Uchiha Great Flame Sphere Jutsu. Naruto said as he exhaled a flame sphere that was easily the size of the previously summoned snake's head as orange sphere of flames rushed off at great speeds, destroying nearly everything in its path as it looked to melt Orochimaru. This was considered the more upgraded and powerful version of the Great Fireball Jutsu. It also consumed a lot more chakra than that. He was glad that Shisui had ridden his father's jutsu and his mother's genjutsu techniques. Naruto knew some other jutsu as well, ones that were handed down from Kagami to Genjiro to Obito and Shisui, then finally the last living member of that particular bloodline. However, the sly snake had bit his hand was already going through the hand seals as he slammed his hand into the ground. Once more a set of kanji appeared on the ground. Kuchiyos. Rashomon, Orochimaru said as demonic-looking gate emerged from the ground as the face of the demon on the gate was tightly shut as it absorbed the entire jutsu but was starting to shake a bit as Naruto was still breathing out the jutsu. Naruto made more hand seals as he felt his chakra being drained away. Using the Mangekyo on such a scale against an opponent like Orochimaru was something he wasn't used to. Plus the usage Kamui was also taking a toll as he didn't know the amounts of chakra it would need to moderate the technique properly. He couldn't afford to have chakra exhaustion. If he did, he was ripe for the taking by either Orochimaru or some other opponents from the Chunin exams. He finished his hand seals as he extended his hands. Raiden. Raiko Hitofuki no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning blast jutsu, Naruto thought in his mind as he released the jutsu he had learned from Kakashi some time ago after returning from Nami no Kuni. A great blast of lightning emerged from his hands as it combined with the Uchiha Great Flame Sphere, and the impact of the jutsu was working its effect on the gate as it began to violently tremble before the combined jutsu that Naruto had made before it finally exploded as large shrapnel of metal and tiles flew everywhere. Orochimaru too was affected by the jutsu as the combined Raiden and Kaiden had barely managed to hit him and the exploding rubble had hit him too. Then he saw that Naruto was still there. This time on one knee as Naruto was panting heavily. Orochimaru was a determined shinobi. Once he set his mind to something he would do it. Now, right before him was a golden opportunity. He could mark the boy. Orochimaru slithered like the snake he was and rushed at the boy as he was nearing Naruto, who was staring straight at him, but Orochimaru's eyes were on his hands. "You're really going to make me wear out, aren't you, you slithery bastard?" Naruto said out loud as he closed his right eye. Orochimaru was exactly 1 foot away from him as Naruto opened his right eye once more. This would probably be the last time he could use the Mangekyo today. Or the Sharingan for that matter. He still would have some chakra left, but he would not exhaust himself out as he needed to go back. He had promised to Kasumi he would go back there. Besides, if Naruto's sensory skills were right, the cavalry was coming. His right eye was locked on the snake Sanin's body as he muttered his attack. Amaterasu, heavenly illumination. A whisper of the word in the wind, and soon enough all of Orochimaru's body was covered by the unholy black flames of the Amaterasu. He screamed in pain as she writhed and twisted at the same time. Then finally Orochimaru did something that disgusted Naruto as he held himself back from hurling. Orochimaru spit out something human-like from his body as his own body started to melt into nothingness. A new Orochimaru appeared in a different outfit as he was panting now. The flames of the Amaterasu were a bit too much to handle for him. The snake Sanin was staring at the young Uchiha in shock and admiration. Naruto finally deactivated his Sharingan. Using it further would cause a great amount of stress on his body, and due to the extensive use of the Mangekyo he could feel his eyes hurting like hell. It was just as horrible as being hit with a couple of Raiden Jutsu. I really can't believe the amount of potential you have, Naruto-kun. You actually made me shed my skin, Orochimaru said as he started to gather his bearings. All the more reasons that prove that you are a good vessel. However, that Mangekyo of yours proves a problem. It seems that Sasuke-kun will have to do for now. Vessel. Naruto stated the word, not in confusion but realization. So you came here to Marcus as so you could take over one of our bodies. I assume that's what the seal on Sasuke's neck indicates. Then that also means you put a bit of your chakra in it as well. Otherwise that seal is useless and you can't take over the body. My, so inquisitive and knowledgeable about seals too. The last time I saw an Uchiha interested in Fuinjutsu was none other than your father. Now he was a true shinobi. There is no doubt that if he lived through the war, he would have been considered among the people along with Minato to become the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru added, and Naruto couldn't help but smile a little at the words the snake Sanin had said. His mother had told him that they were about 4 years older than the fourth Hokage's batch, but Minato was a unique shinobi even despite his young age. He also called Genjiro his senpai too, even though Satsuki said that Genjiro hated it when someone called him senpai, especially because it made him feel old. Genjiro Uchiha did not like to be called old. Of the day, he could only pray that no strong opponents decided to cross him today, otherwise he'd be fucked. Well, I'll see you later, Anko-san, Naruto said as he ran off, knowing full well that the snake summoner would chew him out later because of his lack of cooperation. Damn that Chibi-kun, Anko said as she saw the raven-haired enigma disappear from her view. She was honestly impressed with the kid. He had managed to fight Orochimaru to a stalemate, though in the end Orochimaru would probably come out on top. Anko knew from first-hand experience that the snake Sanin had too many aces in his slimy hole. Should we let him go like that, Anko-san? One of the Anbu asked. Chibi-kun seems pretty stubborn when it comes to decision-making. Besides, if he could hold back Orochimaru, then he can pretty much destroy any genin in his path. Especially with that last jutsu that got us to notice him. Anko said. That was one of Genjiro Uchiha-san's jutsu, was it not? A brown-haired Anbu op asked. The fire that broke out, I mean. Yes, Anko said, though it was a bit different. Remember, we also saw some lightning flow out. Anyways, let's go. And what the fuck is that supposed to be? Anko said as she looked at the ground where Naruto had previously fiddled his fingers. There was something written there. The writing was clear. Kabuto Yakushi is a spy. What made the Anbu sweat drop and Anko say that particular phrase was the fact that there was a drawing of a chibi Naruto beside it giving them the peace sign. Honestly, who does such a thing after giving them information like that? A few clicks north, deeper in the northeastern section, Forest of Death, Training Ground 44, Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto sneezed as he ran through the forest. His clone had dispelled a long time ago to relay the information of where he was. The influx of information was what caused him to get distracted for a moment and to be slashed by the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Naruto had learned that the clone had successfully gotten the trio to the specific location and set up the Ninshiki Shoheki recognition barrier. It was a level 5 barrier seal that didn't let anyone enter without the permission of the person whose blood it was set up with. Of course, if a shinobi was strong enough they could break the barrier, but there was also one major drawback to this seal. It consumed a fair amount of chakra. Sakura's blood had been used to set up the seal, as Kasumi's chakra control was fried at the moment and Sasuke was out cold. He only hoped that he could get there in time. He had learned from his clone that Kasumi had tried to get out of the barrier but couldn't because one Sakura stopped her and two Naruto's clone did as well, who got quite the verbal lashing from Kasumi as well. Apparently she had threatened him with breadsticks. Naruto for his part did not even want to know what the fuck that meant. It would be scary though. Then Naruto finally saw it. A great tree at the corner and there was a large cavity inside it. It looked like a cave and for all intents and purposes it was now being used like one. He saw that Sasuke was on the ground as a wet napkin was over his forehead, indicating that he had contracted a fever. He was lying on a futon as Kasumi had too with her. Kasumi was impatiently waiting as she tried to walk up the wall inside the miniature cave. She was obviously trying to wall walk but failed as she fell down on the surface. Sakura helped her up. Kasumi, you shouldn't do that. You know that as long as that weird seal that girl placed on you is there you can't use your chakra properly. Sakura said as Kasumi comically cried while shaking Sakura, who had a large sweat drop on her head. After all that hard work to increase my chakra control, it's all gone. Because of that slithery, snake summoning, horror of A, Kasumi would have continued but a groan of pain from Sasuke stopped her. The younger brother of Itachi was having a hard day too. The cursed seal on his body was taking its sweet time to adjust to the host. I've never seen the Tem like this. Not even when we fought Haku. Kasumi said as she looked at Sasuke while Sakura adjusted the napkin on his forehead once more. Sakura for her part looked stricken. Sasuke-kun's fever isn't decreasing. If this keeps up then, Sakura said as some tears were leaking out of her eyes. Then a sudden alarm of a noise grabbed the attention of both the kunoichi as they looked at the entrance. Sakura was happy that their teammate was back but Kasumi looked a bit shocked at his appearance. Even after the fight with Mangetsu he didn't look that tired. True, he was standing on his 2 feet now but Kasumi could see it very well. His shins were shaking, his entire body had several wounds on them as a large gash could be seen on his leg. Naruto Uchiha had returned and had a tired smile on his face. He slowly looked at the light blue barrier that was acting like a veil near the entrance and slowly walked through it. So, Naruto said as he sat down and his back was against the wall, I fought Orochimaru, a giant snake, 4 squads and one hell of a headache. How has your day been going? Immediately Kasumi rushed up as her hair swayed and she hit him on the head as a comical bump appeared on his head. Time skip. 15 minutes later, same spot. So that's it in a nutshell. Naruto finished everything with that phrase. He had tactfully left out the part of the Akatsuki and his Mangekyo Sharingan, knowing full well that some of this information would reach Sasuke's ear and he would throw one of his hissy fits about this situation. Orochimaru, I never would have believed it was him we fought. Sakura said. Her bookworm skills had made her know exactly who Orochimaru was. He was considered a prodigy shinobi whose skills remain nigh unrivaled. He was considered the strongest of the Densetsu no Sannin, though Naruto considered that Tsunade was the strongest of them, physically that is. Sakura was also reeling from the fact that Orochimaru wanted to take over Sasuke's body. The snake Sannin had also tried to take over Naruto's body but failed. This was when Sakura was wondering as to how strong Naruto really is. For a genin his skills seemed limitless at the moment, though he didn't gloat it. Sasuke was strong too, but Sakura knew that Naruto Uchiha was by far the most strongest shinobi of their generation. She was pretty sure that no one in the Chunin exams stood a chance against him. Naru, are they really planning an invasion? Kasumi asked. It was expected of her. An invasion meant full-out battles that would result in a lot of deaths. A full-scale war, raging in the village hidden in the leaves. So many casualties could result from such an incident. You really couldn't blame her. She had grown up in peaceful times along with Sakura. They didn't even know what horrors war could bring. And this invasion, if successful, would no doubt lead to an incident that would involve other villages, and war will eventually break out among the other nations as there would be a power vacuum left by the downfall of Konoha. Yes, Otogakure is here for that sole purpose. Orochimaru is already the case cage and pretty much has Suna in his pockets. Even if we do tell them, it would be pointless. They'd probably end up pointing fingers and shouting jutsu. I wouldn't be surprised if that did happen. Make sure you tell no one. Especially Sasuke. He is strong for his age, but his rashness can take the better of him sometimes. I get the feeling that the curse mark on him may act up sooner than we think and he might be corrupted by it, as Orochimaru placed a bit of his own chakra in it. Naruto said as he lied down on the futon. Sorry you guys, but you're going to have to take first watch. I need to rest a bit before I can get up. Naruto said. He should not have put all his attention on Orochimaru. He should have also considered the fact that the Chunin exams were still going on. Then he felt a familiar feeling as he felt two soft lips kiss his forehead as Kasumi looked down at him with her violet eyes. It's all right, Naru. Rest up a bit. You deserve it, Kasumi said as she smiled a bit. Poor girl didn't know that she had 9S ranked criminal shinobi after her. Naruto nodded and looked at Sakura before giving her a nod too. He then closed his eyes as he rested a bit. He needed this. The sooner he slept, the sooner he could get up and protect his team. However, what Naruto did not know was that his fatigue was much more heavier than he had imagined as he drifted away to his state of unconsciousness. Mindscape. Naruto Uchiha stood alone on a battlefield. The battlefield was barren and deserted. No person was around other than him. Then Naruto saw something. A red moon. The moon coincidentally had the shape of a Sharingan on it. Only it had ripples on it and had 9 tomo, 3 on each ripple line. Then Naruto saw a man standing there in the far-off corner. He had brown spiky hair that was tamed and came down all the way to his back. He wore a white hakama and haori which had the design of 9 magatama on the collars of it. He had a sword with him. His eyebrows were cut indicating royalty and had blue markings under his eyes. He looked like an Uchiha. More specifically, he had some resemblances to Madara, but not exactly the same mirror image. More like a father or son resemblance. However, the most striking thing about him were his eyes. Crimson orbs with 3 tomo in them. Sharingan, Naruto said as the man looked at him. So you are my descendant. The man said as he got closer. Naruto couldn't breathe properly. The very air around the man seemed to be crushing him. This was power Naruto had never felt before. Naruto was doing his best not to drop on his knees from the severe killing intent that was projected into the air itself. The man stood near Naruto and looked down at him before he spoke again. How weak, the man said, to think that offsprings from my line would be so weak and useless. Not to mention so short. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at the last one. He hated it when people talked about his height. Shisui would often call him the legendary short Uchiha when he was a kid. Now this guy was doing it as well. I'm 14, you weird eyebrowed freak. Naruto said as he had picked up some habits from Kasumi. Needless to say, the man was not amused. The man grunted with the universal Uchiha grunt. This guy was definitely an Uchiha, alright. To think you would also have no manners. If you didn't have that stick up your ass, I probably wouldn't do that. Naruto said defiantly. He looked around at the barren wasteland. Where are we? Better yet, who are you? I already told you that I am your ancestor. Though I am a bit ashamed to admit that my line would turn out to be like this. The man said, and don't even get me started on the fact that you're mingling with Asura's descendant as well. Now you're just being weird. Naruto said, who the hell are you? Tell me your name. I sure as hell would know someone from my family, or if they're related to other Uchiha I know. Ah yes, Uchiha, that's what you call yourselves now. I do wonder how that little skirmish happened. The name of the Otsutsuki must have been forgotten by now. The man said, Otsutsuki. Naruto said as he remembered the name of the legendary beings inscribed on the Uchiha stone tablet. Kagaya the rabbit goddess. Hagoromo the sage of 6 paths. Rinnegan. All of that was real. Then that means, you're the older son of the sage, aren't you? Yes, I am Indra Otsutsuki, elder son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths. Rightful heir to lead the Ninshu and your prime ancestor. Child, Indra said as his eyes morphed into the 3 ellipses overlapping each other while a swirl was in the middle. Wow, so you're the first one to manifest the Sharingan. The first Uchiha. Then that means, you must have the biggest stick up your ass. Naruto said. He had read the stone tablet over and over again and had come to the conclusion that the older son was the prima donna of the generic Uchiha, and he was right. The guy reeked of it like a Hyuga reeked of pride. Foolish child, know your betters, Indra said with great anger. How dare this youngling refer to him with such a term? Yeah right, you're basically the guy who threw a hissy fit and fought his younger brother because Daddy Dearest didn't choose you. Naruto said as he looked at the prime ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The last thing I remember is falling asleep, so this is obviously a dream. I'd like to wake up now. This isn't a dream, you foolish child. Indra said, this is your mindscape. We are in the deep recesses of your mind. I am not even supposed to be here. I came here because I have a job for you. No, not a job, a duty, as if I'm listening to a guy who is AS ranked superiority cum inferiority complex patient. Speaking to a brick wall would be more reasonable. Naruto said, not even wanting to look at the guy. Seriously, how was this guy the son of the Sage of Six Paths? What a disappointment. Naruto began to walk away. Enough, child, Indra said with all the authority his voice could muster, and it did stop Naruto from walking away. I realize that I may or may not have done things that has cursed my entire bloodline. Damn right you did, you jerk. Naruto said offhandedly. It was because I was persuaded by someone else. I realize now, long after my death, that my father was right. I did rely on too much power. However, I still think it should have been me instead of Asura. After all, I was the firstborn. And Asura, my adorable little brother, was very dense and foolish. He couldn't tell a fly from a bee if you asked him. Indra said, and Naruto merely looked at him. Get to the point, Naruto said, and Indra got closer as he tapped Naruto's forehead. Naruto instead received an image in his head. An image of a grotesque being that was completely black and had yellow eyes, who could dissolve into the solid ground. What was that? That was the person who manipulated me. He is the reason why my entire descendant line is cursed. Be wary of this being if you ever see him. His name is Zetsu. Despite all the praise I received from my father and my followers of being hailed as a genius and whatnot, my mind couldn't contemplate to the amount of trickery and deception he had used against me. In the end, I became nothing more than a pawn for him. And now my descendants suffer because of my rash decision. My job is done, young one. I cannot stay here longer. I also gave you some of my chakra in addition to the one that already clings to you. You are my transcendent after all, so you should be able to use some of the technique I used to. I am not as horrible as I seem, as you yourself are a reflection of who I was, or rather truly am. Do not fall to the hatred inside you, Naruto Uchiha, Indra said as his body began to fade and the moon became white again. Wait, where the hell are you going, you bastard? Naruto said as he tried to grab Indra, but his hand phased right through him. Hold on, I have some questions. I wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. I am merely an astral form. I died a long time ago. My descendants carried my hate. But I leave it, you child. I hope you can remedy us of the mistake I made out of jealousy and hatred. Redeem my line and I will be forever grateful to you, Indra said before he was slowly disappearing. Also, don't mingle that much with my brother's descendant that much. Her foolish and cheerful nature may dull your skills. Though, I doubt you'll be able to stay away from her. After all, I've never seen a boy that infatuated with a girl before, he said with a smirk that reeked of Uchihaness. Shut up, Naruto said as he had some red in his cheeks as he watched Indra slowly disappearing. Listen to my words closely, child. He who knows how to love must also bear the risk of hatred. You have that hatred in you as well. Don't make the same mistake I and your predecessor made. But remember, these eyes that we have are our pride. Never forget who you are. It is proof we are the sons of the sage, Indra said before he finally disappeared. It's up to you now, Naruto Uchiha. Well, that happened, Naruto said. Looks like he realized his mistake too late. Stupid ancestor, leaving me his burdens, Naruto said as he himself felt a pull. And then, the next day, the cavern, northeast section, the forest of death, training ground 44, Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto shot up from his bed as he saw the scene before him. Sasuke Uchiha was up and about as he had black flame-like markings on the left side of his face. Kasumi was currently fighting a kunoichi as Sakura was sitting on the ground as Sasuke was twisting the arms of a Oto Nin, the same one who had beaten Kabuto. Naruto felt his body sore but felt a bit better. Naruto got up slowly and saw that Sakura was now hugging Sasuke from behind and had managed to make him let go of the Oto Nin. The mummified one then went their final partner, that was the kunoichi, as she had been fighting Kasumi. He then threw a heaven scroll at them as a sign of their defeat. Okay, Naruto said as all three genin of his team looked at him, but Sasuke no longer had the flame marks on his face while Kasumi was rushing at him and hugged him as he choked for air. He got some, but then a familiar set of lips crashed onto his and he too kissed back. Sasuke and Sakura were smart enough to look away. The whole wounded warrior thing was kind of steamy to them, and the way Naruto had grabbed her by the waist was quite provocative. You know, I could always get used to this, Naruto said in between kisses as the two finally stopped and their foreheads were connected. Okay then, now that we're done with the important stuff, can someone please tell me what just happened before I woke up? Naruto asked as all three genin sighed. It's a long story, Sakura said as she picked up the heaven scroll. Can you move? Yeah, Though I could use some food. Naruto said as he saw the fried fish, now cold. He picked it up and chewed on it as they moved. He turned around to look at the forest around them. And yelled out, "You guys suck at suppressing your chakra, you know." Groans of annoyance came from different parts of the trees and bushes surrounding the areas while a muffled yell came as well, but Naruto clearly heard the word, "youth," being said. He then looked at Sasuke as noticed the seal on his neck. Kasumi then spoke up. Naru stopped looking at Sasuke's hickey. Kasumi said and Sasuke stumbled a bit. "Alright though, I gotta ask." Say Sasuke. "What?" Sasuke said, clearly not annoyed by the situation at all. "I mean, Kami forbid people don't try to nose in with them. Did you like it when that kunoichi gave you the bite?" Naruto asked. Sasuke looked annoyed at the question as his eyebrows twitched. "Well, just so you know, if you did like it, there is something wrong with you," Naruto said. "Why is that?" Sasuke asked, not liking where this was going at all. "Tell me." "Well, how do I put this?" Naruto said while trying not to burst the bubble. "Naruto, I think it would be better if you didn't tell him about the kunoichi," Sakura said, fearing what would happen if Sasuke did say yes. She just couldn't picture something like that. "Alright, what's the big deal, tell me," Sasuke said. "I am an Uchiha. I think I can deal with something that concerns that woman." "That's the thing, Tem," Kasumi said as she happily chirped. "That woman was really a guy. A guy over 50 years old. Who called you Sasuke-kun? Who bit you? On your neck?" Intimately. The three genin were walking. Naruto, Sakura and Kasumi were walking past Sasuke. Naruto sighed. Sakura looked sad while Kasumi was ecstatic, then a large yell came from behind them. "What?" Location: Tower, Forest of Death, Training Ground 44, Konohagakure no Sato. "Okay, now what do we do?" Sakura asked as she and her team stood outside the tower. The battle with Orochimaru had taken quite the toll on them. They had spent an entire day in the Forest of Death as both Naruto and Sasuke had to rest up and recover. In that frame, the three shinobi from Otogakure had attacked them and were looking to kidnap both Sasuke and Naruto. While Sakura may not be the best genin kunoichi in the elemental nations and was a bona fide fangirl in her early stages, serious training with her team was starting to bring out the hidden talent within her, and Kasumi Uzumaki served as a catalyst for her to train harder. Again, she was a rough work in the progress, but one that was worth the training. When the sound team had attacked them, the kunoichi had done her best in setting up intricate traps and even managed to hold back Kintsuchi of that team, while Kasumi, with great terrible chakra control courtesy of one pale-skinned Sannin, was holding back the other two. Sasuke Uchiha had woken up in the middle of the fight and had black flame-like tattoos spread across his face and went a bit psychotic at their presence. He even nearly broke one of the shinobi's arms. Zaku was his name, I believe. He would have done too had Sakura not hugged him from behind and calmed his nerves down. After the sound team saw that Naruto himself was awake at this point, a fight was useless and they left a heaven scroll. After that they had left knowing the impending of a possible invasion of the Leaf Village hanging over their heads. "I guess we should open both scrolls," Sasuke said. He still was reeling from the fatigue of the fight with the kunoichi, who turned out to be a man. Sasuke still shook at the idea of a man biting him in his neck while the man was referring to him as Sasuke-kun. "Seems like the only way to go, I guess," Kasumi said as she brought out the Earth Scroll, and Sakura opened the Heaven Scroll. Then the two scrolls were reacting to each other as the kanji letters on both scrolls lit up and a great puff of smoke surrounded the four genin. Then in front of them stood Iruka Umino in his usual Chunin outfit. As he looked at Team 7, he had a smile on his face after watching students from the batch he taught appear in front of him in the second stage of the exam. They were the first ones to show up from Konoha. Of course, there was another team that had shown up, but they were from the Sand Village, the Subaku siblings. They arrived on the first day, and without a scratch. That was a freak show incident if anything. "Iruka-sensei," Kasumi chirped out. This was one of the few people who truly acknowledged Kasumi. Along with Suzume from the academy, Iruka believed that Kasumi was rather a victim of circumstance. The guts and determination of the 14-year-old was admirable on a scale that Iruka truly believed one day she would indeed make Hokage. And her vast improvement ever since becoming a genin was nothing to scoff at either. Though, he believed that Naruto played a large part in her rapid ascension. "What are you doing here?" she asked a bit too happily. "Well, that was the point of the scrolls. To see if you have both, then we would receive the signal and shunshin here," Iruka said with a smile on his face. "Well, Have any of you figured out the meaning of the scrolls yet? He asked enthusiastically, and the genin immediately deadpanned, seeing that familiar smile on his face. Oh no, not another speech. Kasumi thought. I thought it was over at the academy. Sakura thought to herself. Cha, why is this happening again? Inner Sakura thought angrily. How is this supposed to make us stronger? Sasuke thought with a scowl on his face. I have to inform Sandaime-sama about Orochimaru. Naruto thought while keeping a blank face before the teacher. He could funnel the information properly without too many leaks being exposed. I wonder if Danzo had anything to do with this. If only I had more time to use Chishiki Kisaichu, knowledge parasite, a bit longer, then I could have found out why Danzo was even in his specific memories. And then there's what Indra said. Black Zetsu, if I find that bastard, I'm going to ask no questions, just death. That's all he'll get from me. Naruto was wrung out of his thoughts as he heard Iruka mutter something about heaven and earth. And that's why you need both scrolls. Iruka finished as none of his students decided to pay that much of an attention to his glorious speech, something the Chunin was oblivious to. Well then, go ahead and rest up. You guys deserve it, Iruka said as his once academy students thanked him and were going inside the tower. The tower, the Forest of Death, Training Ground 44, Konohagakure no Sato. Finally, Kasumi said as it was followed with an exasperated sigh. She looked around the empty space she stood in. It was more like an assembly hallway. There were 2 rows above them as staircases lead to that place, seemed more like a place where people would stand by and observe. She and her team were now currently walking up the stairs where a familiar Junin uniform wearing, masked man reading an orange-covered book while he was giggling. The man's lone eye then drifted off from his sacred and precious book towards the oncoming group of people who were all under his charge. In blunt and brutal words, they looked like shit. Sakura was the only one who looked like she had been through a lesser amount of hell than the other 3. The one who did look the worst, however, was Naruto Uchiha. Shirt and pant was torn from places, the wounds that were on him that looked like slash marks and were significantly fresh. But above all, Naruto had a blank and impassive look on his face, while his eyes were completely narrowed at the son of the White Fang. Kakashi Hatake was surprised to see Naruto in such a state. He knew that the only ones who would bother Naruto too much in the tournament were a handful of people. Neji Hyuga, Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, and probably Shino Aburame. Other than that, there was no one who could stand much of a chance against him. The damage on his body indicates a level of intricate and precise attacks. This only meant that someone of at least Junin level had taken on Naruto. Then there was the situation where he had seen Anbu Black Ops near the forest itself when he entered. The situation was too eerie. Well, Kakashi said with an awfully convincing cheerful tone, looks like my Genin team is the first one from Konoha to make it. Good job all of you. Come on Kakashi-sensei, Kasumi said with her ever-present smile. Who else but us were going to be the first ones to make it back? The Sand team made it here first. And they came on the first day. Kakashi said, and Kasumi instantly deflated. Sakura was consoling her while patting her on the back. Sasuke looked annoyed, merely because they had gone through a very shitty experience of a hellish battle in the forest that slowed them down by a significant amount of time. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was bitten on his neck by a man, nope, nothing to do with it all. Naruto for his part was trying not to react in any way. Apparently, the red-haired boy, Gaara, was the Yondaime Kazekage Rasa's son. He had perfect control over his sand, but that's not where it ended, no. He was also an unstable Jinchuriki, of Shukaku the Aikibi. In fact, Kakashi continued, they didn't have a single scratch on them. Arriving here, in less than 3 hours since the second exams began. What? Sasuke, Sakura and Kasumi yelled out. All 3 genin were dazed by this statement. Sure, they may not have faced any tough opponents as Team 7, but to make it out of the Forest of Death with no scratches seemed likely impossible. Especially for Kasumi, who had spent time here for survival training several times, and each time something would get to her, even if it was a small scratch. Naruto for his part wasn't that surprised. The unstable Jinchuriki had reactive sand around him that acted as a barrier, deflecting any and all attacks that came for him in an instant. That was going to be very hard to get around. You probably shouldn't ponder on it too much, Kakashi said as he began to read his holy orange book again. Go and rest up, you're going to need it. Wait, Sasuke said, do we have to go out of the forest all over again and rest up in our homes? Sakura seemed a bit cringed towards the aspect of going through the forest again. Kasumi for her part was shaking her head, not wanting to do anything with that damned forest again. Naruto this time reacted by having a tick mark on his forehead. He was tired and needed to speak to the Hokage, and he really did not feel like hanging around in the forest in case the snake wanted to try to bite him again. Of course not, Kakashi said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. None of you are allowed to leave the tower until all qualified participants have come to the tower. There are resting quarters here in the tower and your team probably has one as well. Though, there is one problem, Kakashi said as he closed his book and put it in his pouch. What problem? Sakura asked. Was there another test to go through to the resting quarters? If so, well then, female fury would be unleashed. You see, Kakashi said before he took a pause, then he began again. Every genin team in all the major villages always comprise of 3 genin and 1 junin. However, since our mighty Team 7 comprises of 5 members, one thing has to be adjusted about the quarters. What would that be? Naruto asked, speaking up for the first time. Suddenly Kakashi began giggling all of a sudden, and Naruto knew something perverse was coming up. You see, Kakashi said as he giggled some more. Honestly, aside from being a man who knew over 1,000 jutsu, he sure enjoyed his textual porn and his perverse nature. Though he was not the most perverted man in the world, the next statement made by him showed he was indeed one of them. There are only 3 beds. So 2 of you will have to share one bed. He finished and immediately 4 genin had blushes on their faces. That pervert Kakashi, Sasuke thought. No wonder he was giggling like a fangirl. B bed, will Sasuke-kun share it me? Sakura thought with a blush, and she looked at Sasuke, who reddened a bit after understanding the gaze Sakura was throwing at him. Well, it's not like I can sleep without him, Kasumi thought, and the blush increased, but I don't want him and Sakura seeing how we cuddle. Damn it, Naruto thought as he looked away from the rest, I don't want them seeing us in bed even though we're not having sex, yet. Now, Kakashi said as he stopped his giggling as he put his hands on Naruto and Sasuke's heads. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei will give you some advice on what to do when. Hey look, it's Princess Gale. Naruto yelled all of a sudden while pointing a finger behind the one-eyed Junin, and Kakashi immediately looked towards the direction Naruto had pointed at. He looked around to see nothing. Wait a minute, Kakashi said as he turned around to see all his genin magically disappear. He sighed. Kids these days don't know how to take some teasing. Medical ward, the tower, Forest of Death, Training Ground 44. Naruto Uchiha was standing in front of the medical ward with the rest of his genin team. As soon as Kakashi had turned around, Naruto grabbed onto his teammates and girlfriend to shunshin the hell out of getting into a weird talk with Kakashi of all people. Naruto sighed as he ended up somewhere convenient. He needed to get to the medical ward anyways, and this proved to be a blessing in the hiding. The 4 of them entered the ward and were respectfully being treated according to their wounds. However, the real problem came when, "How are you still conscious?" the nurse asked quite loudly as nearly everyone in the ward darted their eyes towards the source of said noise. The nurse was a woman in her mid-20s and had a dumbfounded look on her face. I'm persistent, Naruto replied unsurely as he could feel another lecture coming from the woman. He was tuning out, of course, not because of the woman explaining how dangerous it was, but rather because of the fact that there was an invasion threatening to loom over Konoha. This village was his home and he was not going to accept the fact that he would be sitting around rather than trying to prevent it. Part of him wanted to declare it out loud, but that would be a foolish mistake on his part and only more chaos would ensue. He was sure that the village had a plan in case something like that did happen. However, there would be casualties. Severe casualties, in large numbers, of both shinobi and civilians that would leave quite a gap in the population. Peace was a rare thing to have, however one could also say that peace was a terrible thing to have. Naruto remembers how Shisui often used to speak about how things were different when he was growing up. It was the time of the Third Great Ninja War. Hell, by the time he and Itachi were Naruto's age they were both Anbu and later Shisui became a Junin. Peace had decreased the overall quality of shinobi in this era. Naruto Uchiha was an exception, even more so than some of the older ninjas of his village. However, he wasn't what a few shinobi were called. War deterrents. Shinobi who were single-handedly capable of thwarting off attacks and invasions by their lonesome. Konoha had Hiruzen Sarutobi at the moment, however other than that there were no other shinobi who could take on battalions of ninjas by himself or herself with the sheer confidence of coming out on top. Minato Namikaze was one of the most feared shinobi in the world because of his abilities as a war deterrent, for it was not every day a single shinobi could take down 1,000 Iwa Junin-class shinobi by himself. Perhaps, Jiraiya of the Sannin could do that as well. However, Naruto was not sure if he ever saw or heard that Jiraiya was in the village. He was a Sannin and had exclusive traveling rights. He was not bound by the village and its borders. He served Konoha by thwarting off threats from outside the Land of Fire. Genjiro and Satsuki were viewed as such shinobi as well, but alas both were dead. As for Shisui and Itachi, well, two Sharingan wielders like them working together would have been an excellent deterrent. If only we had someone of that caliber. If Nisan and Itachi Ni were here, Orochimaru wouldn't even dream of growing balls to even think about doing something like that. Naruto thought. He then idly clenched the bed sheets of the bed was sitting on. He was cursing his inability to not be at the level he wanted to be. But, even he knew it would take some more time. His aim was to be a perfect shield for Konoha and protect it. He would protect it like his father, his mother, his grandfather, his brothers and so many others had. However, more than that he would protect someone else. Kasumi Uzumaki was a gift to him. Something he cherished more than his own life, and then there was the threat of the Akatsuki. I can't stay and play ninja anymore, Naruto thought as he saw his teammates looking at him from a bit afar. His gaze was fixed upon one of them, the one person who mattered the most to him. The one person he would go against the village for. He wouldn't like, if it came down to it he would choose Kasumi in the blink of an eye. After this, I am going to train seriously again. I need to protect her at all costs. Naruto finished his thoughts at the same time the nurse finished covering his upper torso with the bandages. She had used her fair share of Iryu ninjutsu to stop the bleeding and heal him. His leg was also patched up rather well. He smiled a bit seeing the bandage. Shisui often used to take him on trips in the forest to train him. Just them in the green woods, while they trained and conducted survival exercises. Shisui was the biggest influence he had. And, many people did say that Naruto was his second coming. Of course, Naruto considered himself nowhere near his brother's level. He could cast genjutsu from far-off distances and then sneak up on his enemies without them realizing how he got there in the first place. Naruto got up and flexed a bit before putting on his shirt, which was not originally his as it was provided by the Arigato Kiryu-san, Naruto said as he bowed his head a little to the nurse who was muttering something about reckless shinobi. Soon enough his team came and they were playing 20 questions with him. Naruto for his part didn't reveal anything about his Mangekyo, but rather the facts that the person they fought was Orochimaru and that there was a planned invasion coming up from the combined efforts of both Sound and Sand. Sasuke for his part was relieved and seemed glad that he had lost against Orochimaru. One of the reasons he did not mention his Mangekyo was that he did not want their public interactions to even mention that word, and two because of Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke had improved significantly over the last few days. Not just as a shinobi, but also his social skills were brushed up to the point where he didn't simply HN anymore at every interaction. However, there was still a murky air about him and Naruto for one did not want the Avenger Complex victim Sasuke Uchiha to know anything about his Mangekyo Sharingan. Even more so now because of the cursed seal on him, something like that could affect his mental condition as witnessed and recounted from the incident with the Sound team. The third reason Danzo Shimura. As relaxed as Naruto may seem, he had always left extra clones around hanged as several people to keep an extra eye on his real self and Kasumi if the man who according to Shisui was the shinobi of darkness, would make a move on them. It seemed that even after the massacre, the Uchiha were suspicioned upon despite whatever they had contributed. No more, Naruto thought, I won't let them brand us as traitors. Even if I have to show them that by force. Indra Otsutsuki, I think I'll take your words into consideration about, Naruto thought. Naru, Kasumi yelled and Naruto looked at her with disheveled eyes. You were dazing off again. Gomen, Naruto said as he laughed a fake one. I was thinking about the exams. I mean what would happen if too many teams would make it through. Probably a preliminary round, Sakura said as the other three genin of her team stared at her. It would make sense once you think about it. Chunin exams always have been an unofficial way one village showing off against another. Too many competitors in the finals would bore some of the daimyo representatives that come. I never thought of it that way. How did you come to that conclusion? Sasuke asked and Sakura had a pink blush on her cheeks as her crush was actively asking her questions. Kasumi for her part smiled at this little incident. She was a good friend of Sakura's and had been trying to get her to break out of the whole fangirl status. Surprisingly, Sakura was making good progress. No one grew strong overnight, even Kasumi knew that, but Sakura had both the potential and the determination to do so. The fact that the Tem was speaking to her without saying something that would piss our resident Jinchuriki off only seemed like a progress in her books about the Tem. Naruto for his part did give off a small smile. Miko Oba-chan, I hope you're watching this. Naruto idly thought, remembering the kind woman who was his aunt in all but blood. Naruto then spoke up after Sakura said she had read about this from a shinobi journal her dad had. We should probably go and eat something, Naruto said as all his teammates nodded and saw Kakashi coming in. Oh no, you guys go, I'll try to stall him as much as I can. He didn't need to say it twice as all of them headed towards the other ward, which surprisingly had a food section as well. Seems the Hokage had spared no expense when it came to these exams, other than the whole leaving the students in the Forest of Death plan. Naruto slowly walked towards Kakashi and had a serious expression on his face, a similar look that Kakashi had on his face as well. Of all the farces you could have put up, Kakashi ni, Naruto said as both of them were now walking out of the medical ward, you had to go with the one where you were going to give us the talk. Well, Kakashi said as he gave his iconic eye smile, a genuine no less, someone has to mess with my cute little genin. And if not me, then who? That's true, I guess, Naruto said. Shisui had said that their sensei Hazashi Hyuga, who surprisingly was not a stuck-up Hyuga who ranted on about pride and proper etiquettes all the time, often liked to put his genin team in rather uncomfortable situations. Naruto then looked Kakashi dead in the eye after his sensory perception assured him no one was around. Have you been informed yet? Not sure about what, but I did see a couple of Anbu hanging around the entrance of the tower. That, and the fact that they were going into the forest smelled off. Kakashi said, and Naruto looked at him. The masked Junin realized that Naruto did not want to speak here, so he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and shunshin Ed away from the secluded spot within the tower. All right, Naruto, Kakashi said as he looked at the main powerhouse genin of his team. No, calling him a genin would be wrong. If anything, Naruto was the ko-sensei of his team, having threatened the copy ninja that all his smut would become nothing but ashes if he did not take more active role in their training. Kakashi Hatake himself had admitted that he was lazy, a bit too lazy over the years. He had also thrown away his chance at becoming AS ranked nin a long time ago, and his skills had dropped. His grief and regrets had wallowed him in the last couple of years, and it was only recently he was beginning to come out of them. Naruto Uchiha served as a constant reminder of Obito, and even now he was being uplifted by the younger brother of his formerly alive teammate, Orochimaru. Naruto said, and the air around them became very thick. The tension in the air was palpable. Orochimaru is here in Konoha. We encountered him in the forest and were able to evade him somehow, though he was not looking to kill us. He branded Sasuke with his curse seal, Naruto said, and Kakashi sighed, a sigh of great annoyance and frustration. Of all the people that had to come after your team, Kakashi said, did he manage to mark you or any of the others? He asked with the most gravest of tones. Having encountered many of the living experiments the snake Sanin had made put a particular bad taste in Kakashi's mouth. He tried to mark me, Naruto said. I managed to stall him long enough for reinforcements to arrive. I'm honestly a bit surprised that you weren't informed. Seems that Sandaime-sama still has a soft spot for his traitorous student. Naruto finished with a rather harsh tone. The mental tolls of the fight with Orochimaru, the discovery of the organization Akatsuki, and the encounter with the astral projection of his progenitor ancestor Indra Otsutsuki was starting to take place. Now Naruto, Kakashi said, noting the sudden change in his demeanor, you really shouldn't speak about Hokage-sama like that. It's not like he had a choice. Maybe, Naruto said, not particularly caring, and this side of him was starting to make Kakashi feel a bit on edge. Maybe not. Either way, he should have informed you about the fact that Orochimaru attacked us. Withdrawal of information like that will only cause whatever little teamwork and trust we have amongst ourselves to crumble. Kakashi Hatake was now looking at Naruto with a wide eye. He always knew that Naruto held back in the academy. His strength was above that of a Chunin, and he had a fully matured Sharingan that was probably used better than Kakashi's. However, this personality of his, which contrasted from his original kind and humble yet indifferent to that of the one he was seeing now. Sardonic, bitter and somewhat cold, but very good at restraining his emotions as his face was still nearly blank and completely devoid of any deductive emotions. Is this what he's truly like? Kakashi thought as he looked at the younger brother of Obito and Shisui. Looks like I'm not even close to even figuring out what he thinks. Don't look at me like that, sensei. Naruto said as he was staring at Kakashi. If you're considering me a flight risk, you're banking on the wrong Uchiha. Naruto said, not even caring at the moment whether if Kakashi was going to reprimand about him insinuating such a fact about his own clansman and teammate. Naruto was tired of living of hiding behind the restrained mask. He needed to get stronger to protect Kasumi. He was sure that Konoha would protect her. Not because she was a shinobi of their village, no, Konoha was far more deeper than that. Naruto knew exactly how most of Konoha viewed her. A weapon, as she was a Jinchuriki, an Uzumaki wielding a Kekkei Genkai who could give birth to more potentially strong shinobi. That's how they viewed her and the last two Uchiha. Nothing more than breeding stock, after the council had tried to impose the Clan Restoration Act on them. Naruto was pretty sure that though the Sandaime was somewhat of a decent human being, the other three were not, if what his sensory skill picked up. Those two lecherous power-seeking bastards known as Homura and Kaharu were people Naruto could never appreciate. And don't even get him started on Danzo. The sheer fact that he could feel a bit Shisui's chakra from him set him off, along with multiple others coming from him. He was pretty sure that Danzo had a Sharingan under the bandages of his eye. It was a hunch, but Naruto felt like that Danzo had one of Shisui's eyes. Yet, he couldn't do anything about it. They'd probably order his death like they had damned the Uchiha clan to death without a single thought. We need to go and talk with Sandaime-sama, Naruto said while looking at Kakashi, who was cut as Naruto had spoken up, and then continued. The sooner he learns about Orochimaru's plans, the better chance we have of staving off an invasion. Invasion? Kakashi asked in shock. Naruto nodded his head and Kakashi sighed once more. His hands were full now. He had even made plans to read Ika Ika all day, the newly re-edited ones. He put his hand on his student's shoulder once more as a whirl of leaves were in their stead. Private office, the tower, the forest of death, training ground 44. Hiruzen Sarutobi was officially having one of the worst metaphorical headaches of his life. Orochimaru, his most prized student at one time, had returned to Konoha after more than a decade. The rogue nin had attacked Team 7, and from Anko's suggestion they were under the assumption that since they were alive, they had probably been marked with his trademark and malicious cursed seal. His student had already stooped low when he had begun his human experimentation program, and now he was probably looking to use one of the team members of the 5-man cell as a potential host. Sakura Haruno was out of the question, as Orochimaru probably didn't deem her worthy. Kasumi Uzumaki was another impossibility, as his student may have been a sick excuse of a human being, but not a foolish one by any means. He knew how risky it would be trying to make a Jinchuriki a host, since there was already a large massive living chakra being inside her mind. The plan would only backfire, as the 9-tailed fox would probably destroy any chance Orochimaru would have. That left only two options. Sasuke Uchiha, the heir to the main house, though that term had become irrelevant now. As of this moment, as it was decided by the Shinobi Council, there was no main house or branch house. Since there were only two of them left, it was just the Uchiha clan. Though Sasuke was still seen as the rightful heir, as his father was the previous clan head, the position itself was up for grabs amongst the two. Sasuke was a prodigy, all right. He rightfully deserved the title of Rookie of the Year. However, titles mean nothing on the battlefield, but he did prove his worth and was on his way to becoming one of the better shinobi of Konoha. His behavior, on the other hand, was a different matter. Recently, from Kakashi's report, it seemed that Sasuke was starting to get along with his teammates more and was a tad bit more social now. However, Sarutobi was no fool. The Uchiha clan massacre was one of his 3 greatest failures. No matter how much of a justification the action itself received, he was more or less the reason the once founding clan of Konoha was all but extinct. True, Danzo may have been the one who ordered Itachi to bring the curtain down on his clan, but Sarutobi could have done something to stop his former teammate. What had he done in the aftermath? Nothing but a slap on the wrist for Danzo, who no doubt had been still active with his root program even now. But that hardest part was finding out where the new location was moved to. Quite the sneaky rat his friend was. Because of that incident, Sasuke was considered a flight risk by the Hokage and the elders. Ever since then, Sasuke had shown signs of an Avenger complex. If this kept up, he would end up going rogue. And then there was the other Uchiha of Team 7. Naruto Uchiha, the son of Genjiro and Satsuki Uchiha, grandson of his old friend Kagami Uchiha. Brother of Obito Uchiha, who died in the Battle of the Kanobi Bridge, and Shisui Uchiha, the teleporter of the leaf. And one hell of a shinobi, if what Kakashi's reports had detailed. The first person to actually acquire a bell in the history of the bell test. He had a fully matured Sharingan by this age, though he had probably acquired it way beforehand. He hid his true power and skills at the academy to such a great extent that it was almost non-believable, on par with Kakashi's reports. He also fought Zabuza Momochi long enough for Kakashi to intervene. He defeated Mangetsu Hazuka, the second coming of the demon, all by himself. And now, from the report he got from Anko and Anbu Squad Gamma, he had held off Orochimaru by himself long enough for the reinforcements to arrive. And a blank poker face that mirrored Itachi's. The sheer potential and strength this young man displayed was terrifying to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even he nor Kagami along with Danzo weren't this strong when they were his age. They probably reached his level when they were about 16. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose as he thought about the blue-eyed enigma. He was also considered a flight risk by Sarutobi and the elders, all kindness aside. At the end of the day he was the Hokage. But Sarutobi trusted Naruto more, despite the fact that he had hidden the fact he had awakened the Sharingan, a fully mature one too. Like his family before him, Naruto also held a loyalty towards the village, but he held his loyalty towards one person more. Kasumi Uzumaki. What Sarutobi had thought would be nothing more than a few slight crush-feeling relationship had changed drastically. They were more like young married couple. Sarutobi also felt sad as he thought about Kasumi and looked down on the ground. Not only was she a member of the famed Uzumaki clan, whose seals still guard the village to this day, but also the daughter of his successor. He had failed Minato and Kushina. Their last request was that the village see their daughter as a hero. Sarutobi had been a fool to trust the common people and shinobi alike. The hatred that stemmed from the Kyuubi's attack was still present today. It started out with Kasumi getting kicked out of the orphanage at 7, Sarutobi got her an apartment and paid the rent with her parents' money. But the problem did not stop there. The people of Konoha had dared to publicly verbal lash her and even at times assaulted her. This continued till she was 9, and miraculously it stopped. To this day, he does not know why. Then came Naruto Uchiha into her life. Allowing her to stay with him was an act of redemption for him. Sarutobi sighed as he was preparing to smoke on his classical pipe, a friend he had for more than 30 years. He was about to lit it, but there was a rapping on the door of his temporary office and he stopped. He also had to tell Kakashi about the Orochimaru incident. He called out to whoever was behind the door. "Come in," Sarutobi said, and saw the two people enter. One of them was the person he was about to inform regarding the incident with Orochimaru, and the other one was the person who was directly involved in the previous incident. Naruto then slowly closed the door as the click noise was heard. He had that blank look on his face once more, but having worked with Itachi for so long did have some perks. If Hiruzen Sarutobi was not wrong, then Naruto probably wanted to talk about something. "Sit down, both of you," Sarutobi said as his eyes had darted off at the two empty chairs as they were now occupied. Kakashi looked a bit shaken, and as for Naruto he looked bored, yet there was something going on in those eyes of his. "I assume that Naruto has told you of the incident in the forest already?" "Hi Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied. "If I may ask, why wasn't I informed about this? We were still making sure whether or not Orochimaru was in the forest," Sarutobi said, and finally took a puff out of his pipe. "I was going to inform and call you out, but you so aptly appeared and saved me the effort." "I see. Are the exams going to be cancelled then? Surely you don't intend to let things go on with him now in the village?" Kakashi said, and Naruto for his part closed his eyes. He was thinking about how to play this out. "I can't do that. It almost feels like Orochimaru wants us to cancel the exam, so he can trigger another incident," Sarutobi said, and saw that Naruto opened his eyes. "Naruto-kun, could you tell me exactly what happened in the forest?" "Very well then," Naruto said after making sure that no one was listening in on them from any corner. "At first our team split up. Since I can handle most genin, I decided to go out and look for the heaven scroll while the other three would function as a cell. The original plan was that they would flare their chakra the moment they would acquire a scroll. But Kasumi actively started using the Kyuubi's chakra, and I rushed there knowing something major would have happened. I arrived to see Akusa Kunoichi beating up Sasuke and Kasumi. She would have killed Kasumi too had it not been for Sakura's interference. I then stalled Orochimaru long enough for the reinforcements along with Anko-san to appear. Naruto finished and both shinobi mentally noted how he had left out all the parts regarding his battle capacities. I see. Is there something else worthy of note? Sarutobi asked and Naruto nodded. Yes. Firstly, from what Kasumi said, she cannot control her chakra properly ever since Orochimaru placed a seal on her. I believe it's the Gogyu Fuin, 5-element seal, as Kasumi said that 5 kanji symbols with purple flame-like hues had appeared over his fingers. I didn't bother to remove it as it's a level 6 seal, something I haven't finished yet. If you or someone else could remove it, Hokage-sama, it would be very good. Naruto finished and Kakashi was looking rather proud. Well, you'd have to be if a student from your team beat someone like Mangetsu Hazuka and hold off a Sannin like that. But it still felt like there was more Naruto wanted to say, as had started with, firstly. What else is there you want to say, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi said and Naruto sighed before he could speak. Sasuke has been tagged with Orochimaru's curse seal. He even channeled some of its power during a fight with the team from Otogakure. He did fight it off after Sakura intervened, but just to be safe you should seal it off and keep an eye on him. Naruto said. And Orochimaru didn't put the curse seal you? Sarutobi asked with a raised brow. This was highly irregular of Orochimaru. By all rights and logic Naruto should have been his primary target. He tried, I managed to evade him. And now before I go any further I need to be sure that no one else is listening to us. Do you have a location that we could talk freely, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked and Sarutobi was nothing but impressed. The air with which he carried himself was highly calculated. Naruto did not want to leave any room for errors. Hiruzen then made some hand seals and slammed his hand into the ground. Seals appeared all around the room and Naruto whistled at the actions. Privacy and silencing seals, Naruto said with a smile, and Kakashi was thinking something else. This was one of the last 3/4 stages of level 6 Fuinjutsu, something he couldn't yet master due to his training schedule changing. Show off, Kakashi thought. Now that we know no one is listening, please continue, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi said and Naruto nodded. Firstly, Kabuto Yakushi is a spy. You were probably informed of that, right, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked and got a slight nod from Sarutobi. At first I found it hard to believe that someone like him could fail the Chunin exams more than 3 times. I concluded he was a hefty risk and decided to stay away from him. Then, during my encounter with Orochimaru, I used a double-layer genjutsu on him that took away most of my chakra, but I was able to get some information out of him. Naruto paused, and was going to continue, but Hiruzen spoke up. Wait, you extracted information from Orochimaru's mind with a genjutsu? Sarutobi asked with his eyes being a bit wide. Kakashi for his part looked at Naruto, not showing the obvious surprise. It's not perfect, and the tougher the opponent the riskier its usage becomes. Naruto said, trying to downplay the effect of the genjutsu. I see. What is it called? Sarutobi asked. It's a family genjutsu associated with the Magen demonic illusion category. This particular genjutsu is called Chishiki Kisaichu, knowledge parasite. It has a limited time frame and can extract only recent information. However, the chakra usage is high and the illusion itself becomes unstable unless another high-level genjutsu isn't used as the first layer. Naruto said. I see. Was the first layer of the genjutsu Kurai Kuka, Dark Descent? Sarutobi asked and Naruto for his part could only widen his eyes as Sarutobi smiled at the young genin. Don't be so surprised, Naruto-kun. That particular genjutsu was made by your grandfather. Do you think he didn't use it on me? He asked with a chuckle. The old man is terrifying. Makes me wonder what Kagami Ojii-san was like. Naruto thought in his mind. I feel left out, Kakashi thought in his mind. Though, Kurai Kuka was something Kakashi had often heard of from Obito when they were genin. Apparently it was a nightmarish genjutsu Kagami Uchiha had created during the First Great Ninja War. He sighed in relief that Naruto didn't threaten him with that. Moving on, Naruto said. The reason why Orochimaru is here has 2 main goals. 1. He needs a new body. It seems that he chose an Uchiha as his vessel this time. At first he went after Sasuke and then concluded that he would go after me as well. Naruto said. The other reason is, Orochimaru has an invasion planned. Silence echoed throughout the room as the other people present in the room reeled in from the statement Naruto just said. I know this may be hard to believe, but it's true. Knowledge Parasite did help in getting this info. Otogakure is Orochimaru's village. He usurped power from the daimyo of Ta no Kuni and renamed it Oto no Kuni. Also, Tsunagakure is playing a large role in this invasion. Naruto said, Suna is an ally. I don't know how Rasa would even agree to something like that. Sarutobi said, you're correct Hokage-sama. Rasa-sama would have never agreed to such a thing, if he were alive that is. Naruto said, and both shinobi shook their head as they realized the situation. Orochimaru is now masquerading as the case cage. They probably don't even know that Orochimaru is pulling the strings right now. Naruto said, and they probably wouldn't even believe us if we told them. Kakashi hypothesized, they'd probably think of it as an underhanded tactic by us. Indeed, Suna is generally considered the weakest of the Great Five villages. They had everything to gain if the invasion was a success. Sarutobi said, and both Konoha shinobi noted that their leader had used the past term, signifying as if they had already failed. What, you honestly don't think that I can't counteract their plans? I may be old, but I am not senile. If Orochimaru thinks he can come here and bring harm to the village I grew up in and get away, well, I'll just have to remind him why I was his sensei. Sarutobi finished, and Naruto for the first time felt the complete authority and power that the veteran of 3 wars had. He couldn't help but smile a bit at the Hokage's words. But the next piece of information was also important. Hokage-sama, Naruto said, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him with grave eyes. The Yondaime Casecage's son Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi. Kakashi merely face-palmed after hearing that, while Hiruzen did something else. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hiruzen Sarutobi openly cursed in front of both shinobi. He got up and pinched the bridge of his nose out of frustration. Seems like Orochimaru went very far in his plans. I can only assume that he wants to kill me on the day of the finals. We'll have to plan around that. Does Orochimaru know that you found out about his plans? Sarutobi asked. To my knowledge, no. Naruto replied. But more importantly, we can't let him know that we are aware of his plans. He's also planning a mass sleep-induced genjutsu. Naruto said. Very well then. Thank you for bringing us this information, Naruto-kun. Kakashi, what do you think? Surely he has displayed all the qualities of a Chunin already, hasn't he? Sarutobi asked to Kakashi. Indeed he has, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied with his iconic eye smile. A Chunin already, and you didn't even have to make it to the finals. He finished. Wait, what? Naruto asked, not really sure how this conversation was going. Then Sarutobi chuckled as he sat down and pulled one of the drawers of the desk in this room. He pulled out a scroll and unsealed it to reveal a Chunin flak jacket. The difference between this one and Kakashi's currently wearing one was, the unsealed flak jacket was a bit brighter than the masked Junin's darker olive green colored one. Naruto realized what had happened and was a bit taken aback. He had heard of on-field promotion before but didn't know it would happen to him like this. Chunin Naruto Uchiha, you are hereby promoted to the rank, and your first mission as Chunin is to keep taking part in this Chunin exam and keep this farce up. You will also keep an eye out on the Sand siblings as well as Sasuke Uchiha. Should he display any rogue nin-natured behavior, you are excused to bind and keep him restrained by whatever methods you deem necessary. Sarutobi said, and Naruto nodded. Kakashi nodded as well. True, he had seen a bit of the cold persona that Naruto always suppressed, by it seemed that Naruto would not betray any of his comrades. Hokage-sama, what happens now? I mean in the exams. Naruto asked. Well, if too many teams make it, we will need to have a preliminary before the finals. Sarutobi said. I was also going to give an option for those who want to back out available. But now I am not. Sarutobi said. Why is that, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked. Kabuto Yakushi. Sarutobi said. The fact that he is a spy checks out with his previous exam incidents. He always backed out before the finals. He will probably do the same again. But I want to test something. Sarutobi said. What would that be, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. Tell me, Naruto-kun, have you ever heard of tournaments being rigged? Sarutobi asked. Time skip. 1 hour later, Team 7 resting quarters, the tower, Forest of Death, Training Ground 44. Knock, knock. Geez, calm down, Kasumi said in a hushed voice as she got out of the bathroom. She had previously seen Sasuke and Sakura fall asleep and really did not want them to get up. Her team was resting up as much as they could. Sakura for her part didn't want to go to sleep, but Kasumi insisted. Sasuke didn't complain, he wanted to rest. Both genin were separately sleeping in their individual beds. She knew that in the end she'd end up sleeping in the same bed as Naruto. To her, that was the most natural thing in the world. She didn't say it loud, but she always felt safe and peaceful whenever he wrapped his arms around her frame. Nothing could happen to her there. She put her hand on the knob and turned it slowly. The resounding click noise came as the door was opened and she saw 3 people standing there. Hiruzen Sarutobi, or as he liked to call, Gigi, was there in his usual Hokage robes and the hat she had often asked him to hand over to her. In her mind she was ready to be Hokage already and wanted to help her grandfather in all but blood by taking the burden off his shoulders. Her first plan of the day when she became Hokage would be making ramen the national food of Konoha. Ah yes, life would be good for ramen lovers in Konoha if she truly earned that hat one day. The next was their sensei, or in Naruto's case pseudo-older brother. It was only after the wave mission that Naruto revealed to Kasumi that he knew Kakashi beforehand. The left socket that contained his Sharingan once belonged to his eldest brother Obito Uchiha, who had died under a boulder but had given him his eye as a dying gift. Recently, Kakashi was teaching them properly too, after a few not-so-discreet threats. All in all, he was a good person, but he could use better excuses in her opinion. And finally, the last person of the group was the same person that had become an important part of her life. Naruto Uchiha stood there. She looked closely and saw that the serious expression on his face that she had seen was gone for the moment. Also there were some traces of food crumbs around his lips, meaning that he had probably had a meal. At first, Kasumi did not want to eat without Naruto, but after a great loud rumble from the 3 genin stomachs they couldn't help but oblige themselves. He was smiling lightly and Kasumi knew it was a genuine one. Kasumi-chan. Hiruzen spoke up, albeit lightly, as he had seen the other genin sleeping. I heard from Naruto that you've been having some trouble controlling your chakra. Hi Gigi, she said in her usual bubbly voice. That stupid long-tongued Tem slammed his hand on my stomach and my entire chakra control got shot. Kasumi said with a bit of an irritated tone. She then looked at Naruto, who was shaking his head at her informal behavior towards the professor. He. Hiruzen chuckled at her description of Orochimaru. Naruto had told him that his team knew about Orochimaru and the invasion, also the fact that he had told them to not tell anyone else about. Don't worry Kasumi-chan, Naruto-kun told me about it and I can fix the seal for you. No sooner had he finished, Kasumi beamed up and was going to say something, but Naruto immediately went near her and put his hand over her mouth. If we could take this someplace else, Hokage-sama, Naruto said with a deadpan expression. He also didn't want his teammates to wake up. Hiruzen nodded and started to walk out. Kasumi and Naruto followed suit, but saw that Kakashi was staying behind. Someone needed to keep guard over Sasuke, especially since the Juin cursed seal could act up, and Orochimaru may or may not make a move on Sasuke. He was a slithery snake for a reason. Naruto did feel guilty about keeping Kasumi in the dark about this, but sometimes people often do things that could be considered grave crimes in the views of others to protect their loved ones. So where are we going, Naru? Kasumi asked as her arm wrapped around his and her head leaned on his shoulder. Naruto was grasping her hand in his, as their fingers were interlocked with each other. She was giving him a clueless look as her deep violet eyes widened, making her look all the more adorable in his eyes. To Hokage-sama's office. Undoing the seal in a more quiet place is sweet, since you might lash out in pain. Naruto said, and Kasumi winced a bit. Don't worry, it's not going to be that painful. It's probably like getting your blood taken from a needle. Kasumi seemed to shiver in fear comically. But I don't like needles. They prick your skin, suck your blood. Kasumi kept going on in a plitter-platter of more nonsensical fear of needles. Naruto tried to calm her down, the keyword being tried. In the end it took the bribery of all you can eat at Ichiraku's to calm her down. Naruto could already feel his wallet getting lighter. He prayed their children would not develop a fascination towards the starch-based food. If it was Pocky, well, that was a different case. Naruto didn't even notice how his lips had twitched upwards at the thought of him having a family with Kasumi. Come on in then, Sarutobi said, and the two entered the moderately sized office of the Hokage. He closed the door and activated the silencing seals once more. He then turned towards Kasumi and spoke to her. Kasumi-chan, I need you to lift your shirt and mold chakra as much as you can. Hiruzen said, and Kasumi was a bit red as she nodded. Naruto for his part never really had seen her belly before. Was it strange that they slept in the same bed yet didn't know what the other looked like completely naked? Of course not. Some people may think otherwise, but Naruto was well versed in controlling himself. Then she slowly unzipped her jacket and lifted the mesh shirt underneath, to reveal a toned smooth belly that Naruto was really having a hard time not to look at, but not only did he take a look at that but also the seal that was on her stomach. So intricately detailed, all the arrays were in perfect alignment. Never had Naruto seen such a beautiful and deadly seal. Looks like Yondaime-sama took no risk in making this. The amount of details and the sheer alignment of the arrays in this seal are probably enough to hold 2 biju inside. Naruto thought as he stared at the 8 trigram seal in awe. Hiruzen Sarutobi then cocked back his hand as his fingers spread apart. Then 5 blue-colored kanji symbols appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's fingers, each one representing one of the 5 base elements, as he slammed it into the seal over the original, and Kasumi jumped back in pain while Naruto caught her from behind. She was clutching her stomach a bit, and then the pain stopped as she was sitting on Naruto's lap, who was currently sitting on the ground. "They're done," Hiruzen said. "You should be able to use your chakra more properly now, Kasumi-chan." He finished, and Kasumi immediately beamed up as she ran towards the wall and was jumping up and down on it. Hiruzen for his part couldn't help but chuckle at Kasumi's behavior. "Well, I guess you two should get going now. Make sure you rest up well," Hiruzen said as he saw the two bid their farewells for now as he sat down alone on the chair. His hands leaned on the desk as he thought how in a month, nearly everything would change. "I only hope things work out in the end we want to," Sarutobi thought. Team 7 resting quarters. "Go on then. Lie down, I'm going to go freshen up a bit," Naruto said as Kasumi sat down on the bed. Naruto went into the washroom and was freshening himself up. A new set of burdens had been placed onto him. He was already made a chunin before the exams ended. Now he had a more important duty than the rest of the genin. He would have to play a part in fending off the invasion. On top of that, Kasumi's life was in danger. She needed to get strong quickly as well. Naruto knew he was strong, but if she could get stronger in a short amount of time, the chances of their success would increase. He couldn't lose her. She was worth the world to him. If he had to give up his chance at going to heaven or whatever there's after life ends, he would do so willingly. If Sakura didn't make it in time, then Kasumi would have been stabbed by that kunai, lethal cut or not. Naruto knew he couldn't win against someone like Orochimaru, not right now. The fact that there were 8 or 9 more criminals like him in the Akatsuki didn't make his life any easier. He washed his face and hair as it looked a bit tame now. His hair was quite big now, almost coming down to his nape. He brushed back his hair significantly until all of it was pushed back. He looked at himself and shook his head. He then got out of the washroom and saw that Kasumi was still sitting in the same he had left her. He sat down beside her and both were leaning on each other as their hands were intertwined. He was fondling her hand with both of his and brought it up to kiss it. Kasumi looked at him while her head was still on his shoulder. "What's wrong, Naru?" Kasumi asked as she looked at Naruto with her violet orbs. She didn't get an answer as Naruto leaned his head forward and captured her lips with his own. She closed her eyes and simply melted into the kiss. He was licking her lower lip as she did her roll as well. Then their tongues slowly caressed each other and both pulled back. Naruto was caressing her cheeks as some pink was dusted on her cheeks. He pulled her close as his forehead was on hers. He spoke ever so softly. "I'm sorry," Naruto said as he kept his eyes closed. "If only I was a bit faster today, then you wouldn't have been." He couldn't finish as Kasumi hugged him tightly. Her head was in the crook of his neck as both teens wrapped their arms around each other. Naruto held on to her more tightly. "Nothing happened to me. End of story," Kasumi said as she snuggled into him. "Besides, how can anything happen to me when you're here?" Naruto did not say anything but merely held her in his arms. His chin rested on the top of her head. These were the moments he treasured dearly. Something that completed his hollow existence after his family had died. Shinobi were killers, but they were also humans. Humans have their own dreams and one of his was leaning against him. "No matter what happens, I am never going to let anything happen to you, Kasumi," Naruto thought as he once more saw the scene in which she was falling. "Let's get some sleep," Naruto said and Kasumi nodded. And soon enough, both were lying together in the bed. True, it wasn't that large, but then again they could never fall asleep without the other. Both were cuddled against each other as Sweet Abyss kidnapped them into its peaceful fortress. Time skip. 1 day later. Location. Outside the tower. 2 chunin stood outside the tower as they saw 2 teams of genin arriving with scrolls in their hands. They all stood, but the Chunin spoke up immediately. Due to excessive amount of genin being passed, the amount of examinees taking part has been halted. One of them said, and the genin stared at them dumbfoundedly. What? All the 6 genin asked in unison. It means it's been exactly more than 3 days. The other Chunin said, you're disqualified. But that's not fair. One of the genin said, life's not fair, kid. Now follow the path around the tower to get out of here safely, unless you want to go through all that again. The Chunin said as he saw the disheartened genin leave. Kind of feel bad for them. Yeah, well, this is what happens. Heads up, we got the bogey coming. The first one said as Kabuto Yakushi, Masumi Tsurugi and Yoroi Akado arrived. Team Kabuto, or rather Kasumi, had tentatively titled Team Glasses in the first exam. Did we make it? Kabuto asked as he handed them the Chunin the 2 scrolls containing the kanji for heaven and earth. Just in time. Go in then. The Chunin said, and Team Kabuto would have gone in without question had Kabuto not asked a question. Why was the team before us going around the tower? Kabuto asked as he adjusted his glasses. Brats thought they could fool us with low-tier genjutsu. It's gonna take years before they can fool us. The Chunin said, and Kabuto nodded before walking away. After they went in, the 2 Chunin started talking again. That son of a bitch was smirking, wasn't he? One of the Chunin asked. Yup, the other one said with a toothy grin. Inside the tower. Okay, that should be enough for now. Kabuto thought. Now all that's left is for me to call quits and try to grab Sasuke Uchiha while they no doubt keep him in the hospital. Rookie of the year or not, he's still a genin and a young one too. Something like the Fujihoin evil sealing method will take a toll on his body. The spy thought as he eyed his targets. Naruto Uchiha was there, but he looked to be perfectly fine, and this raised questions. Sasuke looked like he was struggling a bit, but Naruto on the other hand looked like he was okay for someone who had been tagged with the cursed seal, unless maybe Orochimaru-sama doesn't have an interest in him. He is from the branch clan. Sometimes he can be so picky with his choices. But I guess Itachi is to be blamed for that. Kabuto thought. He was not able to get into contact with Orochimaru in the last day as the snake Sannin had disappeared. He had not been captured, that much was sure, as their plans were relatively unknown. Konoha, to their knowledge, was a sitting duck at the moment. How wrong they were. Hey Glasses, you made it. Kasumi yelled out towards the team. All enmities aside, Kabuto didn't hate the girl. In fact, her personality was kind of infectious. Reminded him of a time when his life was not so royally fucked up. Yes, we're sorry about that. We're not exactly the strongest team around. Kabuto lied through his teeth as took a good look around. The Sand siblings are here. No surprise there. The Sound team looks like they had trouble. The other teams from Konoha are here as well. All 13 of them, and the 3 of us makes 16 altogether. Unknown to Kabuto, he was being watched by nearly every Chunin, and Naruto Uchiha at the moment. All eyes were on the spy of Orochimaru at the moment, and some of them were also looking around to see if a slithery white snake was lurking about. What some of them didn't know was that Orochimaru was indeed in the area with them. Currently he was disguised as woman, more specifically as the Junin sensei of the Sound Genin team. Her masquerading name at the moment was Misa. Orochimaru was eyeing both the Uchiha. Sasuke for his part was standing with the crowd that were lined up talking with his team, especially with Naruto. Soon, I will soon have an Uchiha as a vessel. While I don't doubt Sasuke-kun's potential, at the moment Naruto-kun is stronger. Orochimaru thought as he looked at the lines of genin. Naruto Uchiha was at the moment sweating bullets. He could feel Orochimaru's presence to some extent right now, and he was not sure where it was coming from. For example, Sasuke's Juin was giving off a taint of his presence as it was fairly new and it was hard to suppress or control at the moment. Sasuke had been told by Kakashi not to use his Sharingan, not until they fixed the seal anyway. This was something to Sasuke had scowled and frowned upon his sensei. Sasuke had a different approach to the seal, as it granted him more power. But, for now Sasuke would play catch. Only because his chakra control was also a bit messed up. He looked at his teammates. Sakura, you're not strong enough. Kasumi, she may prove to be a bit of a hassle, but I think I can beat her. As for Naruto, how strong are you? You beat Mangetsu and fought a Sannin to a standstill. How did you become so strong? Sasuke thought in his mind as he lightly glared at Naruto. Despite their more social interactions, Sasuke was still a bit jealous of Naruto. He was not sure why. Maybe because of his Uchiha genes or the need to be stronger. However, he has been a bit angst since the seal was placed on him. Or maybe, It was because Naruto reminded him of Itachi. Always ahead of him, no matter how strong Sasuke gets and thinks he is that much closer to killing Itachi, Naruto shatters those thoughts as he shows his potential to be far greater than Sasuke could fathom at this age. What frustrated the Avenger even more was the fact that Naruto, compared to him, was happier and kinder than him. Yet stronger than him at the same time. This was a mystery to him that infuriated him. This only increased after he had woken up to see Naruto and Kasumi cuddled up together and sleeping so peacefully. How could Naruto do that? Did he not remember how Itachi had brutally murdered their clan? And here he was. Cough. Gekko Hayate coughed as he stood in front of the lines of wannabe genin and the already confirmed Chunin along with Anko Mitarashi and the third Hokage. Hayate was not surprised when the high-ups told him about Naruto becoming a Chunin. In his eyes and Yugao's he had already reached that level. But the fact that he was able to not die against someone like Orochimaru is what took the cake for them. The third Hokage was very careful as to who let know about the invasion. He had informed all Chunin and Junin that Orochimaru was in the village and Kabuto was a spy, but only a select trusted few knew about the invasion. Sarutobi was no fool. He did not want Danzo Shimura to benefit from this chance, knowing full well that Danzo and Orochimaru were on friendly terms before the Snake Sanin went rogue. For those of you who made it thus far, well done. As you saw, not many of the genin who started their journey in the Forest of Death did not make it. Sarutobi said and paused. However, we did not expect so many of you to make it through. So we will be having a preliminary round now. Upon the end of his words a great uproar from the genin started. It was natural, 3 days of torture and now this happened. Silence. Sarutobi said in a stern voice without raising it too much, and everyone complied while some of the Chunin were internally laughing at the predicament of the genin. The final round of the Chunin exams will have many guests among whom will be the daimyo of other nations, as such their time cannot be wasted that much. The Chunin exams are also a way of showing one village's strength. If you're not strong enough to go through this hurdle, then there's no need for you to be in the finals at all. Sarutobi finished and the genin could not even begin to argue with that logic. Hayate coughed a bit as attention was forwarded towards him now. Hokage-sama, if I may take over from here? Hayate asked and Sarutobi nodded before going up to sit at the upper area. Right then, I am not going to waste further time and skip straight to the point. There will be a preliminary now and Hokage-sama has made an extra rule that applies today. Konoha nin are not allowed to quit without participating in the match. This is also serving as a trial for Konoha genin, which we decided to take this time to see the battle capacity of the current generation. Hayate finished and Kabuto's eyes widened. Shit, of all the times they wanted to pull off a battle data evaluation. Now I have no choice. I'll just quit before the match gets too deep. Kabuto thought. All the other genin were not that phased though, they did come here to see who was stronger than the other. Then all their eyes moved over to the large screen above as it would randomly select genin and pit them against each other. Sabaku no Kankuro vs Masumi Tsurugi. Alright, all other contestants than Sabaku no Kankuro and Masumi Tsurugi leave the arena and proceed to the observation deck above. Hayate said as all the genin began to walk up the metal staircase as the first match would begin. Naruto didn't show it, but he was a bit worried, especially since he could practically feel Orochimaru's presence in the arena. He was here, but where? All the while, he was keeping his blank poker face on. Say Naru, who do you think will win? Kasumi asked. Glasses 3 or makeup boy? Not sure. Perhaps Kankuro, I guess. Naruto said. We still don't know what his abilities are. Trying to dig up info, are we? Tamari said as she walked forward towards the group of Team 7. Well, I am a shinobi. Naruto said. So yes, why are you here to spy on us? Kasumi asked with tick mark on her head. Calm down, orange girl, Tamari said nonchalantly, and Kasumi's eyebrow twitched. I was just curious as all of you were talking about my teammate. Don't you mean your brother? Naruto asked and Tamari looked at him with a sly look. Oh, have you been digging up information on little old me? She said with a flirty voice, and Kasumi was a bit pissed now, a bit. Listen, Sandy fan, Kasumi said, and this time Tamari was twitching. Stop acting like you're our friend and calm down, Kasumi, Naruto said. He was also wary of the Sand siblings. That battle fan was no joke if it can be used properly. Suna is our ally after all. Naru, Kasumi said while looking betrayed as Tamari smirked at said blonde. Are you siding with her? I am siding with no one. Naruto said as he looked at her with a small smile. Besides, the match is about to start. He could be your opponent in the next round. So observe ne. Naruto said as his gaze fixed on Kankuro and Masumi. Fine, but we're getting ramen after this. Kasumi said as she looked from the railing. Okay, Naruto said and Kasumi grinned. Result is the same as canon, not gonna waste words or time, winner, Sabaku no Kankuro. So he's a Kugutsutsu puppeteer. Naruto said as he observed Kankuro winning the match with his puppet. The string technique is what caught his eye the most. If one could master such deadly dexterity with sharp, death-inflicting ninja wire, then they would be a deadly foe. You know about Kugutsu no Jutsu, puppet master jutsu? Tamari asked, a bit surprised. Puppet masters were rare in these days. Of course I do, though this is the first time I'm seeing one. The only other person I've heard of using puppets is Akasuna no Sasori. Naruto said as Tamari shivered a bit at the name of their infamous rogue nin. Who's that? Sasuke asked, interested in the whole matter. Sasori of the Red Sands. Naruto said, remembering the fact that he was in the Akatsuki, one of the most prominent shinobi of the Third Great Ninja War and renowned for his large innovation in creating battle-worthy puppets. He was a genius of the art and the model Kankuro is using one of them. Karasu, I believe. How did you? Tamari was going to finish her question, but the moment he turned his face to her she already knew the answer. Blood-red eyes, with the three tomo spinning hypnotically. She looked away immediately. She knew well enough never to look an Uchiha in the eyes. You're really interested in puppetry? Not really. My brother used to tell me tales about rather famous shinobi. Akasuna no Sasori was one of them. Naruto said as he deactivated his Sharingan. Wait, why is he called Sasori of the Red Sands? Kasumi asked. Sasori was classified as an S-rank shinobi and fell under the Gun no Kira military killer category. He alone could take out battalions out by himself and destroy minor shinobi villages without aid. The reason for that nickname is, Sasori used to leave the dry sands soaked with blood, changing the color of it to a ghastly red. Hence, he was called Sasori of the Red Sands. All the genin around him were pretty terrified by the story of that alone. A man who could destroy a small shinobi village without any sort of help was a nightmare. Ino Yamanaka decided to speak up. Wait, your brother? Ino asked and Naruto looked a bit down. Immediately she realized her mistake. I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't. It's all right, Ino. Kasumi spoke up for Naruto, who nodded. He doesn't mind really. Well, if you really don't mind, who was he? Ino Yamanaka, ever the curious girl, asked. Shisui Uchiha. Kasumi replied and Kankuro, who had made his way up, stuttered. Whoa, wait. As in Shunshin no Shisui? The teleporter? Kankuro asked. Baki had often told him about Shisui Uchiha, the man who was responsible for a lot of recon squads from different villages fleeing at the sight of him. The very same, Naruto said. Didn't you guys talked about anything not gloomy? Kasumi asked and Naruto retorted. We did, but most of the time Ka-chan used to tell us the funny tales. Naruto said. Like what? Kasumi asked. Naruto tried to remember and said. I remember. She said that Jiraiya of the Sannin nearly died once here in Konoha. How is that funny, Naruto? Sakura asked in shock, just like the rest of the genin, bar Gaara. The Junin were sighing, even they knew the story behind that. While some of the others laughed. Well, Jiraiya of the Sannin was. No, still is one of the biggest perverts in the world. Naruto said it like as if he was talking about the weather. Some were staring at his indignant disrespect towards one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. One day he was caught peeping in the hot springs. Ka-chan was still very young then and said that he got caught by Tsunade Senju, who was there in the hot springs. What happened next? Tenten asked. Even Shikamaru was interested as he was listening to every word intently. Tsunade Senju beat him to an inch near death. Naruto said with a morbid expression. Jiraiya was apparently in a mini coma induced from the beating he got. And that's the day Ka-chan saw Tsunade's legendary super strength. Super strength? Sasuke asked. Tsunade-sama is considered the strongest kunoichi in history and the most innovative medical nin as well. She's the one who created the Shozen no Jutsu, mystic palm technique. Tenten said as she saw Tsunade as a huge role model. True, she is the strongest kunoichi right now. But she's not the strongest kunoichi in history. Naruto said. Wait, if the female member of the Sannin isn't the strongest kunoichi in history, who is it? Kiba asked. Akamaru also barked in response. Simple. Mito Senju, the wife of the Shodai Hokage. Even before she was married, She was famous as Mito Uzumaki, the Scarlet Seal Mistress. Naruto said as many of the Konoha genin looked at Kasumi with wide eyes. Uzumaki. The first Hokage's wife was an Uzumaki. Are they really that large of a clan? Sakura asked. You couldn't blame her. After all, Uzushiogakure was not prominently mentioned in Konoha's historical texts, something that Naruto deeply resented as the clan was not given the proper respect it deserved. He was descended from one of the two clans that founded Konoha, so some could understand his bitter attitude in this affair. Don't beat yourself up about it, Sakura. Naruto said. The Uzumaki clan were seal masters, and the average chunin from their village, Uzushiogakure, would have cage-level chakra. Lady Mito herself was the first person in recorded history to master all the 10 distinguished Fuinjutsu levels. She was also unrivaled in terms of kenjutsu and pure battles of strength stamina. She was also famous for another reason. The genin were reeling from the information. The average chunin had cage-level chakra. They looked at Kasumi in wonder, thinking just how much chakra she had. What would that be? Kasumi asked, as she had never fully heard of Mito either. Well, not in full detail. She didn't listen to some of the things Naruto said. Don't make that face. Naruto gave very long lectures sometimes. Her mass amounts of chakra, she even had more than the first Hokage. Naruto said as the pin was dropped. Hiruzen Sarutobi was chuckling at what Naruto said. He was listening as he laced his ears with chakra when he saw the huddled-up genin talking like that. Hiruzen was glad that someone among the new generation knew about the Uzumaki clan. Their downfall was one of his greatest failures in his mind. What? They yelled out in unison. Hi, Naruto said. Ka-chan said she died around 10 to 15 years before the Third Great Ninja War. But that would mean, she was over 100. Sakura said in shock as Sasuke merely stared at Kasumi, who was grinning at being related to the first Hokage. Indeed. In fact, out of all us, Kasumi has the most chakra. The amount of it is ridiculous too. That's why she could never make a simple Bunshin clone. Naruto finished, and he could see that wings had begun to sprout. He couldn't afford to let her fly high now. Of course her chakra control is probably the most terrible out of us all. Ha 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 ha. All the genin burst out laughing as Kasumi immediately changed her expression to a dull one and looked at Naruto with betrayed eyes. Naru. Kasumi whined out. How could you do this to me? Because I can. Naruto said, smirking at her. Cough. Hayate coughed and was pointing to the board, which showed that the next competitors had already been chosen for the next fight. It was Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Well, billboard brow. Looks like you're about to get your forehead handed to you. Ino said. We'll see about that, piggy. Sakura said with tick marks on her head. Both were making it down their way to the stairs as Kasumi yelled. Good luck, Sakura. Show them why Team 7's the best. Kasumi yelled out. Sorry, Kasumi-chan, but Team 8 is the best. Kiba said, even without one extra member. Right, Shino. Shino said nothing and everyone's sweat dropped. He then nodded. See, he agrees. Kiba said as Akamaru also yelled out his opinion. Easy there, Inuzuka. Don't get ahead of yourself. Sasuke said as he smirked. Perhaps you're forgetting that our team has 2 Uchiha in it. Oh yeah, so what? Kiba said as he got in Sasuke's face. Both were looking at each other to fight. Kakashi and Kurenai were coming to separate them, but something happened. Stop it, Tem. Kasumi said and slapped Sasuke's back. A bit too hard, and Sasuke was sent smashing into Kiba. But no, the worst part was that Kiba was lying on the ground with Sasuke over him, with their lips on top of another. Ah! Sakura and Ino cried out in horror, seeing that their match hadn't begun yet and this happened. Naruto for his part didn't say or do anything but was internally screaming. Think happy thoughts. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, that's right, Kasumi's sexy jutsu, Naruto said to himself as he remembered the voluptuous woman in the scantily clad clothes. Boy, was he glad his Sharingan was activated on them, and he didn't realize it when some blood came out of his nose. Hiruzen Sarutobi dropped his pipe at what he saw as his eyes widened. All the guys were looking away from sheer horror at what just happened. Kakashi immediately brought out his book and was actually reading it out a bit loud. Sakura and Ino broke down into the ground at not being Sasuke's first kiss. Hinata for her part was red-faced and blushed out of both embarrassment and the fact that she liked it for some reason. So did some of the other girls. What was this called again? Right, yaoi. Kiba and Sasuke were then spitting and cleaning their mouths as everyone around them were reeling from shock. After a while, Naruto broke the silence. Well, at least you both got your first kiss. Naruto said with a straight, emotionless face, and that's what made it worse. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino's match finally went underway. Okay. The match was a draw, but know this. The fight was better than the canon. As in, Sakura used some earth jutsu and Ino used some water jutsu. Before, both of them were engaging in kunai fights. Then ended in a brawl. If Sakura had built up her chakra reserves a bit more, she would have won. Naruto said. Sakura had indeed improved, and much to his surprise Ino Yamanaka did too. He really underestimated her, it would seem. Yeah, Kasumi said. She only started Doden recently. Still, it was a good fight. Too bad the readers won't get the details of it. Shikamaru said. What readers, Shikamaru? Choji asked in surprise. Troublesome. Forget about it, Shikamaru said as he looked up at whatever deity was looking down at him, hoping he wouldn't get in a troublesome match. It would be more troublesome if it was a girl. Sakura and Ino had come back up and both their teams were actually congratulating them for putting up a good fight show, bar Sasuke, who was too cool for it, and the fact he was still recovering from the shock. Then the screen randomly drew names once more and finally stopped it with Zaku Abumi going against Shino Aburame. Again, same as canon, winner, Shino Aburame. Troublesome, Shikamaru said as he saw the injuries on Zaku's arms. Yes, fighting against would be a hassle. Naruto said. There has to be a way to counter it. Sasuke said. All three of them were intently focused on Shino Aburame, who had proven himself to be a dark horse in this race. Of course, Naruto would be lying if he said he didn't underestimate Shino. Turns out that Shino had hidden his skills even more so than him. An unknown opponent was a scary opponent, and it seemed that Shino knew how to use his clan's jutsu down to a T. Fighting bugs that constantly feed on your chakra. Maybe if I use long-range Kaden, then maybe. But still, he could find a way to counter it. Both Naruto and Sasuke thought. Then finally the screen randomized the names once more. Then the names were starting to randomize once more, and once more two names were stated who would confront each other. Yoroi Akado versus Sasuke Uchiha. You better not lose, Tem. Kasumi said. I'm kicking your ass at the finals. I should be the one saying that, Dobi. Sasuke, as both their eyebrows twitched. Let's all calm down, okay? Sakura said, playing the peacekeeper. Good luck, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said. Sasuke was walking by, but he remembered what Kakashi said. Not to use the Sharingan, until they've sealed up whatever the hell Orochimaru did to him. He was against it as it gave him power, but his chakra control network wasn't used to it, so either way his blessed eyes were a no-go. He stopped, turning around and looking at Naruto. See you at the finals then. Naruto said, and Sasuke smirked. Someone as strong as Naruto was acknowledging him. A pure challenge thrown out and Sasuke would surely answer it back with full force. Sasuke went down to face Yoroi. Do you think Sasuke-kun will be alright? Sakura asked out of concern. He should be fine, as long as he doesn't use the Sharingan. Naruto said. Again, same as canon, winner, Sasuke Uchiha, only no Lion's Barrage finisher. Yosh, that was a youthful match. Lee said as he was doing sit-ups in anticipation for when he would fight. I can't wait to see how Sasuke will do once I fight him in the finals. You should calm down, Lee. As good as you are, no doubt, the Sharingan will be able to break down the taijutsu you use. If I or Sasuke do end up copying some of your moves, I apologize in advance. Naruto said. It's no problem, Naruto. Lee said as he gave his nice guy pose. That's what makes it more challenging. It's alright, Naruto. Might Guy was the one who said it as he came forward. That's the thing about the Sharingan, you pick up things whether you want or not. Shisui once told me that when he asked me for a few spars. He lost every single one of them, didn't he? Naruto asked with an amused smile. Yes. Did he tell you? Guy asked. Not really, it was a guess. I always did remember him coming home a few days looking like he faced an entire squadron and always mumbled something about green spandex freak spars. I should have known it was you, Guy Ni-san. Naruto said with a chuckle. He wasn't kidding when he said Shisui came back looking like a mess. Yosh, Guy said as he began his little moment. Such youthful students. I wish you were more like them, Kakashi. Guy said, and Kakashi looked up from his book. Sorry, did you say something? Kakashi said, and Guy immediately cringed. Damn you and your hip attitude, Kakashi. Guy said in defeat. At least you're not like him, right, Naruto? Lee asked as he saw Naruto talking with Sasuke, who had come back up. Naruto looked at Lee sheepishly. Sorry, were you saying something? Naruto asked honestly. Guy-sensei, he too is infected with the hip attitude. Lee proclaimed with tears in his eyes. Lee, Guy cried with manly tears in his eyes. My youthful student, we shall burn away their hipness with our flames of youth. Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei, hey look at that, the next fight is going to happen. Naruto yelled as he was sweating bullets. Thankfully, he got it to stop as Kurenai mouthed a, "Thank you," to him and he nodded. He was sighing in relief. He really did not want to see the eternal sunset of youth as of now. Naruto focused on the two names as he read them. Shikamaru Nara versus Kintsuchi. After that Sasuke and Kakashi went away, no doubt to use the evil sealing method. Naruto then paid close attention to Shikamaru Nara. When in the academy, there were only two students Naruto was wary of. Sasuke and Shikamaru. He was lazy, but then again, the Nara clan was legendary for its laziness but also for their sharp, tactical minds. Shisui once told him that the most dangerous thing in the world was a motivated Nara. Same as canon. Winner. Shikamaru Nara. Smart as always Shikamaru, Naruto said as he then sighed. Though I really wish he doesn't get so lazy all the time. You can't do anything about it, Ino said with a deadpan expression as she sighed. That's like telling a fish not to swim. Hey, Kasumi called out as Shikamaru finally arrived at their spot. Why the hell did you laze around so much? I didn't feel like even participating in the match. Then mom would have been bugging me to no end. Shikamaru said. Shikamaru, you should really use your flames of youth more, Lee said with great vigor. Laziness is the mother of all bad habits. True, Shikamaru said as he yawned a bit. But then again, laziness is a mother. And we should give her the proper respect she deserves. Quote ellipsis dot dot quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis dot dot quote. Tenten Higurashi vs Sabaku no Tamari. Same as canon. Winner. Sabaku no Tamari. Tenten lost, Lee said with disappointment. I thought she would have won. Considering that Tamari was a Fuden user, Tenten really didn't have a chance since she is a weapons expert. Naruto said. That battle fan only increases the sharpness of her wind more. You've seemed to given this a fair bit of thought. For the first time Neji spoke up. Were you by any chance observing our training session, coming from the person who has a set of Byakugan? If I did you would have seen me. Naruto said as Neji didn't reply anymore. Pissed. Kasumi said to Naruto who leaned forward. I think that guy also has a stick in his ass. Oh, for Kami's sake, Naruto said as he put his hand around her shoulder and pulled her closer to him. Why do you always have to say that about people who are a bit reserved, Sumi? Because it's true, Kasumi said with her iconic foxy grin. Naruto shook his head as some of the genin were looking at them. Kurenai for her part was simply handed a few couple of ryo from Asuma who was mumbling something incoherent. Choji Akamichi vs Dosu Kaneda. Alright Choji, make me proud, Asuma said and Choji looked reluctant. But sensei, those sound guys are strong. I don't think I can win, Choji said as he ate some chips. If you do well, I'll give you a tea. Asuma couldn't finish as Choji jumped down from the runway above onto the sparring ground. Reet. Same as canon. Winner. Dosu Kaneda. Well, at least he tried, Asuma said with a sweat drop. I'm not surprised, Kasumi said. Choji never wanted to fight in the academy, ever. Yeah, Shikamaru said. He was always looking not to hurt others. He's going to have to change his mind soon about that. Naruto thought as the defeated Choji made it back and had a disappointed look on his face as his team cheered him up. The names began to spin as Naruto sighed. Kakashi had just come back now. Kiba Inuzuka vs Kasumi Uzumaki. Yes, Kasumi jumped up and down as she tightly hugged Naruto who was finding it hard to keep his balance. Time to show them my natural awesomeness, Kasumi said as she jumped down to the arena. Kiba meanwhile was shrugging. Aw man, Kiba whined. I have to fight Kasumi-chan. It's gonna be too easy and I don't wanna hurt her. I'd rather take her out on a date. Naruto merely said nothing as Kiba looked at him for a reaction. Kiba, Sakura said, you really shouldn't underestimate Kasumi. But come on, it's Kasumi-chan. She's never won a spar at the academy against any of us before, except the civilians. Kiba, Kurenai said as she came forward. Are you looking down on her? No sensei, Kiba said, it's just I don't want to hurt her. I mean she's a girl and, Kurenai immediately cut him off. Finish that sentence and no medic nin alive will be able to fix what I do to you. Kurenai said coldly and even Naruto got shivers down his spine. Damn, Kurenai ne-san, that was cold, Naruto said with a sweat drop. Hi, Kiba said in fear and scurried down the stairs. Honestly, that boy, Kurenai said. She had been trying to peg his attitude down but was not able to succeed properly. Sorry about that, Naru-chan, she said, and Naruto immediately face-faulted. Meanwhile, some of the guys were snickering at him. It's alright, Kurenai-ne-san. But did you have to call me that in public? Naruto said with a deadpan expression. But that's what I always called you. Even Satsuki-san said it was alright to call you that. Kurenai said with a small, devious smile. His mother, even she liked to tease him. Of course she did, and I'm sure Shisui-ni telling you to call me that was nothing at all. Naruto said as Kurenai ruffled his hair as he pouted. The fight, Kasumi-chan, Kiba said with a whine. We don't have to fight. Just give up, I don't want to hurt someone as pretty as you. Can it, Kiba? Kasumi said as she took the Uzumaki swirl fist kata she had been practicing since returning from wave. Get ready. But why? Kiba asked. I mean, you're going to lose anyway. How about I take you to a date instead? Are you thinking you can beat me that easily? Kasumi asked as she gritted her teeth. No offense, but you never won against me in any of the spars. Kiba said as Akamaru was standing beside him. Just for that, Kasumi said as he looked at Kiba with deadest eyes, I'm going to break your nose. The stands. Ah shit, Naruto said as he face-palmed. What's wrong? Kurenai asked. She's actually going to break Kiba's nose. Naruto said while Sakura shook her head. Wait, she was serious? Ino asked. Last time Sasuke looked down on her, he nearly got impaled. Naruto said and everyone looked at him in confusion. He then shouted. Sumi. What, Naru? Can you talk with me later? I'm about to send Kiba down 6 feet under, so Kasumi couldn't finish. No chains. Naruto shouted out. What? Kasumi yelled from below. You heard me, no using your chains. You're angry right now and I don't want him getting injured. Naruto said. Fine. Kasumi said. Well, that takes care of one problem. Naruto said. Let's just hope he doesn't instigate her. Are you that afraid of her? Kurenai asked and Naruto shivered a bit. You have no idea, Naruto said with a deathly expression. The fight. Hajime. Hayate said as both genin flung shuriken at each other. They clashed in mid-air as Akamaru barked and moved away to a further distance to observe Kasumi and yelled to Kiba when to move. As Kasumi and Kiba engaged in taijutsu, Kiba was surprised. Each time Kiba tried to land a hit, Kasumi would overpower that with her own fist. Needless to say, physically Kasumi was a bit stronger than him. And now, Kasumi ducked down to dodge a punch and immediately shot up with an uppercut as it grazes Kiba's chin, sending him back as his feet leave the air. She immediately makes her iconic hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kasumi says as two clones around her form. She throws one of them at Kiba followed by another and finally she rushes at him. The two clones kick him up as Kasumi punches him away. Stands. Considering her chakra amount, it's not surprising she knows Kage Bunshin, but that fight stance is so, Kurenai couldn't find the right word. Off. Kakashi finished for her and Kurenai nodded. It may look like it has holes, but the addition of shadow clones more than makes up for it. It's so random at times, even I have a hard time catching up to her. Whoa, Ino said in awe. When did Kasumi get this good? She's been like that ever since the graduation ceremony. Sakura said. She's been improving ever since. Troublesome Menace got even more troublesome. Shikamaru said with a sigh. Naruto merely smiled. The fight. Not bad, Kasumi-chan, Kiba said as he stood with Akamaru. Looks like I'm going to have to beat you now. He then got down on all fours as some of his chakra glowed around him and his feral features became more prominent. His canines grew sharper, his slitted irises became more prominent and his nails grew longer too. Get ready to lose, Kiba said. Suga, tunneling fang. Kiba yelled as he dashed off the ground at a good speed and spun wildly, turning into a small converged hurricane as he rushed towards Kasumi. Kasumi, using the sacred log, did a kawarimi to avoid it. She saw the drilled stone and evaluated the situation. Okay, Naru always told me to calmly observe. Why is Akamaru here? Kasumi thought as she avoided another Suga. Then Kiba engaged her in taijutsu once more, but his attacks seemed sharper than before and was putting out more strength. Kasumi kicked him once more, this time directly on his pelvis to dishevel him and gain some space. Akamaru now came towards him. Not bad, Kasumi-chan. Keep this up and I'll have to marry you at one point. Kiba said as he pocketed his pouch. What? Kasumi asked, a bit surprised. You heard me. I always liked you. You'd be a good matriarch for the Inuzuka clan. Kiba said as he found what he was looking for. You're actually talking about this right now. Kiba were not in the academy anymore. Besides, I'm with Naru. Kasumi said with resolve. PSHT. Kiba scoffed as his eyes went over to Naruto for a moment. As if he cares, I mean look at him, he doesn't even care about you. I bet he just took you in to take advantage of you. Stands. I bet he just took you in to take advantage of you. Quote ellipsis dot dot quote. Naru-chan. Kurenai was going to say more. It's alright Kurenai-ne-san. Naruto said with an absolutely stoic voice and had a blank look. For some reason, Kurenai felt nostalgia seeing this. That far-off look when someone hides their emotions. She knew that look all too well. She had seen it on a certain someone's face who always hid his pain and never complained about anything. And Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she came forward and bowed her head a bit. I'm sorry for what Kiba-kun is saying about you. It's alright Hinata, Naruto said, his eyes not leaving Kasumi at all. In all honesty, he was worried if Kasumi would leak the Kyuubi's chakra or not. Besides, Sumi is going to win this fight. Kasumi said nothing as she stood still. What did you say? Kasumi asked. I said he probably took you in to take advantage of you. Maybe he hasn't done it yet. But he will. I mean he used to stare at you from time to time, and most of those looks were weird ones. Kiba said as he fed Akamaru on of the soldier pills he had brought with him. You know nothing about him. Kasumi said. Yeah right, it's just a matter of time before he has his way with you and discards you. He said as Akamaru got on top of his head. She then started making hand seals as Kiba looked in curiosity. Oi Kasumi-chan, since when can you sweeten Mizoripa water style, violent water wave? Kasumi said as she spewed out a large stream of water aiming at Kiba, who was in shock and got hit by the water which dragged him and Akamaru to the wall. Stands. What the hell Kakashi? Asuma asked as said masked Junin looked lazily at him. What have you been teaching the kids? Oh not much really. I wanted to stick to the usual genin stuff. But Naruto over there decided with the rest of them that everyone should learn some elemental release. Kakashi said, I thought only Naruto and Sasuke could use elemental ninjutsu. Kurenai said, it's surprising for Kasumi because she has too much chakra and can't control it. Comparatively her control is rather good now. Naruto said, but there's something else she's better at. Fight. What the hell Kasumi-chan? Kiba yelled. He really hated getting hit with a water jutsu. You could have seriously hurt Akamaru. And I should care because. Kasumi said with a cold tone. As of this moment, Kiba felt very scared. All his human instincts were telling him to run away. He had his share in experiencing female fury, but right now he felt like there was something else in play here. But fortunately, or rather unfortunately, his alpha instincts were bringing up a rather interesting turn of conclusions in his mind. Fine then, if that's how you want to play Kasumi-chan, Kiba said as he looked at Akamaru, who jumped on top of his head. You think I'm going to play with you Kiba? Kasumi asked as she braced herself for whatever the Inuzuka heir was planning. You said something very terrible about Naru. You don't know just how much I'm going to hurt you at the end of this. Kasumi-chan, at the end of this match you'll see who the real alpha is here. Me, not Naruto, Kiba said as he began to channel chakra and got down on all fours. Juji Bunshin no Jutsu, Beast Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke covered the bodies of Kiba and Akamaru as there was another Kiba taking the same pose on top the crouched Kiba. So, Akamaru can henge into you, Kasumi said as she guessed, knew what attack was coming. It was just a guess. Gatsuga, fang over fang. Kiba yelled as both him and Akamaru dashed at Kasumi, who was looking at the incoming attack. Stands. Why isn't she moving out of the way? Sakura asked. Not sure. Naruto replied. He had never seen Kasumi do this before. It was almost like she was looking to get hit and prove a point. And then Naruto's eyes widened as a resounding collision noise came. Fight. Kiba and Akamaru hit Kasumi dead straight as she was sent flying back and hit the ground as her body hit the ground while it rolled over to hit the wall. Kiba and Akamaru stopped and saw that Kasumi was not getting up. Kiba turned around to the proctor. It's over. Call the match proctor man. I'll take Kasumi-chan to the infirmary, especially since her boyfriend didn't make her grow that strong. Kiba said, and Hayate coughed into his hand before pointing to the direction behind the Inuzuka heir. Kiba's eyes widened as he saw Kasumi stand up from the attack. One of her jacket's sleeves was ripped right off as she stood up. Dust had settled down on her form from the last tussle and she was looking at Kiba. Is that it? Kasumi asked as she slowly took steps forward to Kiba. Is that all you can do, Alpha? Kasumi asked once more. Stay down, Kasumi-chan. I don't want to hurt a pretty face like yours. Kiba said, and Akamaru seemed hesitant for some reason. See, that's the problem, Kasumi said. That's the problem with you and those other guys who asked me out. Always saying I'm a pretty girl, or a growing girl who should know better and go out with them. You treat me like a prize. Like I'm something to be won. Like I'm an object. That's not true, Kasumi-chan. Kiba said. Is that why you once tried to pull me in the corner in the academy? Kasumi asked. You thought I'd forget something like that. What was it you said? That's right. A pretty girl like you should belong to someone like me. Everyone simply stood and heard the words that Kasumi said. Oi, Kasumi-chan, that was just a, Kiba tried to argue. Joke, Kasumi said, cutting him off. Just like that other time, you and that Shinoda kid were planning to, what was it again? I remember. Catch her after the academy when she's tired. Do tell what you were planning after you do the catching. That's right, we all know what you wanted to do. I was just going to ask you out on a date, but Kiba was once more cut off. Your sister had shown up and I am glad. Maybe I was overthinking things, maybe you would just ask me out on a date. Maybe. You know, I thought I had made it pretty clear I didn't want to go out with any boy. But all of you would bother me so much I had no choice but beat you guys down. And now that I'm finally with someone, you can't seem to stand it. Kasumi finished. Why is that so hard? Because that Tem doesn't deserve you. Kiba growled out, jealousy clearly evident in his voice. He never even paid attention to you in the academy. All he did was ignore you or brush you off whenever you tried to talk to him. Even then, he got your attention, whereas I tried to be kind and asked you out every time. What does he have that I don't? That fucking branch member compared to me is nothing. Kiba said, clearly not in his right mind, as beast taijutsu enhances all your feral senses. Stands. Kurenai ne-san. Naruto spoke up. I hope something is done about this. Or I will do something about Kiba. Naruto said. He couldn't believe that those things had happened when he had ignored her. It was his fault. He had overreacted to Kasumi's words and left her for all those years. Naruto, calm down. Kurenai said. What Kiba did was indeed disgusting. Something that no doubt I or his family are going to punish him for. But, would you really harm him that badly for Kasumi? She asked, knowing full well what Uchiha were capable of. I would start a war if it means keeping her safe. Naruto said without hesitation. The others merely stared at him. Kakashi sighed. Kiba was going to get a new one ripped in him. Probably from his mother or sister. And he prayed that Naruto wouldn't instigate a fight with him. Fight, I see. Kasumi said as a poof of smoke appeared around her arm as Ginken appeared and the light reflected off the sliver blade, as its blue edge shined. She then sheathed the blade as it came out of her other arm. You really don't like Naru. I don't know why you hate him. But I want you to know something. What's that? Kiba asked, his animalistic features got sharper. No matter what you do or think, Naruto is a better man than you. All these months I've been with him, he didn't once look at me like I'm an object. He didn't ask anything from me in return. He made me this strong. I know I have a clan because of him. He gave me this sword and now, I am going to end this. Kasumi said as she held the sword in the Shinton Ito Ryu stance. Naruto was just hoping that she wouldn't hurt him too much. Even now, Kiba growled out, after this I'll beat him and show why I'm better for you. Even if you beat him, I will never feel the same way for you. Kasumi said with a smile. Then she saw Kiba and Akamaru once more rushing at her with Gatsuga. Kasumi breathed in and exhaled slowly. The plan worked and Kiba was closing in. Even at high speeds she could see clearly as adrenaline flowed in her body. She gripped the sword, and for a moment she disappeared and appeared behind the two tornadoes, only her sword unsheathed. The two tiny tornadoes were still flying disheveled as she sheathed her sword, and a resounding click echoed in the area. Shishi Sunsun, Lion's Song. Kasumi said, and the two figures hit the ground as both Kiba and Akamaru were lying on the ground bleeding from the slash that had come. Hayate rushed over to Kiba and Akamaru. Being a kenjutsu expert and after training the two genin with Yugao every so now and then, he knew how dangerous that slash was. But luckily Kasumi had held back. Seems the girl was finally tempering her emotions more. She had goaded Kiba into attacking her so that her distance would decrease, along with the power of the strike. He saw that the duo was safe and stood up to declare the winner. Shosha, Kasumi Uzumaki. Hayate said as he motioned for the medic nins to take the two to the infirmary. Kasumi slowly made her way back up to the stands as nobody said a word to her. She simply stood beside Naruto as her own hand was grasped in his. He looked sad. You should have told me, Naruto said as the names began to spin when the duo were cleared from the arena. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to hurt him. He's an ass and a bit rapey in terms of attitude. But I didn't want you to hurt him badly, Kasumi said, remembering full well how he was going to kill Mizuki. I wouldn't have killed him. Just would have neutered him for life, Naruto said as the guys around them shivered. The conviction in his voice was too terribly honest. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Same result as canon, winner, Neji Hyuga, though Hinata had a bit more self-confidence. And Neji couldn't harm her as fatally as he did in the canon plot. Damn it, Kasumi said as she saw Hinata being carried away on a stretcher while she was still conscious. If the Junin hadn't interfered at the last second, she could have been injured badly. I'm going to kick his ass as well. Then Thames, that makeup guys and then that fan chick. What did she do to you? Naruto asked. I have my reasons, Kasumi said. I still remember that little flirt you tried to pull off. The names spun and finally two names appeared. Naruto Uchiha versus Kabuto Yakushi. It's you Naru, Kasumi said happily as Naruto nodded. Then all of a sudden she kissed him on the cheek in front of everyone as Naruto got a bit red. That's for the good luck. Thanks, Naruto said, not sure how to react to every other guy, minus Gaara, grinning at him. Why the heck was the Hokage also grinning at him? Naruto got down and waited for Kabuto to arrive. So those are all the matches that are going to take place, Sarutobi said as gave Naruto the paper. You will draw out the fight and injure Kabuto as much as you can. I see, Naruto said. He did feel a bit guilty. All the decisions had been made of who would go against who. The genin were his classmates and Kasumi was among them. Still, this was to take out an important piece in Orochimaru's chessboard. Anything else, Hokage-sama? Don't kill him. I think he is as strong as an elite Junin if he caught Orochimaru's eye. Also, try to make him force his hand. Since it's an evaluation, he has to fight to some extent. Injure him though, so we can interrogate him later, Sarutobi said. Understood, Hokage-sama. Naruto finished. Fight, Hajime, Hayate said as Naruto and Kabuto engaged in taijutsu, and just like Kabuto, Naruto had slowed down his attack. Naruto and Kabuto were merely cancelling each other's moves out. Kabuto was doing his best not to beat Naruto. To his information, Naruto was not that good and the skill he was showing right now was proving to be right. Then both of them had simultaneously brought out their kunai and were clashing with each other as metal collided with metal. Naruto let himself be overpowered by Kabuto every now and then. Stands. What the heck is he doing? Kasumi said with a pout. What do you mean? Ino asked. Naruto's not fighting seriously, Sakura said. I've never seen him fight so lazily. Fight, okay, looks like plans have changed, Kabuto thought as he disarmed Naruto's kunai and was going to stab him in the shoulder. Looks like I'm going into the finals, Kabuto thought as a smirk appeared on his face. Then he felt something strange. He felt numb. Electricity jolted throughout his body as he saw Naruto's hands create lines of lightning around his fingers that were attacking Kabuto's body. Raiden. Rai no Yaiba, lightning style. Blade of lightning, Naruto said as the small electric blades sent painful sensations to his body. Kabuto tried to get back into character, but suddenly Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him straight in the nose as some blood came out of it. Kabuto tried to gain balance, but Naruto's knee made its way to jab at his gut. The hits were heavy too. Frustrated, Kabuto increased his speed and punched Naruto straight on his jaw as Naruto skidded back. Naruto was smirking inwardly. Little snake took the bait, Naruto thought as he cleaned some of the blood from the corner of his mouth. Stands. Naru, Kasumi said. So Kabuto is frustrated. That blade of lightning is annoying, alright. It can tick off probably anyone, Kakashi thought. Now everything depends on Naruto. Fight. Kabuto had sped up considerably as he tried to stab Naruto with his kunai. The kunai itself was laced with poison. However, Naruto was dodging and countering every stab with his own kunai. Then Naruto activated his Sharingan and Kabuto saw all three tomo spinning. Kabuto got kicked in the gut and he backed away to think about his situation. 3 tomo, but Orochimaru-sama didn't mark him. Why? Clearly he's stronger, but that would mean. Did he fight Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto thought for a moment. No, A genin taking on someone like him and coming out without a scratch. No, it's impossible. Still, I should quit now. No point in staying with his dark horse. Proctor, I'd like to. Kabuto began. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto said as he blew out orange-colored flames that took the shape of a ball launched at Kabuto, who replaced himself with a log at the last moment. Kabuto then saw that his chest was bleeding a bit as a Kama headed straight for his face. Kabuto ducked as the Kama missed him and took out some Senbons and launched them at Naruto. Naruto once more launched a fireball jutsu to dissipate the Senbons with a single hand seal. Kabuto was once more trying to say that he would quit. Oh no, you don't, Naruto thought as he rushed at Kabuto with great speed. He made the hand seals and drew out some shuriken. Kaden. Hausenka Sumabeni, fire style, phoenix flower crimson nails. Naruto said as he spewed out several small fireballs and threw them with his shuriken as both attacks headed at Kabuto. Doden. Doryuheiki earth style, mud wall. Kabuto made the hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground as a wall of earth emerged from the ground to take the full blow of the attack. Then Naruto appeared out of the smoke that had emerged and Kabuto was engaging him in taijutsu but felt a tug on his leg as he saw some wire attached to his foot. Naruto immediately kicked him and made some hand seals as he was still in phase. Raiden. Dendo Kuryo no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning overdose jutsu. Naruto said as his fist became encased with lightning and he delivered an uppercut to Kabuto, who was numb for the moment. Naruto then lunged forward once more, but Kabuto miraculously had overcome the effect and launched some Senbon at him, which struck Naruto in his shoulder. Naruto backed off as shuriken after shuriken was hurled at him, which his eyes kept tracing, and he kept deflecting them with his kunai, and soon enough he found himself jumping on top of the wall Kabuto had made as he threw his shuriken in mid-air to deflect the last incoming volley. Then Naruto looked around him as he was surrounded with ninja wire. Each shuriken had wires attached to them as his exits were blocked off. Kabuto smirked as he touched one of the wires with his kunai as the wires were getting closer to Naruto. You lose, Kabuto said, no longer caring if he did go to the finals. This, Genin had mocked his pride as a shinobi and had the gall to uppercut him in front of everyone. He pressed further, but then the wires instead wrapped around him and he was trapped. Naruto looked at him with his eyes and Kabuto cursed his own arrogance. He saw through it right from the beginning. Kaden, Naruto said as he bit the string and held it in his hands with the tiger hand seals. Ryuka no Jutsu, fire style, dragon flame jutsu, Naruto said as flames sped across the wires to reach Kabuto. But instead a log had appeared as Kabuto substituted himself. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his back. Blood flowed out as he was nicked by the kunai. Luckily it wasn't poisoned as Naruto was kicked away by raging Kabuto, who was a bit burned. Then Kabuto's hands glowed blue as he tried to keep slashing Naruto with his chakra no mesu, chakra scalpels. Naruto did not know about the internal damage the jutsu made but avoided at all costs. But Kabuto was getting closer. Then just when he was about to make a move, a puff of smoke appeared in front of Naruto. Kabuto's chakra-enhanced arms slammed against something solid as he saw it was a gun. By then a chain wrapped around him as he felt Raiden chakra being fed and it was making his body more numb. He only decreased the initial numbness in his body, he could not get rid of it completely. Then another Naruto popped out of the ground as it tightly held Kabuto while Naruto jumped up into the air while he made his hand seals as Gunbai was now on his back. Bastard must have made the clone when I made the mud wall. All I have to do is get away before he finishes his hand seals. Kabuto thought. It was the right decision to make, but the clone Naruto whispered something into his ear. Bunshin Debuka, clone explosion. Boom. A great explosion occurred and Kabuto was right in the middle of it as Hayate moved away. Naruto could still feel Kabuto there and decided to unleash his jutsu. This should keep you in the hospital for some time. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu, fire style, great dragon flame jutsu. Naruto yelled out as he spewed out a large head of a dragon made of flames to hit the area as flames engulfed the smoke below. Naruto threw a kunai with a wire to the other wall to pull himself away as the fires blazed out their last flames. Kabuto had underestimated him too much and was now paying the price as Kabuto's body was seen badly burned as he was unconscious. Simple how C-ranked jutsu could cause so much devastation. Hayate rushed over and checked his pulse. Get a medic over here. Hayate yelled as a medical team arrived. Naruto was standing on the wall as he observed the situation. Hayate nodded lightly and Naruto looked away. Shosha. Naruto Uchiha. Naruto then walked down to proceed to the stairs and every genin was staring at him, with Gaara smiling at Naruto. That smile really put him off. Naruto, you could have killed him. Sakura said in fear. Chunin exams are not. Kabuto was a genin of the leaf, a comrade. If only she knew. Naruto grunted to keep in character as he stood beside Kasumi. He tried to kill me as well. I'm pretty sure that last technique of his would have damaged me in a big way. Naruto said as stood silently. The Junins said nothing as they were previously informed. Still they said what was scripted to make it look as normal as possible. However, Kakashi was enjoying the rant and Naruto thought about really burning his books. The names spun and the last fight had arrived. Sabaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee. Same as canon, winner, Gaara. Alright, everyone line up and make a draw. Hayate said as all the genin went one by one. 9, Gaara said. 1, Kasumi said. 7, Naruto said. Troublesome. 4 inches Shikamaru said. 5, Shino said. 3, Tamari said. 2, Neji said as Kasumi shot him a glare. 8, Dosu said as he looked at Naruto with contempt in his eyes. I'll get one of you Uchiha for breaking Zaku's arm. 6, Kankuro said. And that leaves Sasuke Uchiha who is 10. Hayate said as he coughed into his hands a bit. Okay, the match are as follows. Kasumi Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga, match 1. Shikamaru Nara vs Sabaku no Tamari, match 2. Shino Aburame vs Sabaku no Kankuro, match 3. Naruto Uchiha vs Dosu Kaneda, match 4. Sasuke Uchiha vs Sabaku no Gaara, match 5. Any questions? Hayate asked. Yeah, will one of us have to fight an extra match? Shikamaru asked. Probably. Hayate answered and Shikamaru groaned. Soon enough every genin exited the building. I gotta say, Asuma started, that kid is something. Making Kaden Jutsu with a single hand seal. That's exceptional, he can do much more. Kakashi said. For now he held back. Anyways, Sarutobi started, you all know about the threat. Now go and keep an eye out for any suspicious behavior. Remember, do not engage any enemies alone. I don't want my wayward student finding out we know. He got a round of highs and everyone scattered as Sarutobi stood alone. Things are going to change after this. The momentary peace between the villages will disappear if we lose. Sarutobi thought alone. Time skip. 1 hour later. Location. Konoha main town. Naru. Kasumi said, with a nervous voice, are you still angry with me? She asked as both of them walked through town. They had gone to Ichiraku's because well Kasumi was hungry and she had quite the amount. Naruto didn't say too many words and she was getting worried about whether it was because she didn't tell him about Kiba trying to harass her previously. Sumi. Naruto stopped as he said it and pulled her close to him as she had a flushed expression on her face. I could never be angry with you. Besides, it was my fault in the first place. I shouldn't have left you like that for all those years. I overreacted and, only because I did it first. Kasumi cut him off. I thought you'd be like one of those rich, pompous kids. I didn't know. You were alone like me. Well, now I'm not, Naruto said as the women around them were, wing, at the young couple. And quite frankly, I hope I never leave you again. That's my line Baka, Kasumi said, so it's a promise. Yaha, Naruto said as he lightly pecked her on the lips. Then Kasumi did something unexpected. Can you carry me? I feel tired, Kasumi said with a lying tone. Then Naruto picked her up in a bridal carry in front of everyone. This was not what she wanted. I meant on your back. Sure you did, Naruto said as he jumped up from rooftop to rooftop. Kasumi was enjoying it all right. Then Naruto stopped. Kasumi looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. Why did you stop? Kasumi asked. Naruto motioned with his head for her to look forward. A man was sitting outside the Konoha hot springs. He was a rather tall man who, from the rear view, wore green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. He carried a large scroll on his back and he wore a horned forehead protector. He had long, white spiky hair tied into a ponytail. Naruto got down behind him as they both looked at the awkward scene. He had a handheld telescope with him as he looked deep into the steam emerging from the hot springs. Man, the girls of Konoha are sure something, he said out loud as he giggled perversely. Oh no, Naruto thought as Kasumi got up and was cracking her knuckles. She then kicked the old man with full force as he flew into the bamboo wall as the girls screamed pervert and ran to hide their modesty. The man recovered and got up. "All right, who has the balls?" he asked and saw Kasumi standing there. For a moment he just stood there watching her as if he was seeing a ghost. Then all of a sudden he took out a notepad and was scribbling. Yes, I think I found the new heroine for my books. Oi hentai, Kasumi yelled as Naruto came up to her with a deadpan expression. What the heck were you doing? Oh, I was doing research. The very well-built tall man said. He had a red markings on his face under his eyes as the kanji for oil was on his forehead. Now what were you thinking when you kicked me? Ha, Kasumi said as she pointed a finger at the man. You were peeping, you weren't researching. Who the hell are you? Kasumi don't, Naruto said, fearing the thing would happen. Another famous incident he did not want to witness. Particularly because he recognized who the person was. I'm glad you asked, the man said as he made hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Smoke engulfed the area as kabuki instrument noises were seemingly coming out of nowhere as the smoke cleared to reveal a larger than normal toad sitting down in front of them as the man ridiculously hopping around with one hand forward and one hand extended backward. I am the man that makes the men of Kenzo no Kuni shiver with fear and women quiver with insatiable lust. The greatest shinobi who ever lived in history. A man whose skills are unrivaled. A legend both on the battlefield and in the bedroom. I am the Toad Sage of MT. Myoboku. I am the gallant, Jiraiya. Location. Outside Konoha Onsen, main town, Konohagakure no Sato, Hai no Kuni, Kenzo no Kuni. Naruto Uchiha stood there not sure how exactly he should react to this, whatever that the white-haired man just did. First of all, his outrageous claims about his own proclamations really made the blue-eyed Uchiha reevaluate his opinion of the Densetsu no Sannin. The first one he met was a man who was looking to take over his body and was a potential pedophile given how Kasumi kept describing Orochimaru, biting and licking Tem's neck with his mouth. The second one was rumored to be a legendary pervert, if not the legendary pervert in Konoha, and his opening act served as irrefutable proof that statement. He was not sure about the third one, but knew that there had to be some issue with her as well. The younger brother of Shisui shuddered to think what the third was like, but at this point he had significantly lowered his opinion about them. Sure, they were undoubtedly strong, and right now, they could probably bury him into the ground as he is right now. Then again, he did have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and that alone was a game changer even if it was for a few moments. He would have to train with it even more since he holds the Kamui authority of the gods now. But too much usage will result in deteriorated vision and then blindness at one point. However, that line of thought was derailed as Kasumi shook his arm a bit. Naru, Kasumi said as she tugged on his jacket sleeve, and Naruto looked at her with an obviously surprised look. Oh, sorry, I tuned out again, Naruto said, and Kasumi pouted at him and he couldn't help but find her adorable at that moment. She was even doing that little pose where she put her hands on her hips. The small specks of red on her cheeks only made it that much cuter. He chuckled a bit and she poked his chest with her finger as she began to speak again. You really need to stop doing that. And can you believe the gall of this pervert? Ha, the white-haired Sannin said with a haughty expression as if someone had insulted him. He then raised his hands in a dramatic motion before he began to speak. You insult me by calling me a pervert, you little girl. He then paused and took a deep breath in. I'm not just a pervert. Jiraiya paused for a moment before his hands were making wiggly-like motions as he spoke again. I'm a super pervert, he screamed out loud, and the teen couple stared at his outrageous proclamation with deadpan expressions as their frames turned completely white with shock. Jiraiya then sent the toad back to his summoning plane before he came forward and looked down at the two. Jiraiya of the Sannin was a significantly tall man, much taller than Kakashi, and this made Naruto feel a bit like a child under the Sannin's vision. He was looking at Naruto and Kasumi and the way she was tugging at his sleeve. He then giggled a bit and both teens' eyebrows twitched at the giggle as he began to write down in his little notepad again. Oh man, this is gold, he said. Forbidden love at young age. People are just going to eat it up. Why you? Kasumi said, but Naruto held her back as he tried to stop Kasumi from unleashing her fury on him. Let me go, Naru. This perv's crotch has an appointment with my foot. Even Naruto winced from the things she just said. Calm down, Sumi, Naruto said, and she stopped for a bit but was mumbling something. Deciding to capitalize on this, he used his trump card. Say, how about you go Ichiraku's, I'll be there in a while. Huh, weren't we going back to our house? Kasumi asked as she tilted her head a bit and Naruto smiled sheepishly. Now Jiraiya yelled up all of a sudden with a shit-eating grin on his face. You two live together as well? Jiraiya exclaimed with sheer happiness as he kept jotting down more points. Man, my next novel is gonna be AWA. Jiraiya couldn't finish as Kasumi firmly planted both of her feet on his face, making him fly back as he kept rolling over before colliding against a concrete wall. Hentai, Kasumi said as she looked at Naruto, who sighed at her behavior. As I was saying before, weren't we going to our house? Well, yes, but I need to speak with Jiraiya-sama first, Naruto said as he pointed to the clearly unconscious Jiraiya. Nani? Kasumi yelled out in shock. Why would you to talk to him? And about what exactly? Well, it's kind of about a jutsu. And clearly you're going to break his face every time he says something perverted, which he will do as sure as you're born, so it will be better if you have some ramen first, Naruto said, and Kasumi sighed. She then walked up close to him. Naruto mentally noted that she had gotten a little taller than before. Of course he had grown taller too. Fine, but the second you're done you come over, okay? She asked, and Naruto nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll be going then, Kasumi said before she came close and pecked him on the lips before leaving. Naruto stared at her retreating form while he shook his head. He then went near Jiraiya and stood over the man with his arms crossed. Jiraiya-sama, are you alright? Naruto asked a bit nervously. Kasumi Uzumaki really did not know the meaning of the word restraint, and that double kick looked pretty serious. Well, if the blood flowing out of Jiraiya's nose was any proof, that is. He saw the Toad Sage get up slowly as he stretched a bit. Naruto could see the man wasn't faking the cramp, as cracking noises came each time he stretched a bit. Then the white-haired Hapuri-wearing shinobi looked at Naruto with a closer look. Say, you look kind of familiar. Have I seen you before? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto shook his head lightly. I doubt that, Jiraiya-sama. I think I'd remember the event where I met a Sannin, Naruto said, and Jiraiya was still observing his facial features as he tried to figure out where he had seen him before. You probably might know my parents, Genjiro and Satsuki Uchiha. Ah, that's right, Jiraiya said with a wide smile all of a sudden. Genjiro, that was the brat's name. And Satsuki, yeah, I remember her. The blue-eyed illusionist. Last time I saw them they just got promoted to Junin. So, you must be their youngest kid. Hi, my name is Naruto Uchiha. It's an honor to meet you, Naruto said as he bowed his head a little out of respect. At first he was going to say, it was very awkward meeting him, but at the last moment Naruto changed it to honor. The only reason why Naruto did not refer to Jiraiya as a pervert was because he was respected one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. He was also the summoner for the Toads and was the man who taught the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze himself. Right, I know it's a little late, but my condolences to you. I never really was around for anything and I kind of knew the brats, Genjiro more so than Satsuki, Jiraiya said as he closed his eyes for a bit. Naruto nodded at Jiraiya and the Toad Sage had opened his eyes once more. So, why are you still here, Gaki? I thought you'd be long gone with your girlfriend. Because there is something we need to talk about, Naruto said with a completely emotionless face as Jiraiya got a little creeped out by that look on the young genin's face. Scary, that's what that expression on his face was. And the fact that his eyes were icy blue right now did not help. Make no mistake, Jiraiya of the Sannin was not afraid of this boy. Far from it, he knew he could probably make the Gaki shit himself by applying some methods, but what was scary was the dead-set expression of his face that had an air of authority around him and was letting off the feelings that Jiraiya had often gotten from more veteran shinobi. And that is what made the expression on his face scary. Of course, there was another reason why he agreed to talk to the young Uchiha, but that was a personal reason and he would not say it unless it was necessary. About what Gaki? Jiraiya said, trying to see what the blue-eyed boy had in store for him with his answer. I have a lot of important research to do. The new edition of Ika Ika can wait. This problem, however, needs your help, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto said as Jiraiya looked at the raven-haired boy with narrowed eyes. It involves a certain snake I found. Completely white and was highly poisonous. It is also very hard to kill. He finished as Jiraiya looked at him widened eyes as Naruto showed no visible reaction. I see. Anything else worthy of catching your eye? Jiraiya asked and Naruto looked at him for a while before he spoke up again. Yes, I also happened to see an aged monkey who noticed the whole thing and probably told his other friends about the white snake. Naruto said before he walked away, and Jiraiya kept staring at the back of the young Uchiha. Damn youngsters today, Jiraiya thought as he sat down and saw an eagle high in the sky. Well, I guess I should go meet sensei. Naruto Uchiha, huh, the Toad Sage thought before he made 3 hand seals and disappeared slowly. Ichiraku's ramen, main town, Konohagakure no Sato. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell, Dadbayo. Kasumi said before downing the broth and all the delectable goods in slurp. It had been 17 minutes and 34 seconds since she came to the ramen stand, and 6 bowls have been lined up one atop the other as a tower of bowls formerly containing the starch-based form of food had been gobbled up. Ayame for her part smiled at her pseudo-younger sister. So, any particular reason why Naruto did that to this glasses guy, as you so said it? Ayame asked with a sweat drop. Honestly, she loves the girl with her heart, but sometimes she acts way too childish for her age. I mean, who gives a person a nickname just in case they forget their real name? Then again, that was a part of Kasumi's character. Absolutely no contempt towards anyone, even towards those who insulted her or otherwise. Except when you go too far. Even Kasumi Uzumaki had a breaking point. I don't really know. At first everything was completely alright in the match. Naru was even holding back a good amount. Then when Glasses started fighting seriously, Naru just picked up the pace at a high rate. Honestly, Glasses must have been shocked at the sudden change in power. Wonder when I'll get to fight Naru at full strength. Kasumi said as she drank some water from her glass, and Ayame looked at her with an amused smile. Kasumi-chan, Ayame started as the blonde-haired girl looked at her, you want to fight your boyfriend? At full strength. Hi Dadbayo, Kasumi said with a wide smile as she looked out at the Hokage mountain. My dream is to be the Hokage, alright. But there is another dream I have, and don't tell Naru, please. Kasumi said with a pleading look, and Ayame had already lost the fight. Okay, fine. What is it? Ayame asked, and Kasumi spoke up with clear determination in her violet eyes. I want to stand beside Naru as an equal. Kasumi said with brutal conviction as Ayame continued to listen. He's strong, really strong. And every time I think I am getting closer to his strength, the gap between us keeps widening by large margins. He's always got one ace after the other in his sleeve, and I'm not a genius like him. I have to work hard on each and everything a lot more times than he does. But he's always there to help me, you know. He's always there to support me whenever something happens, so I kind of want to be as strong as him so that I can support him too. Is that weird, Ayame-ne-chan? She finished her statement with a question. Not at all, Kasumi-chan. Ayame said as she looked at the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. In fact, that's an amazing goal you have. If you ask me, it's a bit more important than being Hokage, isn't it? It kind of is, Kasumi said in a mumble. She was going to say something more, but then the door slid open and someone came in. It was a woman. She had long, spiky, untamed brown hair, vertical slit-like pupils, elongated canine teeth and nails. She also has the clan Fang markings on her cheeks as well as markings over her eyes and a dark shade of purple lipstick. She wears the standard outfit of a Konoha shinobi consisting of flak jacket and a black suit underneath with the sleeves rolled up and bandages around her legs. There was a very large dog with her which had an eye patch over its left eye. On second thought it was more like a wolf. And the first thought that came into Kasumi's mind was, did Kiba steal my sexy jutsu? Nobody else knows about it except Naru. Kasumi thought. True, she had made that jutsu just to give a shocker to Naruto, and boy did it work. But back to the matter at hand. Either this was Kiba who mastered the sexy jutsu, or this was his relative. Probably his sister or mother. Nope, not his sister as she had seen her before. Hana was her name, if Kasumi remembered right, so that probably meant that this was Kiba's mom. I heard that this place serves good ramen. Can I have one of your famous bowls of miso? The Inuzuka woman asked. Of course, Inuzuka-san. But I'm afraid your little friend will have to stay outside. Ayame said as the one-eyed dog, borderline wolf, looked at her with light glare before growling a bit when the woman looked at her canine partner. The dog nodded and left the stand as the woman sat down. Please wait, I am going to go and make it now. I see, thank you. The Inuzuka woman said as Ayame disappeared from sight and Kasumi was saying nothing. The woman then spoke up as she was looking at Kasumi. So that explains it. Sorry, but what explains what? Kasumi said as she looked at the woman with the markings on her cheeks. Do you know who I am? The woman asked. You're probably Kiba's mom. He looks a lot like you. Kasumi said, and the woman gave her a toothy grin, not so indifferent from Kiba's. Well, aren't you a smart one? The name's Sume Inuzuka, and my partner waiting outside is Kuromaru. Sume said as a very loud and affirmative bark came from the outside. So I heard that you're the one who beat Kiba into the ground. Surprisingly, Akamaru didn't get hurt as much as Kiba. Well, I was aiming for Kiba anyway. And besides, I hit them near about half the strength of that attack. Kasumi mumbled, and the head of the Inuzuka clan looked at the blonde-haired girl with widened eyes. They were bleeding quite a lot. Kiba more so than Akamaru. And that was about half the power in your sword attack? Sume asked, and the Jinchuriki nodded. Idly, Sume thanked Kami that the girl held back, otherwise Kiba would have most likely suffered from a mortal wound. Sume always heard that Kiba was infatuated with a girl and always talked about her becoming the head of the Inuzuka clan. Then he'd always talk about her body of all things, and Sume herself had decked him in the face for that comment alone. Seemed that Kiba had inherited one of his father's traits, a trait that needed to be stamped out. Thankfully, Hana was nothing like that. Hell, she was kinder than her own mother and much more level-headed. Guess those were the perks of having a sensei beating decorum and calmness into you. Then Sume remembered why she was really here and began to speak up once more. Listen, pup, Sume began as Kasumi looked at her with innocent violet eyes. Just for a moment, guilt tore at the heart of the Inuzuka upon seeing the same shade of that color her friend once had. And in that rare moment, she faltered a bit as Kasumi looked at her with narrowed eyes, and in that exact moment, Sume Inuzuka pictured a younger girl minus the whisker marks and full-blown crimson hair. They looked the one and the same. Look, Inuzuka-san, Kasumi said, and felt really uncomfortable. She really did not want to use the whole san, sama, kun, or chan, for that matter. Unless it came to Naruto in one of their more intense moments. Still, she had to behave properly and give the woman she respected. At least that's what Naruto told her when it came to meeting with superiors and other clan heads. I know you're angry about what I did to Kiba, but I'm not going to lie. He had it coming to him. There, she said it. To hell with proper decorum. She was Kasumi Uzumaki Dadbeo. Since when did she care about proper tact and approach? She bluntly told what she thought and would face the consequences head-on. After all, that was the way she always solved problems. And she prepared for the shouting to come. But instead she got a different reaction. And those words brought the Inuzuka clan head out of her dazed state as she looked at the young teen once more. She chuckled a bit and then was laughing outright as Kasumi became confused at her behavior. Sorry, Sume cackled out as she finally stopped. Excuse me for that, I just remembered an old friend who often used to talk like you. She even beat up boys who pestered her too much. She sounds like an amazing person. Is she here in the village? Kasumi asked with hope, finally a kindred spirit who believed in the same methods as her. Then she saw that a look of sadness had adorned the Inuzuka clan head's face. She knew that look didn't mean anything good. No, unfortunately she died a long time ago. Sume said, and Kasumi looked a bit downcast. Honestly, their resemblances and thought patterns were too terrifyingly alike. That is what made Sume feel that much more horrible. Only a fool would not be able to recognize who the parents of this girl are. And those who were close to the girl's parents did try. They tried to adopt her, but for more political sense, Kasumi Uzumaki was kept an orphan. The third Hokage himself stated why she could not be adopted, as there was a risk of her life and her real identity being exposed. Plus, he also mentioned the fact that if a Jinchuriki got adopted, that particular clan may absorb the unfiltered hatred of the village. But by the time the third Hokage did have a change of heart towards the case of one Kasumi Uzumaki, the damage had been done and Kasumi refused any and all sorts of adoption claims. Sume was shocked to hear that Kasumi stayed like that for all those years. However, the more shocking news came when she learned that the daughter of her former friend had moved into the Uchiha clan compound. Of course, the first assumption was that she had moved into Sasuke's house, since he was always praised by the civilians for being the Uchiha heir, but much to her surprise she had moved in with Naruto Uchiha, the pariah of the Uchiha clan. Apparently she had been informed by the Hokage himself, that right now the boy was a Chunin promoted. On the second day of the first task, he was the one who had brought information on Orochimaru and had a fully matured Sharingan. Of course, she had also seen that match of his with Kabuto Yakushi, who was now under observation since he was thought to be an accomplice of Orochimaru, and she had to admit for a shinobi of his age he was skilled. He reminded her of younger versions of Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha. Yes, he definitely did fall in the category with those three, and what made it even more surprising was the fact that he had hidden his skills from the entirety of the Shinobi Academy. But then again, deception was the name of the game, and this kid was in with high stakes. He was also listed as a low-possibility flight risk shinobi, but that had decreased even more since his revelation about Orochimaru. Kasumi had also improved in a deadly manner ever since moving in with him. Though, her skills with the sword did not come as a surprise. If genes were something to go by, seals were her thing too. "Oh, I'm sorry," Kasumi said with a dejected look. She had honestly thought she had found a great mind similar to hers. "It's all right," Sume said with a small reassuring smile. "Anyways, I wasn't here to scold you about beating up Kiba. Rather, I was here to apologize to you." The only response that Kasumi was able to come up with upon hearing the words that Sume said. "You're here to apologize to me. But, why? I mean, I did slash Kiba with my katana. That is true, but it was also the Chunin exams where students have even died before when in a fight. Well, it happened often in our times," Sume said as she remembered her genin days, and Kasumi shivered at the sheer casualness with which she said it with. "As I was saying before, I came here to apologize for my son's behavior towards you. All those years at the academy, it shows I've only failed with him as a mother." "Actually, I don't think you failed as a mother," Kasumi said as she put her hand on her chin while Sume looked at the blonde-haired girl. "If you did fail, then Hanane-chan would also turn out like that. And she seems to be a nice person. I mean, when we did all those D ranks at your kennel, she was always happy and smiling towards us. Don't get me started on that girl. She's too kind for her own good," Sume said with a grin that Kasumi mirrored. "You know, I honestly expected you to do a whole lot more damage to him, and from what you told me, you could've. So my question is this, why didn't you? Kiba well, he's frustrating. But he's also a Konoha shinobi. And one of the first things that Kakashi-sensei taught us was that those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. So even if Kiba did that, I still wouldn't go so far as to hurt him on a permanent basis. Can't say the same about Naru though." Kasumi finished and hoped that the last murmured part wasn't heard by Sume. Unfortunately, she was wrong. "Oh really?" Sume said as she looked at the young Uzumaki with a closer look. "Must be nice having a boyfriend like that taking care of you." "Hi," Kasumi said the last part with some pink in her cheeks. Damn her stupid feelings, she couldn't even hide the fact that she was blushing right now. "Anyways, I guess I want you to accept my apology, pup. And don't worry, I'll make sure that Kiba gets a very proper punishment." She muttered the last part in an almost silent growl which made even Kasumi shiver from the tone she used. Seems that Kiba was going to be in for more than he asked for. Then someone else came in the stand, and it was none other than Naruto Uchiha, who had his blank look pat down on his face. He looked over at Sume Inuzuka and bowed his head a bit. "Inuzuka-san," Naruto said as he brought his head back up to his usual level. "It has been some time." "Yes it has, pup," Sume said as she looked at the blue-eyed Uchiha. Honestly, it was hard to believe that a kid from the same generation as Kiba could be this strong and level-headed. Right now he was a Chunin, and was one of the key players in repelling the invasion. "Haven't seen you since the whole council meeting. Have to say though, loved what you did to those stupid merchant civilians. They were simply putting their noses where it didn't belong," Naruto said with no visible emotion at all, but Sume could catch up on the distaste with which he spoke. The Kyuubi attack did leave the village hidden in the leaves a bit crippled, and she knew that without the money the merchants had provided back then, rebuilding would have been a bit harsh on their budget. Still, the bastards actually took advantage of the whole thing, and it took years for the Hokage to get his rightful power back. The boy did not seem to care for them at all. Not that he was cold, he simply didn't care too much for them. "Ah, Naruto, you're here. Here you go, Inuzuka-san," Ayame said as she placed the bowl of miso ramen in front of Sume. She then moved to the counter as Naruto took out a couple of bills of Ryo from his pocket. "You know, you don't have to pay for her all the time. Ayame-ne-san, I know exactly how much ramen Sume can eat," Naruto said with a grave, serious tone. "In fact, I am quite surprised your stall hasn't closed down due to the fact of her having free meals every now and then." "Naru, not you too," Kasumi whined out as Naruto looked at her with an obvious look while he handed Ayame the bill. Fine, but I didn't eat that much ramen. You ate 6 bowls of ramen. Which means no ramen for a week. Naruto said, and suddenly Kasumi hung by his neck as he was struggling to maintain his balance. He then finally got her off as Sume was chuckling at their behavior. Naruto sighed. Great, the Inuzuka matriarch saw me, the guy who fed intel on Orochimaru being mushy like that. I have a reputation to maintain. We'll see you later, Ayame ne-san. Naruto said to the daughter of Tsuki as he turned towards Sume and spoke up, Inuzuka-san, I hope you will do something about Kiba later on. I also expect him to apologize to Kasumi later on. Don't worry about that husky. Sume said, and Naruto's eyebrow nearly twitched at that comment. Kiba will get his just desserts. I hope to see how well you and your friend do at the finals. It's because I have blue eyes, isn't it? Naruto said in his own mind as he remembered the earlier nickname he was given. He even ignored the obvious jab at his girlfriend. I see. Thank you, Inuzuka-san, Naruto said as he exited the stand, and Kasumi looked at the female Inuzuka. Right, see you later, Kiba's mom. Make sure not to hurt Kiba too bad, I don't want his ninja career to end too quickly. Kasumi said as she scurried out of the stand while Sume chuckled a bit more. You know, I hate some of the laws sometimes. Sume said as she looked at Ayame, who knew what the female Inuzuka was talking about. It's one thing to not talk about big and furry, but it's another completely thing to deny that girl her right. Yes, Ayame said as she took the set behind the counter as the ramen cooking girl remembered a red-haired woman often coming in and tasting different sorts of ramen just as enthusiastically as Kasumi did. She then smiled a bit as she spoke once more, still, Kasumi-chan is happy right now. And I guess things worked out after all. I guess they did, Sume said as she slurped more of the starch-based food. You know, I don't usually eat ramen, but your store has a better quality of it than I ever tasted. Any chance you can tell me the secret? Not a chance, Ayame said with a smug smile as Sume shook her head. Time skip. 1 hour. Location. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking his pipe as he finished his last stack of paperwork, though he was sure that more would eventually pop up from somewhere. He wasn't sure why even simple formalities even took such great stacks of paper. He sighed as he felt the presence of another person in the room. The signature of the intruder chakra was on the window, and only one person would only ever show up by his window. He released a final puff of smoke before he turned towards the window with a small smile. Among all his students, he had taught Orochimaru the most. He was his prized pupil, the genius who had the potential to surpass his sensei. But his darker deeds prevented him from reaching that state, and his obsession with jutsu of nearly every sort had driven his mind into the ground. Tsunade Senju was an amazing kunoichi herself, but she also was the heiress of the Senju clan. She had her clan techniques to master and had even become the pioneer in Iryu ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu. Her proficiency was such that standard team placements consisted of a medic nin with them at all times, and Konoha wasn't the only hidden village that adopted this method. The other hidden villages also made it a standard practice. She was also famous for legendary strength in her risky jutsu known as Creation Rebirth. However, she was not without her own set of faults. The death of her brother and lover had made her develop a fear of blood, and she had left the village while exercising her Sannin rights to freely travel. She had not set foot in the village for more than 14 years. The last time she arrived was after the Kyuubi attack, after there was a dire need of her skills. Even then she didn't stay long, and she refused to do any major operations. She did coordinate the whole effort though. When she asked about Kushina Uzumaki, the last known direct relative of the Senju clan, she was informed that she died and had no living heir. Seeing no further purpose to stay, she left. That last bit of action that the Hokage took was from his fellow advisors, as they were called. Hiruzen Sarutobi more or less knew that he had a lot to answer for to 2 people in the afterlife. And now finally the last person of his 3 legendary students was here. Jiraiya, when are you going to start using the door? Hiruzen asked as he looked at the white-haired man who was sitting on the ledge while he smiled at his age-old sensei. Never. Only gallant shinobi use the windows for entrance, only boring shinobi enter through the windows. Jiraiya said as he was sitting in his most comfortable posture. His back leaned against the narrow wall as he crossed his arms while gazing at the Hokage monument. Hiruzen sighed as he looked at Jiraiya doing what he did most of the time as he sat down on the window ledge. Out of all his students, Jiraiya was the one Sarutobi had the most doubts and problems with. His overall shinobi skills were less than 0, he was the dead last of his batch to the extent where he was even considered to be dropped from the program entirely. But Jiraiya had one thing that neither of his students had. Jiraiya had a never-giving-up attitude that neither Orochimaru's various range of jutsu nor Tsunade's super strength could match. Ever since Jiraiya screwed up in one of the hand seals while making the summoning jutsu, his life had turned for the better and grew up to be the only Sannin that was absolutely loyal to the village, to the point where he had been offered the mantle of Hokage but refused it outright, as this honor later went to Jiraiya's own student Minato Namikaze. And now, in a dire time of need, Jiraiya had shown up. "Well, I did try. Anbu, leave us," Sarutobi said to the 4 stationed Anbu of Squad Sigma, his own personal guard squad, as they remained obscured perfectly at the 4 ceiling corners of the room. "Hi Hokage-sama," the 4 Anbu said simultaneously as they left the room and stood outside the room. 2 stood near the door and 2 on the roof, as they stared out of their monotonous masks while their gazes scoured every inch their vision allowed them to see. Protecting the Hokage was their primary and most important mission. Their lives were paltry compared to the Sandame's. Well, in their minds anyway. Staying in Anbu instills a deep bond with the village, and their very willingness to go so far for the village is what made them look akin to mindless drones to the common people. They are the true elites of the village. Jiraiya noted their positions, and just like each time, he was impressed with Squad Sigma's positioning. He came down before he closed the sliding window, and much to his surprise, his sensei had even activated the silencing and privacy seals. Jiraiya knew that the old man wasn't kidding around when he did this action. And the kid he met earlier today, his words were too deadly to be true. He was now sure that Orochimaru was indeed in the village. How did that kid know about Orochimaru? The Toad Sage had a lot of questions, and it seemed that his sensei held these answers. "How have you been, Jiraiya?" Sarutobi asked. Though he had a small smile on his face, the white-haired Sannin could clearly see the hardened expression in his eyes. The professor was in full swing and was probably very cautious at the moment. He hadn't seen him this cautious since the Battle of the Canopy Bridge. The war had ended with that battle, but there were still threats that Iwa or Kumo could pull off during those times. "As good as I can be. I hope you're fine too, sensei. And since I've known you long enough to know that look on your face, I can pretty much guess that something bad is going down," Jiraiya said as a frame of seriousness embedded on his face. "Yes. It seems that Orochimaru has returned and is planning an invasion with Tsunagaker and Otogakure," Sarutobi said, not even bothering to mince his words. The sooner Jiraiya knew the better. He was glad that Jiraiya had sent a letter the week prior stating that he would be returning to the village for some time. Apparently he had uncovered some rather disturbing news that was not only harmful to the village, but affected Jiraiya, much to his shame, on a personal level too. Jiraiya sighed a bit after hearing the information. His old teammate was truly irredeemable now. To try and bring down the village you grew up in. It was truly a shame that Jiraiya could not even begin comprehend. Where did Hiruzen Sarutobi go wrong? Sure, Jiraiya was a pervert, but he had his priorities straight at the end of the day. Tsunade had major emotional issues that she was coping with by gambling and drinking. But Orochimaru had done human experimentation, killed civilians to exhume their corpses for research, and now he had planned an invasion to take out the one place from where he was born. Truly, what a tragic turnout of a shinobi he turned out to be. So we have to worry about both Suna and Oto. Though, the last part wasn't surprising since Otogakure was a shady village to begin with. Jiraiya said as he furrowed his eyebrows and pinched the bridge of his nose. Seems that his little planned vacation had taken a turn for the worse. His luck didn't seem to be improving too much nowadays. Then before he could speak, his sensei, the Sandame Hokage, spoke up. "Yes, about that," Sarutobi said, and Jiraiya waited for his sensei to speak more about whatever he was going to talk about next. Otogakure was founded by Orochimaru himself. Apparently he usurped power from the daimyo of Land of Rice and had it renamed Land of Sound. And that's not the only problem we have. Yondaime Casecage Rasa is dead. Orochimaru is currently masquerading as the Casecage and has decided to use the day of the finals to enact his plan. The fact that the Ikibi Jinchuriki is here doesn't make things any easier. Sarutobi finished, and Jiraiya had visibly slumped at the words he heard. It still amazed the Sandame how Jiraiya would still act like a genin sometimes. But this cheerful mood of his was a rather refreshing joy, if he was to be honest. I really thought that I would be spending some quality time here in the village this time without any sort of problems. And now we have to fight both Orochimaru's village and Suna. We can't even tell them that their leader is dead. I was really looking forward to just relaxing and researching for new material on my new book. Jiraiya said as he giggled a bit. Even Sarutobi perked up a bit inwardly when he heard about the new book. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also an avid reader of Jiraiya's stories. Not just the smut parts of his story, the Toad Sage did put in a lot of effort in the story too. Developed his characters and the plot used to be progressed at a good rate. But the smut factor of those books was, well, let's say it gave a very clear image in the reader's mind. Moving his mind away from his personal, part-time hobby, he looked at Jiraiya and spoke once more. Is that all, Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked. Only someone who knew the Sandaime for long enough knew that the tone he used was not that of the Hokages. Rather, this was the same tone that Hiruzen Sarutobi had often used when they were often alone. Jiraiya's parents had died when he was a child. He really did not have anyone to look up to after his mother died when he was 6, his father had previously died when he was 4. He came from a family of civilians. It was then that he was admitted into the Shinobi Academy by Sarutobi himself after he witnessed the boy fighting off 4 boys twice his age with nothing but brute strength and sheer guts. That was more than enough for the then young Sandaime to take an interest in the orphan white-haired boy. Despite graduating as a dead last, Sarutobi took it upon himself to train the boy properly. That boy's determination was an embodiment of the will of fire that was so revered here in the village. Sure, he was by far the clumsiest shinobi Sarutobi had seen at that age, but he improved by leaps and bounds. And now, here sat in front of his sensei, all grown up and famous throughout the lands of Kenzo no Kuni as one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha. Shinobi of foreign villages tended to avoid fighting Jiraiya at all costs, and his rather intricate spy network had helped Konoha more times than he could count. They even gave reports on unsanctioned Anbu, Leaf Anbu, no less, were often seen operating in rather controversial actions. Seriously, Danzo Shimura was turning out to be a thorn nowadays in Sarutobi's side. And his patience was at his limits now. Sooner or later, Danzo Shimura would be at the end of Sarutobi's wrath. Not really, Jiraiya said with a small smile, and the guilt in his eyes could be seen clear as day. He then got up from his seat and walked towards the western wall of the room and stared up at the 4 portraits. The portraits of those who became Hokage had their pictures taken as they wore the ceremonial robes when their pictures were taken. True, Jiraiya was offered the position of Hokage before, but he refused it immediately. He stated that it was not his style and he would rather be a traveling shinobi that helped his village than stay cooped up here in the office. He looked at all the pictures from the left to the right as they showed the chronology of Konoha's leaders. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and to this day the most powerful shinobi recorded in human history. His prized Kekkei Genkei was one that no one his clan inherited. The Mokuden was the only thing other than the Sharingan that could hold down tailed beasts, and Lord First was said to have tamed them through this. The only rival he ever had was Madara Uchiha. Their battle's remainder remains to this day, and even now the shinobi of Konoha are carrying out his will. The will of fire. Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage, said to be the most powerful Suiten user, as his ability to draw out the very water molecules from the moisture of the air was also reputed to be the fastest shinobi of his time. He also made the certain charter laws for Konoha which are still in effect today, and a lot of the team placements, standard shinobi protocols, were noted down by him. He was also the founder of the Anbu while setting up the academy with its standards. Although those had changed since it was peace times now. Then Jiraiya's eyes fell on the younger portrait of his sensei. Seeing the younger version of his sensei made even the Toad Sage feel old as he watched the Sandaime's portrait, where his hair was still brown and there were no wrinkles on his face. The beard on his chin was still brown and the marks under his eyelids were shorter. Things used to be so much simpler back then when Jiraiya was young. It was all about trying to outshine Orochimaru and trying to impress Tsunade. Then he got summoned to Mt. Myobokuzen and was told of the prophecy by the elder toads. He then searched for peace throughout the lands, what the word really meant, and if the shinobi world could ever truly attain something like peace. He also kept the child of prophecy in the back of his mind all the time. At first he thought it was his student Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. He had died according to his intel along with his other companions Yahiko and Konan when their group were ambushed by Hanzo the Salamander, no less. Then he thought it would be his next student. And on cue, his eyes wandered off to the next frame. Blonde hair, blue eyes and a face he knew all too well. Minato Namikaze, his apprentice, the 4th Hokage. The man who was hailed as a prodigy. His greatest success, and a constant reminder of Jiraiya's greatest failure to his own student. The fourth Hokage did indeed look up to Jiraiya, as the Toad Sage was something of a father figure to the orphaned Namikaze. He forged his skills with his own 2 hands and was even named godfather for his child who wasn't even born. Instead, Jiraiya listened to his sensei and the elders about not revealing the truth behind the child of his apprentice and Kushina Uzumaki. He remembered how he had lied to Tsunade about Kushina's child dying. Since Kushina used to live in the Senju compound when she was young, Tsunade had developed a rather fond spot for the red-headed Uzumaki. The lie was told, at a great personal expense. However, that was not the greatest dirty deed that Jiraiya had done. He had essentially, in every sense of the word, abandoned his godchild. He abandoned the child he was supposed to take care of if something happened to the parents of said child. Today, for the first time in his life, he had laid eyes on that child. She had stood in front of him today, and Jiraiya's years of training while keeping up a mask of indifference, to not show emotions, had nearly crumbled upon the mere sight of that child. She looked just like Kushina did. The same facial structure, looks, her eyes, the shape of her eyes and her hair was smooth just like her mother's. However, the real added blow to her was when he saw the color of her hair. The same sun-kissed blonde hair that Minato had, and there were some streaks of red there. But overall there was no doubt that Kasumi Uzumaki was the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. And to restrain his guilt from not showing itself, he did the next best thing. He took out his notepad and pretended that he was doing this for his research. Of course the rushed dropkick on his face was well deserved in his mind. No, it really wasn't enough. Truth was that he did not want to get up after getting hit like that. But lo and behold, the boy who was with Kasumi had recognized Jiraiya right off the bat and was standing near him, waiting for him to get up. That brat was none other than Genjiro and Satsuki's boy. He remembered the little runt Obito as he was under Minato's charge but died in the Battle of the Kanobi Bridge while entrusting one of his Sharingan to Kakashi Hatake, Minato's only living student. As for Shisui, that kid was more famous than Itachi was until the massacre. He remembered his spies telling him how the Hidden Mist stopped their raids in the Land of Fire because of one Shunshin no Shisui. And this was probably the youngest of the 3, Naruto Uchiha, as he had introduced himself. From their talk alone, it was clear that Naruto was in some sort of relationship with his goddaughter, and he did feel like making some threats. But another voice inside his head spoke. What right do you have threatening him after you abandoned your own goddaughter? And Jiraiya was going to say something else, but the boy, that emotionless expression on his face was something that put you on guard. Absolutely no cracks on that face, all that was seen was a bored expression that made Jiraiya feel wary about him. He was also the person who told him about a certain snake, and the fact that a monkey knew about it. The boy had indeed met Orochimaru, or at the very least had seen Orochimaru, and he knew that the Hokage knew about it. What was all that about? And did Kasumi play a role in all this? The last thought brought him back to his original train of thought. I failed, didn't I, sensei? Jiraiya asked as his gaze was fixed on the portrait of the fourth Hokage. You're not the only one who failed. We all did, Hiruzen said as he too looked at the portrait from his seat. He had not even bothered to tell Kasumi about her parents. He remembered when she was 7 and had asked about her parents. He remembered telling her not to ask about things that wouldn't change anything. He kept telling himself that it was to protect her, so that other villages wouldn't find out that the Yellow Flash and the Crimson Slasher did not have a child. After some time he realized he was lying to her and she was going down the wrong path, but Naruto Uchiha had changed that. He does not know the full story, but based on what he heard from Ayame Ichiraku, the daughter of Tsuki, who informed the Hokage upon the true nature of their relationship, the relationship was solid and neither of the two teens were happier before. True. But we could have done something about it. Why did we listen to those friends of yours in the first place? I saw her today for the first time. She looks just like Kushina used to at her age. She even behaves like her mother, but she has Minato's hair color. I really couldn't even speak to her without pulling off a stupid act. Jiraiya said as the guilt in his voice did nothing to hide itself. He had failed, there was no excuse. Jiraiya was a terrible excuse of a godfather. You thought you failed. Jiraiya, I couldn't even stop the stupid civilians from publicly harassing her. Always calling her names like, demon brat, cursed bitch. And I, who was revered as a monster in battle, couldn't do anything. Because of the red tape of bureaucracy in this village. True, right now the civilian council doesn't have much power now, but this all happened and I let it happen. If only we knew what went wrong that night, then maybe maybe Minato and Kushina, along with Bawako, could have been alive. Even the Anbu that night were found dead. Just what happened that resulted in Kyuubi getting freed from Kushina? Hiruzen said out loud as he smoked the pipe while sitting in his chair. There was no way the seal on Kushina had failed. Someone must have broken it as we assumed and set the 9 tails on the village. All things point out to someone either having the Mokuten or the Sharingan. Since no one else had control over Mokuten to that extent, all clues led to the Uchiha clan. And now all of them are dead too. Well, except 3 of them. Jiraiya said as he moved away from the portrait. He sat down as pushed his grief aside for the moment. He wanted to talk about the Uchiha boy since that topic came up. Sensei, there's something I need to talk to you about. What is it, Jiraiya? Sarutobi asked as he too had returned to his normal self. He had a village to save. He would make it up to Kasumi later on. It's about a boy I met. He was with Kasumi. His name was Naruto Uchiha and he said his parents were Genjiro and Satsuki Uchiha. Jiraiya said as his sensei suddenly had a small smile on his face, which Jiraiya would question his teacher about later. He was also with Kasumi the whole time. Apparently they were going back to their house. Could you tell what that was all about? Hiruzen looked on as his student finished while the smile never left his face. Let's see. Where should I start from? Sarutobi said as he then found his beginning overture. Yes, it was after the academy began. Underground root base, Konohagakure no Sato. Danzo Shimura was having a headache at the moment. Kabuto Yakushi had been admitted to the hospital and was under heavy surveillance at the moment. There was something about the whole situation he was not liking right now. He had taken Kabuto in a long time ago when he was but a mere child. That boy was a product of Root and was one of the shrewdest people that the Shinobi of Darkness had ever met. However, his greatest flaw was his arrogance, much like his master Orochimaru. He had underestimated the Uchiha boy and had paid the price with burn marks all over his body. He had even escorted Orochimaru's forces throughout the underground tunnels that he had built a long time ago in case he needed to escape. All of them were now housed under his protection, and if the Hokage found out, then he would be executed for treason, no questions asked. His thoughts went over to his former teammate, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had already used the Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, on Hiruzen to make sure that he did not get killed for the Uchiha clan massacre he had sanctioned, and now the ability was useless for another 2 years. It seemed that Shisui Uchiha was the only one who could freely use that move. He could not become Hokage, not as long as Hiruzen lived. The monkey would always find a way to outsmart Danzo in the end, as he had done so many a times in the past. Seeing no option left, he had agreed to Orochimaru's suggestion of an invasion. True, a lot of people would die, but from the ashes a new tree would be born as the roots of a newer strength would bloom. Dominance of the leaf was much more important than anything else. To Danzo Shimura, the ends always justify the means. He had seen how Uzushiogakure was gaining strength, and soon enough there would be 6 great villages instead of 5. Sooner or later, the Uzumaki clan would probably end up betraying them, so Danzo sold out the secrets of their barriers to Kumo, Iwa and Kiri. Uzushiogakure got destroyed, and that was one potential threat out of the way. Then he had tried to kidnap the previous Jinchuriki when he had fed info to Kumogakure about a full-blooded Uzumaki in the village. Minato Namikaze had stopped his plans when he was nothing more than a genin brat. When the Kyuubi attack happened, he had successfully fed misinformation among the village to turn the general populace against the Uchiha. How else could common civilians know that a Sharingan could control a Biju? They couldn't even tell the difference between a kunai and a scroll that held it. He had tried to convince Hiruzen to hand over Kasumi to him to mold her as a weapon, but the monkey was adamant in his decision, and Danzo had lost his chance in using the Koto Amatsukami for years then. To think that even in death Shisui Uchiha had left behind such a complicated transcription in his Mangekyo Sharingan. And now his younger brother had created another problem. The question was, how did Naruto Uchiha get so strong in such a short amount of time? He was just as talented as Shisui and Itachi were at his age. No, he was a tad bit better. He had seen the match between Naruto Uchiha and Kabuto. At first he was fighting like any genin should be, but even then Danzo knew that Naruto was holding back. He had heard about the reports of Naruto taking on Mangetsu Hazuka and emerging the victor, though the Uchiha consistently downplayed his victory repeatedly. He was also the one responsible for the large fire from the Forest of Death. By the time his root agents had arrived to the forest, Anko Mitarashi and another squad followed by more were already scouring the area for Orochimaru. Still, Danzo needed to know the exact amount of strength that Naruto Uchiha had, and now his question would be answered. Is something wrong, Danzo? A slithery voice asked as the veteran shinobi watched a certain person come into view from the obscuring darkness not so uncommon with all his hideouts. There in a sound Junin uniform stood Orochimaru. The reason why Danzo was in cahoots with Orochimaru was because the two of them shared the same ideology that power was truly everything that was needed to remain invincible, and that idea was not far from the truth. To Danzo, Orochimaru was the only worthy student of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The snake Sanin may have been highly unethical in some of his experiments, but the results spoke for themselves. He recreated the Mokuden through human experimentation, and Kino, now known as Tenzo, was an example of that. Even Danzo's right arm, which was made from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's cells, had proven that in addition to the fact that he had implanted several Sharingan he had acquired over the years, in addition to Shisui's eye that was in his right ocular socket. In Danzo's warped mind, he was the only one capable of leading the village back to its former glory, and now through the means of an invasion, a cleansing would take place that would bring in a greater era for the Hidden Leaf. I was wondering when you'd come here, Danzo said as he was sitting down in his chair. On his desk rested several papers that contained information about all his root agents. Those papers would need to be destroyed soon. Why did you bother to wait for entire stage of the exams to finish before you came here? Now Danzo, let's not get so impatient here, Orochimaru said as he chuckled a bit at the shinobi of darkness. I was merely there to inspect my vessel. Or rather, the better vessel I have yet to put my mark on. That Naruto Uchiha is truly dangerous. Even I wasn't that good when I was his age. To think he would have the Mangekyo and such proficiency over it too. Would you repeat that? Danzo said, not really, believing what Orochimaru had just said. The boy, Shisui's younger brother, had awakened the Mangekyo and was good at using it. How could he not have any information regarding it? True, he had sent his root ops to the Uchiha clan compound in the beginning after the massacre to observe the behavior of the two remaining Uchiha, but they weren't showing any flight risk or rebellious tendencies. However, the real blow came 3 years ago when none of his root agents could enter the compound. Even Danzo couldn't. He remembered hearing from Itachi that the Uchiha clan had a blood recognition seal that didn't require a level 10 seal master to activate. Only those of Uchiha blood could activate it, and those with their permission could enter the compound. It seemed that the barrier had been down, but then it came back up 3 years ago. All of a sudden, everything started to make sense. The blood recognition seal, Naruto Uchiha getting stronger and activating the Mangekyo like his brother. He must have been the one to put up the seals, as it only required a true-blooded Uchiha to activate it. The brat had outplayed Danzo and was now living with the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no less. Naruto Uchiha was a much bigger headache than his brother and Itachi combined. You heard me, Orochimaru said. That boy is the perfect vessel for me. But getting to him will not be easy, as you yourself said that the Uchiha clan compound is off limits like the Senju compound. Seems that the oil and water clans had been exchanging notes when it came to protecting their clan secrets. Are you saying that you didn't mark him in the forest? Danzo asked. Much to my shame, no. That boy even made me shed my skin. His Mangekyo is very different from what I've seen from Itachi's. Though his genjutsu isn't unbreakable to the scale that Itachi's are, that doesn't mean he is a slouch. He is also good at Kaden, releasing AC ranked jutsu with only one hand seal. And then there are his Mangekyo abilities. The boy can summon black flames, and let me tell you, they are inextinguishable. But that's not the most worrying factor. It seems that Naruto Uchiha can dematerialize his body and let his enemies pass straight through him. Danzo said nothing as he absorbed the fact. This boy's eyes, they were truly fascinating. And a potential enemy should he decide to go rogue or rebel. He then spoke up. You'll have to be more careful from here on out. Jiraiya has arrived in the village, and we both know that if he fought seriously, he could even defeat you. And Hiruzen informed me and the others that you are currently in the village. And try not to make a move for any of the Uchiha yet. Otherwise, our plans will fail. Don't worry about that, Danzo. Naruto-kun must have been the one who reported that. I am surprised that sensei hasn't done something about me yet. Perhaps, his wisdom is finally telling him to let things play out. Have you forgotten who I am? Orochimaru asked with a sly grin. As for Jiraiya, well, let's hope that he hasn't been slacking off over the years. But how will you get Kabuto out? If he is taken to Ibiki, well, even I don't think Kabuto will last forever against our resident sadist. Kabuto will be taken care of. He should be out of the hospital by tonight. Danzo said, after all, it wouldn't be the first time I'd be helping you. But remember this, that Uchiha Boy's Mangekyu should be delivered to me. Absolutely not, Orochimaru said, completely denying Danzo his request. You remember our bargain, don't you? I kill Sarutobi and create an invasion. You and your root forces gain the favor of everyone by fending off the invasions while you get the Aikibi effectively crippling Sungakur. And you have 2 Jinchuriki all to yourself. Me, I didn't ask for much except a little alliance and the 2 Uchiha Genin. Besides, you already have enough Sharingan with you. Do not think you can get away with everything, Orochimaru. Danzo said as he narrowed his eye at the snake Sanin, who merely grinned. I bet you're wishing that you had Koto Amatsukami with you right now. But you forget, Danzo, right now if we fight I would probably come out the victor, as you're not really a perfect user of both the Sharingan or the Mokudan. And when we fight our forces will fight too. And we both know who will come out on top if that happens. Orochimaru said as Danzo scoffed inwardly. The snake was right, he had planned this part out well. But no matter, after the invasion even Orochimaru would have to be cut off. Soon, everything will be changing soon. Danzo thought as he watched the snake Sanin walk out of the room with a satisfied smirk. Time skip. Dusk, training ground, Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sato. Again, Naruto said as Kasumi looked at him with furrowed eyebrows. Naruto caught his girlfriend looking at him like that and knew she was trying to be angry. Come on, Sumi, you and I both know that you need a bit more practice with that jutsu. I know, but still, can't we just have today off? Kasumi asked with a puppy-like look, and Naruto was having trouble to look at her like that. Sometimes, he really did not like how much control his girlfriend had over him. But he was glad to have her. Right now he was losing the battle though. As much as I would love to spend some time with you other than training, we need to train that jutsu of yours at least one more time. Naruto said, and Kasumi pouted before she stood up straight once more. Fine, but this is the last time, Kasumi said as she looked at her target. It was a large tree and she was moderating how much chakra she should use. Calm down and breathe steadily. You don't want to use too much chakra in this attack. Otherwise, you'll be facing a problem when you fight Neji. From what I can tell, he is far stronger than he lets on. Naruto said. Hinata was no slouch, but Neji was in a whole different league compared to her. Though, that was probably because Hinata really did not have it in her to harm her cousin in any major way. The blocking of Tenketsu points was dangerous in a battle, and even Naruto would have a hard time to move around after getting hit with the gentle fist style that the Hyuga use. Then he saw Kasumi going through the necessary hand seals before she stopped. Fuden. K's Bakuhatsu, Kasumi thought as she exhaled, and a large ball of screeching wind formed before firing off at the tree and hit the trunk with a violent noise. There was a large circular indent in the rough bark of the tree as chunks of wood laid scattered around the place. Kasumi looked at the damage and was a bit proud. This was much better than the last result she got. Surely Naruto would be happier now. Not bad, but we need to work more on your time. The hand seals need to be done faster, and judging from today's match, Neji isn't one to give you the chance. Naruto said as Kasumi swatted him on his arm. Would you lay off for today? Kasumi said and was walking away. She turned around one last time and just for a moment she looked sad and hurt. Something's wrong with you. Ever since your fight with hubby Tem, you've been acting strange, like you're hiding something. I'm going home, she said, not even waiting for a response from Naruto, who stood there alone. Maybe I have been kind of an ass, Naruto thought as he sat down for a moment and was alone in his secluded training ground. He simply thought about the Akatsuki. Ever since he found out, his mental focus had been wrung away from him. They were waiting, they were just waiting to take Kasumi away from him. The one reason he was happy again. He would never let them touch a single hair on her head while he was around, but just how far could he go at this current state? He needed to train seriously, and he needed help. He then felt the barrier around the compound acting up as Naruto rushed to the entrance. The barrier was made by the Uchiha clan in case a wartime protocol order is issued. That was also one of the reasons they believed that they could be protected if the coup d'état did take place. Kasumi had also felt it as she was allowed to stay here. Kasumi was the first to reach the gates and soon enough Naruto followed. They saw the person standing near the gate and he was annoyed. "Oh, it's him again," Kasumi said with a deadpan expression. Honestly, what was he trying to do? Yes, but why is trying to enter here? Naruto asked as he saw Jiraiya literally punching the invisible wall only to get bounced back. Jiraiya then noticed the both of them and waved. "Oh hey there brats," Jiraiya said, "could you let me in? I don't have a place to stay." "Go and stay at a hotel," Kasumi yelled. "We don't allow super perverts here." "But, I am Sanin. That counts as something, right?" Jiraiya asked with a dread-filled voice. "We also don't like Sanins. All of them are weird," Kasumi said. "Sumi, you really should." Naruto was about to say more but Kasumi glared at him and he was honestly off-put by the glare. It was different from before. "Hey kids, if you let me in I'll teach you guys some really handy techniques," Jiraiya said. "I'll even sweeten the deal with this," he said as he brought a familiar orange book and Kasumi's eyebrow twitched at the sight of this book. "What do you think you're doing?" Kasumi asked. "Sweetening the deal with that filth." "Filth, I'll have you know I wrote this book after spying on 6 different hot springs," Jiraiya said with pride. Goddaughter or not, she did not know the amount of effort Jiraiya put in with those books. Who else had the guts to write the stuff he does and make millions off of it? He then leaned back against the wall while grumbling something. "Either way you're not getting in here," Kasumi said, and then to her utter surprise the toad sage suddenly fell through the barrier and was looking at her, dumbfounded. Both of them then looked at Naruto who was holding up the ram seal with one hand. "There you're in," Naruto said, and Kasumi looked at him with narrowed eyes. Naruto looked at her and for the life of him he was not sure why she was so angry with him. She then started to walk away as Naruto looked at her retreating form. "Geez," Jiraiya said, getting the attention of the blue-eyed Uchiha. "First fight, huh? I don't know what you're implying, Jiraiya-sama," Naruto said, "but I do wish you would go on as to why you're here." "Let's walk, kid. It would be better if I told you on the way," Jiraiya said, and Naruto looked at the toad sage for a moment. A very long moment as Naruto was giving him a blank stare. Then Naruto started walking as Jiraiya walked beside him. Soon enough they were walking through the main square of the compound and Jiraiya was inwardly cringing when he walked. He may not have been a huge fan of the Uchiha from the get-go, but still to see a place he had previously seen in his village filled with people left with no residence at all was something akin to a ghoulish experience for him. "So what did you want to talk about, Jiraiya-sama?" Naruto asked. His mind was elsewhere, not on the Akatsuki or Orochimaru, rather on Kasumi and her apparent anger towards him at the moment. "Well, Chunin Naruto Uchiha," Jiraiya said, and if Naruto did have any reaction to it he hid it very well. "First of all, I'd like to say congratulations on your success. Sensei has said nothing but great things about you and your apparent role in this operation we're running. So, my question to you is this. How strong are you really? And don't try to give me a half-assed answer like you gave to Sensei. He may be civil with you, but I assure you, I am not that kind." Jiraiya finished with a wide smile and looked at the young Uchiha who remained quiet for a long time before sighing. He then stopped and looked at Jiraiya, and for the first time since encountering Orochimaru, Naruto was not sure what to do. The little anger-induced behavior from Kasumi seemed to be affecting his thinking more than he thought it would. "The truth is I honestly don't know," Naruto said, not bothering to lie this time. More like he could not make up a lie right now. His usual calm thinking pattern was being irrational at the moment. "But I know this much, I am not strong enough to take down a Sannin. A Junin at most, I suppose." "Well, at least you're being honest about it," Jiraiya said, and then suddenly aimed a punch at Naruto who crossed his arms to form an X-shaped guard. He felt the full bristle of the blow as he skidded backwards and activated his Sharingan. Did he make a mistake in recognizing Jiraiya? No, the chakra signature was definitely the same. This was Jiraiya alright, but why was the toad sage attacking him? Probably measuring his strength. Naruto was surprised to see that Jiraiya was already near him and was bringing his foot racing at him with the intent to injure. Naruto however reacted in time as he weaved his entire body around the extended leg and rushed to the training ground. Jiraiya followed suit and was chasing him. Soon enough they arrived at the clearing and Naruto did not bother stopping. Instead he unsealed some shuriken from his forearms where 2 guard clothes were placed and threw the shuriken at the toad sage. Jiraiya threw his own shuriken to deflect all the incoming projectiles as he saw the now red-eyed boy making the tiger hand seal. Then the boy exhaled a large orange fireball which came rushing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was quick enough to move out of the way but saw something new. Akama was heading straight for his head and he ducked as the scythe cut some of his white hair. Jiraiya smirked a bit at the unconventional method the boy had used and then felt like he had stepped on something. He saw that he was stepping on the shuriken Naruto had launched, but these were a bit different, as they had small paper tags on them. Shit! Jiraiya yelled as Naruto made the ram seal and 3 shuriken exploded. Naruto could still sense him and he jumped out of the ground as Jiraiya emerged from below, whose fist made direct contact with his cheek as he flew across. Naruto tried to regain his balance but Jiraiya had already arrived and was bringing down his foot. Thwack! Jiraiya's sandal collided against something solid and the toad sage looked down to see a gunbai below his foot. Then Jiraiya felt the wind rushing against him as he jumped back to see some small cuts on his foot while his pants had more visible tear marks. Naruto stood there with his gunbai in Kama as his hair fell down to cover his left eye. Jiraiya merely looked at the youngster, and from the books he had read along with the pictures he had seen, the Uchiha kid in front of him resembled Madara. Especially the way he looked right now. "You still got a lot of work to do, brat," Jiraiya said and suddenly felt someone grab his foot. A hand was sticking out and the toad sage pulled his foot up, dragging the clone out. Jiraiya was going to punch him but remembered what Sarutobi had said as he jumped back just in time as the clone exploded. To think he made a shadow clone in the middle of that scuffle and hid it underground. I didn't even see him making any hand seals, Jiraiya thought as Naruto started going through hand seals, at an abnormal speed. Naruto stopped at Tiger as he released his jutsu. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu, Fire Style. Great Fire Dragon Jutsu, Naruto muttered as he exhaled flames that took the shape of a dragon's head as it headed towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya for his part made his own hand seals as he slammed his hands on the ground. Doden. Doden Kekai, Earth Style. Earth Dome, Jiraiya said as the earth around him rose up and surrounded him, making a dome-like shape that would provide defense for him against the incoming fire attack. The fire-made draconic head collided against the dome of earth, and much to the young Uchiha's surprise the dome of earth was acting perfectly against his own jutsu. Naruto did copy down the jutsu and mentally noted that this would be effective against another Kaden user, but then noted that the wall was slowly crumbling away as the toad sage was nowhere in sight. Then Jiraiya appeared in front of him out of the ground and was once more going to hit Naruto, but the Chunin ducked under the fist while bringing his foot up to connect with Jiraiya's chin and made the tiger hand seal as Jiraiya was in midair. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, Naruto thought as he exhaled the orange flames once more. Jiraiya was in midair and could not possibly have any form of defense right now. Then Naruto's thoughts were taken away from him as Jiraiya appeared unscathed from the smoke of explosion that surrounded him, but the effects of the fire jutsu could be seen as some of his hair had smoke coming off of it. To think he made me use the needle Jizo as a defensive maneuver, Jiraiya thought as he looked at Naruto, who was now breathing a bit harder now. So the bottle's finally taking a toll on him. Not surprising since he already had a fight today and was probably training for the rest of the day. Kid's got his priorities straight. But he's distracted too. Jiraiya finished his thoughts as he remembered his goddaughter glaring at him. Probably a lover's quarrel. Still, the kid was good and Jiraiya had landed only a few selective blows on the kid. But now came the real test. Jiraiya made hand seals as he touched the ground once more. Doden. Yomi Numa, Earth Style. Swamp of the Underworld, Jiraiya said, and the ground around Naruto transformed. The surface on which his feet rested began to change to swamp as he got stuck in the thick of it. He was slowly sinking into the muddy surface too. Naruto was officially worried now. He had never seen such a jutsu before that virtually assured no escape by any possible means. The more Naruto tried to escape, the quicker he sank into the deep cavern of mud. He knew there was only one card to play here and was going to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui, Authority of the Gods, would help him escape this place. But he really did not want Jiraiya to find out about his technique. Throwing caution to the windmill, he began to concentrate chakra into his eyes as he made the ram seal to try and possibly distract Jiraiya's line of vision to his hands rather than focus specifically on his lone eye that was visible right now. Then before Naruto's 3 Tomo eye could change into the 4 pinwheel-shaped evolved form, the younger brother of Shisui felt something wrap around his arm and felt some of his chakra being drained. He saw that there was a chain wrapped around his wrist, now both wrists, as the chains were glowing golden, and yanked him out of the devouring swamp as he was dragged to the source of the chains. The binding of the chains undid themselves as they disappeared out of sight. He was still on the ground and on all fours. He knew who was standing in front of him and he saw that the feet he was seeing slowly go back as she began to sit down on her knees, coming to a closer level to his crouched position. Naruto looked up, deactivating his Sharingan as his dull blue eyes looked into violet ones. "What happened? Tell me the truth," she said in a whisper as they were close. Naruto heard it and didn't say anything. Then all of a sudden he felt that familiar feeling again as Kasumi had slowly made her way towards him and hugged him. Her head was once more resting against his chest as his heartbeat served as the reminder of where she was. Her arms had tightly wrapped around his waist as Naruto finally gave in and also wrapped his arms around her. Both of them just sat there as their bodies remained firmly close to each other. Jiraiya, being the wise man he was, just backed off and hid in the tree. Sure, they were a couple and couples had a fight every now and then, but that was his goddaughter, damn it. There was no way he would abandon her anymore. To be honest, he was feeling a bit strange watching the two. Based on what Hiruzen Sarutobi told him, they were exceptionally close. And judging by Naruto's constant distractive tendency in the battle, he was probably fixated on the fact over their little squabble. Plus, seeing the chibi blonde version of Kushina with whisker marks was sort of bringing out his godparental instincts. Still, he'd wait and then threaten Naruto if he ever chose to hurt her. I can't tell you right now, but I'll tell you about it after the invasion has been thwarted off," Naruto told her as he felt her ruffle around his chest. He really did not like the fact he was hiding something this large from her. But she was not ready to know such a thing yet. She would be in time, no doubt, but not right now. He then brought one of his hands to cup her cheek as she looked up with tears threatening to leak. "I'm sorry," she said as she looked down once more. "I'm sorry I was angry, but I don't like it when you try to hide things from me. I never hid anything from you. I know, I should be the one apologizing instead. I guess I still am a jerk like I used to be in the academy," Naruto said, getting a soft chuckle from his girlfriend. He then cupped both of her cheeks as she looked up and he softly kissed her forehead. It was these small acts of affection that truly made his days feel worth living. As for their other activities, well, he tried to restrain himself just like she did. Kasumi was not ready to do that yet and he was in no rush. But they were slowly leaning forward now towards each other. They felt their soft breaths caressing each other's lips and now they could finally show each other their love once more. Ahem. A very loud noise came from the tree as both stopped in their almost engaged activity to see that Jiraiya came down from the branch. "You kids should really get a room. You Urusei," Kasumi yelled, not getting up as her face was red while her boyfriend's palms were still on her cheeks, not that she was complaining. Then Kasumi got up as she accusingly pointed a finger at the toad sage. "What are you still doing here, Arrow? Remember I told you, I didn't have a place to stay. And besides, you two need my help as I, the great toad sage of MT. Myoboku, have decided to help in training you for the month," Jiraiya said with a grin. "Plus, I get to make some new scenes for my new book. I can totally see it. Ika Ika. Forbidden young love, hehehehe." He began to giggle before a kunai barely missed his crotch as he jumped up in fear and saw Kasumi slowly walking towards him in a very angry manner as her hair shadowed her eyes and the rest of her golden tresses were floating around menacingly. Jiraiya for his part was backing off out of fear. He had seen this before and knew about the impending doom that was coming his way. Naruto for his part really didn't want to stop her for executing some painful retorts. The Toad Sage wanted to use the two of them as his next source material for his next book. Outrageous, even though a small part of him, forget about it. There was absolutely no good in stopping Kasumi right now. Not when the two of them just reconciled. Time skip. A few hours later. Needless to say, Jiraiya was on the end of a very severe beating. His left arm was in a bandage and he was muffling out painful groans every now and then. Naruto had understood why Jiraiya was here. He was here to protect the two of them in addition to training them. Kakashi Hatake and a few other Anbu had been assigned to protect Sasuke in case Orochimaru decided to attack him. Of course, Naruto was safe in the compound, but having Jiraiya was an added bonus. At first Kasumi did not want to learn from Jiraiya at all, seeing as he was a pervert and her pure hatred for the Ika Ika series really did not add any plus points for the Toad Sage in her book. After Naruto explained that Jiraiya was the teacher of the fourth Hokage, Kasumi agreed to it and they made a small routine. Jiraiya had been informed that Naruto knew about the Kyuubi and he really didn't care about that fact. Jiraiya was rather taken aback at his comment about Kasumi. He really does not care who she was, who her parents were or what was inside her. Kasumi Uzumaki, to him, was the girl he met at the ramen stand one day. And his girlfriend. Naruto also added that Jiraiya not perving out over everything they do. And Kasumi added further by telling the Toad Sage to not even think about peeking in their room. Slowly they made a routine which consisted of Kasumi learning how to access the Kyuubi's chakra, further chakra control exercises, a more versatile sparring partner and more jutsu on Fuden, Doden and Suiden, since all of those were the affinities that Kasumi shared with Jiraiya. Jiraiya also stated that he might let Kasumi sign the Toad contract if she was worthy, as both him and the fourth Hokage were Toad summoners. As for Naruto, Jiraiya would help him in Kaden, Fuden and Suiden. As for Raiden, it seemed that Kakashi had actually given Jiraiya some scrolls for him and some other scrolls for Kasumi. All in all, the entire month's training schedule was set in stone. Dinner went uneventful between the three of them, and both residents of the house had explicitly warned the Toad Sage to keep himself restrained, whereas Naruto had told and treated the man with some form of subtle respect. Kasumi had outright threatened to take away what made him a man. Naruto was now standing in the training ground once more. He had planted new seeds in the ground and had taken out the rubble he had formed today. He was always a bit cheerful when he took care of the compound. It was his home and he'd be damned if he let anything happen to it. Being an Uchiha always made you rather meticulous. Aside from the obvious, "I'm genetically superior than you," attitude, proper etiquette and decorum was something every Uchiha child inherited. His brother Obito may have been a bit goofy, but even he had proper manners. Satsuki Uchiha made sure her sons weren't a rowdy bunch. And now he stood with a satisfied smile. He was walking over to the Naka shrine as he started cleaning the place. It took a longer amount of time than usual, probably because Kasumi was keeping an eye on Jiraiya so he doesn't do anything stupid while he taught her Fuinjutsu. Ah yes, he nearly forgot about that. Having a seal master like Jiraiya had also benefited their Fuinjutsu lessons, something he was proud about when it concerned the both of them. Naruto finally finished and was about to go out, but something stopped him. Something had entered the Naka shrine. Naruto immediately activated his Sharingan and found the intruder. It was a crow as dark as the night sky. It was walking around on the surface as it cocked its head every now and then as it walked around. Naruto, not wanting the crow to take a literal shit over the floor, slowly walked over to it and decided to use genjutsu on it to drive it away. Seemed like a much more appropriate method than killing it. Just as Naruto's eyes made contact with the crow's, he was shocked beyond belief. The crow's eyes had Sharingan in them, and the next thing that Naruto knew, he was no longer in the Naka shrine. Pseudo genjutsu world. Naruto Uchiha was a bit angry right now. He was caught in a genjutsu. No normal place in the world had a yellow sky with purple clouds. The effect of the two colors was meant to confuse people and give them a sense of dizziness due to the bright and distracting color of it. The crow had a Sharingan, and for some reason in the back of his mind, Naruto knew exactly who was behind this. However, he did not try to break the genjutsu. He knew that the caster of this illusion wasn't really here, and this was probably the only chance he might have to talk with this person in a long time. "Hello, Naruto." A calm voice made itself known as Naruto slowly turned around to see the person who spoke those words. He looked at his face, and his eyes under which were long, pronounced tear troughs. He had jet black hair that was pulled back in a low ponytail, and his face was framed with center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. The ponytail and bangs had grown longer over the years since Naruto last saw him. He wore a black cloak that had several red clouds designed on it and a slashed Konoha forehead protector to symbolize his broken ties with the village. The cloak's high collar would probably obscure his ponytail every now and then. On his right ring finger was a ring, which was red and bore the kanji for vermilion, zu, shu. He wore purple nail polish on his fingers and toes. Naruto knew the black cloak with red clouds too well. He had learned about them a few days ago when he scoured Orochimaru's mind for information. Only one group wore this particular article of clothing. The same group that was after the person he loved. The Akatsuki. But more importantly, this person was a member of this Akatsuki. Genin at 7, Chunin at 10, Anbu by 11 and Anbu Captain by 13. One of the three greatest Uchiha prodigies to emerge in the history of the Hidden Leaf, along with Genjiro and Shisui. This person was Itachi Uchiha. The man who massacred his own clan for the sake of the village. The man who decided to bring down the curtain on his own clan, so that a war would not break out because of the clan's rebellion. Itachi ni Naruto said while looking at his rogue nin older brother figure. He had gotten taller since the last time he had seen him, though that was no surprise. You've grown up, and from what I hear every now and then, you've grown stronger too, no doubt. Itachi said as he looked at the boy who he used to train along with Shisui when they were younger. The world as fucked up as it was before the massacre, was still a peaceful place to live. Only because of one man, an entire clan had suffered from his actions. And now there were only 4 survivors left of the once elite Uchiha clan. Your hair grew out. I honestly thought the whole ponytail was a phase. Naruto said with a small smile. There was no point in hiding emotions in front of Itachi. That man had perfected in hiding his emotions. For example, the blank look on his face represented such an emotionless state that Naruto couldn't even tell how much pain Itachi had went through when he had killed his own parents. And I remember you saying you wouldn't keep your hair that big. Itachi said and showed the ghost of a smirk. Tell me something though, how are you so calm knowing that I killed the clan? That I killed Shisui? Itachi asked and Naruto looked at Itachi with an exasperated sigh. Itachi ni, I know the truth behind the massacre. Naruto said as he looked at the kinslaying Uchiha. You didn't honestly think that Shisui ni-san didn't take any precautions surrounding the nature of his missions. Remember one of the first lessons the both you taught me? Always have several contingencies. Nothing is certain, except the disruption of a plan. Itachi said and was mildly surprised that Naruto remembered those words. He had rather expected Naruto's emotions to go turmoil after finding out the truth. How was this boy not affected by it to that scale? So you don't hate me. You don't hate me for what I did. You don't hate the village for what it did to our clan. Itachi asked and he needed to be sure what Naruto's exact intentions were. Just a few days ago, Zetsu had reported that Orochimaru was planning an invasion on the Hidden Leaf. The Akatsuki originally wanted to make a move but due to certain developments with Iwagakure they couldn't. Money was a large issue at the moment and the Akatsuki had to prioritize. They always operated in 2-man cells and only 2 units were free at the moment. Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, along with Zetsu who acted solely after Orochimaru defected. Though that was not entirely true as Zetsu's true superior was with him most of the time. Do I hate you? I don't know. You did massacre the entire clan. My clan. But much more importantly, you killed Makoto Obaa-san. Naruto said as the rage in his voice seeped out with every word. Those were genuine angry emotions that Naruto was displaying. A rage he had kept a lid on for several years until he took off the cap a few days ago on Orochimaru. Then he learned about the Akatsuki. Oh, he was livid after that but still maintained a fair amount of control. So don't think I am just going to let you walk freely after that. I know that in the end it would come down to the Uchiha clan or the Hidden Leaf. You chose the leaf and I am not going to argue with your beliefs. However, doing so you may have killed off our clan but you also prevented a large war from breaking out. I merely thought that both you and Ni-san were crazy for even thinking of doing something like that. It was only later on I realized the larger endgame of it all. Naruto said. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment and realized that there was nothing much to worry about with Naruto. But with Sasuke, things would be more volatile. I see, but you haven't told me about your opinion on the village. Itachi spoke as he opened his eyes again. Tell me, what about your love for the village? My love for the Hidden Leaf has lessened. Naruto said without a moment's hesitation. First they blame us for the Kyuubi attack. Then they spy on us to see if we are being kept in place despite us being one of the 2 founding clans that made this village for those immigrants. Then those same people ordered the clan's massacre. Then expect me to do what? Be their lapdog and they enjoy such an experience? Hardly. There used to be a time when I used to think of keeping the village over everything else even after the massacre. But over the years, I realized how truly expendable we are. They ordered our massacre. Our entire clan, gone within one night. I read all those letters my brother left me. At one point I even told myself he was a fool along with you. Itachi truly was not liking the things that Naruto was saying. However, none of them were wrong essentially. Naruto had every right to hate the village. Any person would. However, a part of Itachi believed that Naruto was different. That's what I kept telling myself. And I thought there was nothing to tie me down to the village. I even thought about rebelling. But then I realized something else. Naruto paused for a moment as he looked at Itachi. If I did rebel, I'd be spitting on everything my family ever worked for. Two-san liberated Wave Country with the original intention to save his comrades so they could return to the village. He chose to sacrifice his life so that the village could prosper. Obito Ni did the same thing when he chose activate the seals whilst he was stuck under a boulder. Shisui Ni, he too chose the village's safety. I always wondered why. I finally reached the conclusion they chose the village Bevhouse, that's where our loved ones reside. The village protects them and makes them stronger. I honestly had nothing left binding me to the village, but I realized that I would be dishonoring my entire lineage if I went against the village, and there is something worth protecting in the village, so that's why I will protect our village. I won't abandon the village or its people. I'll defend with the last full measure of my devotion. Naruto finished, and for the first time in years he saw Itachi smile. It was faint and could be barely passed as a smile, for not many people had claimed to seen the prodigy smile. It seems Shisui was right, Itachi said as he looked at Naruto. He told me before he died, that you would be much more different. That you valued the lives of those who were precious to you, to the extent that you could never really betray them. I am glad he was right, and whether you believe it or not, he was also the one who told me to play that little farce with you about his death. He had no doubt that you'd awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan if you were shown his death in the Tsukuyomi Moon Reader. Now before you ask further questions, Naruto, tell me the full story. How much do you truly know about the Uchiha massacre? Naruto then went on to explain about the letters that Shisui had left him. He told Itachi about the suspicions on the Uchiha clan, the Naka Shrine secrets, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the eventual spies that often raided the Uchiha clan compound. Of course that stopped after some time, and then Naruto had put up the barrier seal that defended the compound. I see. We've been keeping an eye out on the village for some time now. It seems that Orochimaru is planning an invasion. Itachi said, I know about Orochimaru, I encountered him. He managed to mark Sasuke with the curse seal. Naruto said, and just for a moment he could see Itachi's eyebrow twitch a bit. He tried the same thing with me, but the Mangekyo Sharingan helped in fending him off. Seems that Tsunagaker is also involved with the Snake's Village Odo. I also learned about your little S-rank criminal group, the Akatsuki. Itachi looked at him for a moment before he spoke up again. Chishiki Kisuchu, knowledge parasite, you've been very busy over the last few years then. Do you know anything else about the invasion? Itachi asked. Other than the fact that they plan to unleash the Ikibi and cast a massive genjutsu on the day of the finals, no. Why, is there something else of important note? Naruto asked. Yes, it seems that Danzo Shimura is working with Orochimaru. He's the one who provided Orochimaru's forces passage into the village, and all of them are being housed in Root's base right now. Itachi said. He then noted the look of rage that crossed Naruto's face. About him, Ni-san wrote that I should avoid him at all costs. I also felt some of Ni-san's chakra coming off of him, Naruto said and looked at Itachi. Does he have one of his eyes? Yes. As you know, Shisui also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. His ability, the Kotomusukami, distinguished heavenly gods, allowed him to perform perfect hypnosis. He could control a person's subconscious completely, and the victim wouldn't even be able to tell he was under the subjugation of the perfect genjutsu. He's the only one who has ever awakened such an ability. However, there is a certain limitation on that genjutsu. Shisui entrusted his other eye to me. He told me before he died that he had put in ocular transcriptions that every time Kotoamatsukami would be used, the ability would be deactivated later. I am going to assume that Danzo already used it, since the Sandaime-sama did not kill Danzo because of his instigation in the Uchiha clan massacre. Still, it's only an assumption. I forgot to ask, did you awaken it as well? Itachi asked. No, I only have the Amaterasu, heavenly illumination, and the Kamui, authority of the gods. I don't know anything about my Susanoo, Tempestus god of valor, yet. I don't know if I will even have that ability. Naruto said. So you have the Kamui as well? Itachi said. Wait, what do you mean I have it as well? Naruto asked. This only meant one thing. Someone else that Itachi knew had the Kamui. Who else has it? Kakashi ni? No, not Kakashi senpai. Itachi said. Remember how I asked you how much you truly know about the night of the massacre? Naruto nodded, and Itachi knew he had to hurry. There was another person the night I slaughtered the entire clan. He helped me slaughter the clan. I alone could not kill so many in such a short amount of time. He could pass through things and had a Jikuken Jutsu, space-time jutsu, that allowed him to escape. He is the true leader of the Akatsuki, and he's the person who was responsible for making the Kyuubi no Kitsune attack the Hidden Leaf 14 years ago. Itachi said. Who is he? Naruto asked. He really did not like the fact that someone else other than him had the Kamui. On top of that, this person was the leader of the Akatsuki who could control the Kyuubi no less. Madara Uchiha, Itachi said, and Naruto looked at him with widened eyes. The sheer disbelief in his eyes was clear as daylight, and Itachi was not really surprised or disappointed at Naruto's sudden moment of revelation. He too was worried when the masked man had revealed himself as Madara. Are you serious? Naruto asked as he was sweating a bit in the genjutsu and saw Itachi nod. Naruto really did not like the situation he was in right now. Madara Uchiha was the leader of the Akatsuki. Madara Uchiha was alive. Madara Uchiha helped slaughter his own clan, the same clan that exiled him. Madara Uchiha was after Kasumi Uzumaki, rather the Kyuubi inside her. It made all that much more sense now. Since Madara had controlled the Kyuubi before, it made sense that he would go after the Kyuubi once more. What chance did Naruto have against the legendary shinobi who fought against the Shodai Hokage? He survived that battle and was alive to this day. Could he beat Madara? So, Naruto spoke once more. Madara is alive, and he's after the Kyuubi inside Kasumi. He finished. Yes, Itachi said. Madara is after Kasumi Uzumaki. Once he rips the Kyuubi out of her, she will die. Maybe I can beat him. I know the weakness of the Kamui. And Naruto was cut off. You can do nothing right now. If I'm not wrong, you're not strong enough to even beat a Sannin yet. What chance do you have against someone like Madara? Someone that even I can't beat, and Orochimaru tends to avoid getting into a fight with me. That was why he was after you and Sasuke. Itachi said as Naruto fell on his knees and was trying not to yell. Itachi looked at Naruto and hid his sadness. He had seen Naruto grow up receiving animosity within the clan, yet he never gave up and kept striving forward. From Zetsu's reports, the Akatsuki received recent information on how Naruto had defeated Mangetsu Hazuka by himself. What was surprising was that even Zetsu, despite spying in Konoha numerous times, never saw Naruto train. Itachi guessed that Naruto must have trained for years in the secret chamber, which cannot be accessed unless an Uchiha grants access. There were certain laws and rules regarding that place that even Zetsu could not break or get into. Despite everything, he saw Naruto grow up strong, and another recent report from the Land of Waves concluded that Naruto was romantically infatuated with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Some Akatsuki members even made jokes about it. And now Naruto Uchiha was about to lose the girl he loved. Yes, it was love all right. Itachi could tell. While he did not know what it was like to have your lover die, he did know what it was like to distance yourself from the person you love. That was one of his greatest regrets in his life. And now his pseudo-younger brother was suffering. Don't get him wrong, Itachi loved his younger brother. To the point he had threatened Danzo to leak the secrets about the village's barrier system if his younger brother had a single hair on his head touched. He would go to war to protect his younger brother. But with Naruto it was different. He understood things better than Sasuke and thought on a more clear-headed level, even as a child. What do I do? Naruto asked, bringing Itachi out of his thoughts as he saw Naruto's face filled with tears. Even in the genjutsu his emotions were starting to leak out. Tell me, what do I do? I need to protect her. I can't lose her. Naruto begged Itachi for a solution. His head was not clearly thinking anymore. Itachi was right. What silver of a chance did Naruto stand against Madara Uchiha? Itachi closed his eyes for some before he spoke again. Do you truly want to protect her? Itachi asked him. Are you ready to give up everything you have to protect her? Yes, Naruto yelled out without even hesitating. Calm down. There's no point in speaking to you if you can't keep a cool head. Itachi said, and Naruto's breathing steadied a bit more. I can't lose her, Itachi ni. Naruto said as he wiped the tears off his face. She's all I have left. I see, Itachi said. Then listen carefully. I don't have much time, so I will tell you brief what's going to happen during the day of the finals. From there on out, our plan will begin to defeat the Akatsuki. But you must do exactly as I say. Don't worry, Itachi ni, Naruto said with some barely scraped confidence. I'll try to do everything. But there is something I need to ask you first. What would that be? Itachi asked. How did you find out about me and Kasumi? The way you said it, you knew that I was involved with her. How did you get that information? Naruto asked. Simple. A member of the Akatsuki spies into the village every now and then. However, he has not been able to get a perfect gauge on your strength, probably because of the Naka Shrine. His name is Zetsu. Itachi finished and Naruto looked up at him. Zetsu. Wait, is he a plant-like guy completely black? Naruto asked with nervousness. If this was the same Zetsu that his ancestor spoke of then. Not really, but I have seen him split into two beings. One completely white and one completely black. Itachi said, noting the look of horrific revelation on Naruto's face. What's wrong? I have a lot of things to tell you. Can you stay for a bit more? Naruto asked. You'll have to keep it more brief, thank you think. Itachi said, and Naruto started to speak. Naruto's house, Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto Uchiha slowly walked into his bedroom. Jiraiya was staying in the other room. Jiraiya had told him a few moments ago that Kasumi went to her room and Jiraiya explained that he would keep Naruto updated on the invasion going on. Naruto had a great burden on his shoulder right now. What Itachi proposed wasn't easy. It was also difficult for him on a personal level. The long-term plan had its own set of backfiring problems of its own, but still there was no denying the logic in Itachi's approach. But could Naruto do it? Could he pull off what Itachi wanted him to do during the day of the finals? Shrugging those thoughts aside, Naruto entered his room and closed the door. He locked it and saw one of the most beautiful sights in his life. A sight that made all his worries go away. The lights of the room were closed. But instead there were several candles in the room and Kasumi was sitting on the bed wearing a sleeveless white shirt and red shorts that came down to her thighs as she sat. Her golden hair seemed to be shining like a beacon as the dim candle light only served to make her look like goddess in that moment in his eyes. Naruto saw her and smiled at the love of his life. This is what he was fighting for. Naruto slowly made his way across and sat with her as she decided to sit on his lap while her head rested against his chest. She heard the rhythmic heartbeat that had served as a lullaby for her on a regular basis. She was at peace. She knew that something was wrong with Naruto and probably figured it had something to do with Orochimaru and the invasion. A fight with a Sannin did change a person. She then felt his arms wrap around him, one on the back of her head and the other on her waist. He pulled her up and kissed her deeply as she too kissed him back with as much passion as she could. Both of them opened their mouths as their tongues caressed against each other. Naruto then broke the kiss as he slowly began to kiss her jawline and made his way onto her neck. Kasumi felt tingles going through her body with each kiss that Naruto laid across her creamy skin. And then he stopped, much to her displeasure. Naruto looked at her and saw the dark blush across her face as she looked absolutely flushed. Naruto couldn't help but find her even more adorable. He then placed her on the bed as he felt a growing sensation between his legs, and no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't. Not right now. The invasion needed to be thwarted off and then their real plan would start. If all went according to plan from there on out, then he would have some time on his hands. But therein lied the problem. The plan in itself was risky. Also, Itachi told him another secret, seeing how much Naruto cares about Kasumi. He told Naruto about Kasumi's true parentage. To say that it was mind-blowing was to say the least. Naruto then got up and changed his clothes in the washroom as he cleaned himself a bit more. What's wrong, Naru? Kasumi asked once more. It's the invasion, Naruto said as dried his face with the towel and proceeded to sit beside her once more. He used a small Fuden jutsu to use the wind to blow out every candle. The moonlight broke its way through the narrow slits in the window, giving the room a dimly lit aura as both teens leaned against each other. He could not afford to lose control right now. Her attire wasn't helping either. The clothes were clinging to her body and Naruto swore that her chest seemed a bit larger now. He shook his head as he spoke again, failing to get that image out of his head. We have a long road ahead of Asumi. We have to be careful from now on out. Anyone outside the village is an enemy right now. Naruto said, don't trust anyone except Leaf Nin. But I want you to stay away from the Anbu that have, symbols on them. Why? Kasumi asked in a worried manner. Just listen to me, alright? There's something about those Anbu that are wrong. And trust me, it's better if you stay away from them. Please, Naruto said as he clasped her hand with his own. Seeing her nod, Naruto smiled and kissed her forehead. Let's go to sleep. I don't want Jiraiya-sama making any notes on us if we're late. Naruto said as he lied with Kasumi snuggling up beside him. She then put her head on his chest, making him feel whole again. Her feel was making small circles on his leg as her arms were tightly wrapped around his abdomen. He then gripped her tightly to his own frame as his arms rested on her waist. He was rubbing her back every now and then unconsciously. She really liked it when he did that. Hey, Naru, Kasumi asked. She felt the smooth hand rubbing her back. Yes, Naruto asked as she let go of him and propped up on one elbow. Everything's going to be alright after we fight off the invasion, right? Kasumi asked as Naruto looked deep in her eyes as he gave his answer. I hope so, Naruto said as he looked at her and kissed her on her lips once more. Just a deep kiss, nothing else beyond that. In time, their relationship would blossom into something more. But not tonight. He caressed her cheek as she purred because of her whisker marks. But don't worry, Sumi. No matter what happens, I won't let anything happen to you. I will protect you with everything I have and I will love you always. Naruto said as this time Kasumi got on top of him and kissed him deeply, and Naruto could not stop himself from licking Kasumi's lower lip as she kissed his upper lip. Then both broke off once more as Naruto felt a jolt on his body. The seal was still there on his body and he was glad. Sorry, Kasumi said in whispering voice. She was breathing a bit heavily. She had lost control of herself in that one moment. She truly felt her heart melt when he said those words. Trying to stop that growing wetness between her legs, she pinched Naruto a bit hard as she was beside him again. What was that for? Naruto asked. For stealing my line, Naru. I was supposed to be the one who said those things to you. Don't worry, I, Kasumi Uzumaki, the future Hokage, do promise to love you and protect you forever. Kasumi said as Naruto looked at her with a smile. And that's the promise of a lifetime. Both did not say anything else as they went deep into the realms of sleep. For tumultuous times raged ahead and these two would brave whatever storm that would stand in their path. Naruto brought Kasumi even closer as she had fallen asleep already. She was tired from working on her fuinjutsu and would easily surpass him one day. No doubt about that, but one thing was certain in Naruto's mind. You don't ever have to worry, as long as I am here. Nothing bad will ever happen to you.